dialogue between the parties. As a long-standing member of the Commonwealth,
Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios here in Orlando, Florida. And the time here on the East Coast is just past 6 o'clock in the morning. We do want to, of course, bring you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expected to address Finland's parliament in just a short while. As soon as we get that feed and see him pop up on screen, we will of course bring that to you live, raw and unfiltered. Some other top stories we are following today: Judge Katanji Brown Jackson, if you missed it yesterday, she was confirmed by the Senate to the U.S. Supreme Court, becoming the first black woman to ever serve on the nation's highest court. The U.S. today is expecting more Ukrainian refugees to arrive at the southern border in Mexico, and also happening in Florida. We do have the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That's expected to launch from Port Canaveral, Florida today at 8 o'clock in the morning. So just about 2 hours away. Those are some of the top stories we are following today. But again, we do want to get back to that major story making history yesterday with, again, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson being confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. A bipartisan show of support for her yesterday, again, as she was confirmed. Her nomination, as you know, is historic, as she will be the first black woman to serve on the court. Fox's Caroline Shively has the latest from Capitol Hill.
President Biden fulfilling a key campaign promise with the successful confirmation of Judge Jackson, who pledged to apply the law without fear or favor.
A roaring round of applause inside the Senate chamber following the confirmation of Judge Katanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Nominated by President Biden, she will be the first black woman to serve on the high court.
She was solid, and she really made the case that to be the first, you have to be the best.
Jackson received bipartisan support. 3 Republicans voted for her. Democrats hope her confirmation serves as inspiration to millions across the country.
When you have a day like this, it inspires you to keep moving forward.
Most GOP lawmakers were in strong opposition, critical of her judicial record and accusing her of handing out lenient sentences to sex offenders. Democrats called the attacks baseless.
Based on her record, I believe she will prove to be the furthest left of any justice to have ever served on the Supreme Court.
Jackson's appointment will dramatically change the makeup of the Supreme Court. She's replacing Justice Breyer, who retires in the summer.
She is viewed as a reliable vote on the left. She's bringing, however, not just experience, a depth of experience, but a depth of personality, which I think will make her very effective.
Judge Jackson will join the president and vice president at the White House on Friday to deliver remarks. On Capitol Hill, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Back to news pertaining to the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine. The UN has suspended Russia from the World Organization's top human rights body. This happened yesterday. Now, the UN General Assembly voted to suspend Russia's on the Human Rights Council over those allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. The U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no and 58 countries abstained. The move comes after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it committed horrific human rights violations and abuses that would be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we do want to show you some video of exactly why they made that decision. An overwhelming sight for residents here in this video who returned to their hometown of Bucha, devastated by Russian attacks. Bridges, as you can see, completely destroyed, buildings bombed out, torched tanks and cars also seen in this aftermath. As you can see, some families walking through the rubble, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And over in Irpin, the scene was the same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers, again, seen walking through the rubble. One of the only signs of hope still standing, a Ukrainian-European Union and other flags pierced by some of the shrapnel. Now, again, we do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky currently addressing the Finnish parliament right now. He is appearing virtually, so we do want to go ahead and bring you this feed here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Russia, through all the capable forces of their army from all their territory, from the Far East, to fight against Ukraine. But this wasn't enough, so Russia is pulling together all the people who can hold arms to continue their aggression against Ukraine. They're looking for mercenaries from all over the world. They're sending the militants from all the terrorist groups and private armies that were established by some of the Russian officials. We have seen so many people among the prisoners, very experienced fighters and just the youngsters born in 2003. But no one can adequately explain why do they need this war against Ukraine? Why do they need to hit civilians with missiles? Why this cruelty that the world has witnessed in Bucha and other cities liberated by Ukrainian army? More than 200,000 of occupiers on our territory. There were lots of people who were running away, who consciously were raising their hands up, who were injuring themselves to go to the hospitals and avoid fighting. But the majority of the army continues fighting, not knowing what are they fighting for on our land. An absolutely insane and absolutely cruel war is waged, and sometimes you think whether they are human at all. Yesterday, the Russian soldiers just shelled a boat with the peaceful people in Kakhovka water reservoir. People were trying to save their lives by being evacuated, and they shelled them with missiles. These are dozens of meters away from the shore of the river, and they hit them with missiles. So in all the districts where the Russian army went in, there are hundreds of cars, civilian cars, that were shot at and put on fire. They did see that these are just ordinary people. There is no danger, but they still were shooting. There are many examples of these cars with civilians that were simply crashed by the armored vehicles, just ran over them. You have seen what Russian military has done in the city of Bucha, but they're doing this butchery of this sort in Mariupol and Kramatorsk and Kharkiv and Kherson. And I think you do understand that if the Russian army will get the order to invade your country, they will do the same with your country as well. This is something I don't want you to witness. They will do the same what they did in the city of Bucha to your cities as well, to the cities of any country. Whatever the Russian Federation authorities will decide, as if this is their land, part of their empire. And even if Russian soldiers will not understand why they need to do this, they will still keep on fighting, because this is hatred. This is the hatred to other people that is being nurtured among the people of Russia on the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, in your history, you have seen the invasion of Russia in your land, and this threat is still there. We have to do our best to make sure that this is not repeated again. The war of Russia against Ukraine is decisive not only for the future of our country and our nation, but all those who have a common border with Russia. Just like you, 83 years ago, Ukraine has the bravery to defend itself against such an enemy and such a power which is numerically superior. There are simply too many of them. Numerically speaking, they have a lot of equipment and a lot of missiles, lots of people who can be thrown to war, and a lot of oil and dollars and euro that are spent for the propaganda of aggression. But just like your courage rescued your country from the Stalin invasion, similarly, our courage resists this invasion. 43 days now we have been doing so, but lots of things have to be done more. Unlike the Second World War, the democratic world understands that you cannot simply turn the blind eye on the inspection of the tyranny. If the people are fighting for their freedom, they need to be supported. But ordinary people understand these things and these concepts more than some influential leaders. Smaller countries understand it better than some of the bigger countries. We have to consist the strong people of the world that such sanctions against Russia are needed. Sanctions that will not be able to be bypassed, and sanctions that will stop their military machinery. We still have to ask for the assistance and the armament, and what we hear in response that we still have to wait for the fighter jets to come, for the anti-missile, anti-ship equipment to be delivered. They are telling us that we need to wait in the situation when we are losing hundreds of people on a daily basis because of the Russian attacks, when dozens of our cities have been destroyed. We still have to wait when more than 10 million people became IDPs. We still have to wait. In the reality, when more than 3 million have left their countries out of 10 million IDPs. Together, we need to do our best to make sure that these people will be able to come back home. We need to stop Russia. We need to stop the war, to make sure that peace is brought back to Ukraine and Russian occupiers would leave our sovereign territory. And this is something we cannot wait for. They tell us that we have to wait, but I have a question whether those who are killing Ukrainians are to be held accountable, and those who are making us wait for the things that we need badly, wait for the means of protecting our lives, wait for weapons. And I'm very grateful to Finland that you didn't wait when this invasion of Russian Federation started, that you were very quick to help, that you made a historic decision of providing a defense support to Ukraine, for showing a principled position in sanction questions, that you are one of the moral leaders of our anti-war coalition. But I want would like you to show even more leadership, both on the level of the European Union and bilaterally with the countries of the EU, to support our fight for freedom, for our common freedom. At the time when we have this war, when the tyranny is losing against in their war against Ukraine, and this will be the biggest contribution in the security of Europe, and therefore one of the biggest contribution to the security of your country. Therefore, we need weapons that some of the EU partners have. This is why we need powerful, efficient sanctions against Russia on a permanent basis, a sanction cocktail that would be remembered just like Molotov cocktails. Please insist on that. And I'm grateful to the Finnish companies who already ceased to their operation in the Russian market, but we need to cut all the economic ties with this country. And I urge you to pressure all of your companies who continue supporting Russian war machinery through their taxes and excise taxes paid in Russia. We need to isolate all the Russian banks from the international banking system. We cannot be limited just by partial response to the Russian threat in Europe and threat to the democratic world, because the freedom will not survive if we leave channels that will be fed by these sources of income. And we need to think about how to protect Europe from the Russian energy weapon. Every educated person knows that the times of the fossil fuels is in the past. We cannot rely on coal and oil. We have to look for new sources of energy. And if Russia is abusing their energy resources to finance aggression against other nations and spreading hatred around the world, it means this should be an additional powerful incentive to speed up all the necessary decisions. How much longer can the Europe ignore the introduction of embargo against oil supplies from Russia? How much longer? This is the big question that environmental and military sectors are looking forward to. And I want you to ask this question very loudly to all the European unions for such a decision to actually be made. The world knows different modalities how this can be done. And if Europe doesn't want physically to stop these supplies now, if you're not prepared to do that, although this is still inevitable, at least as a first step, you need to introduce the scheme of restricting the money flows for oil to Russia. It should be accumulated on the special accounts without Russia accessing them. Let Russia first bring peace and be held accountable for the military crimes, and then get hold of their oil and dollars and gas and euro. So let them first remember what the Helsinki spirit is and restore that Helsinki spirit, and only after that they can start the discussion about economic issues if need be. And when we are talking that we need to stop the war, when we're saying that, I think this is something very clear to all the cultures in the world. And this is a clear message in different languages. When I say this in Ukrainian, I think there's no one who would not understand what it means, especially also if you say this in German, in Arabic or Chinese or any other language for that matter. We share this common value. The war is equally evil for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Finland, I do believe that common sense will win, and that together we will be able to protect freedom and Ukraine. This is why we need to start thinking now how to rebuild our country after this war. The world knows about the leadership role of your country and your nation in the education sector. You have developed such an educational sector that allows you to protect personal freedom of the human being, make them educated, teach them respect to other people and an environment and the globe. And this is something we have to learn, and other countries have to learn. And in the 1.5 months of Russian aggression, 928 educational facilities have been destroyed or damaged, kindergartens, schools, universities. I welcome you and your companies, your experts, to join the efforts of rebuilding of our educational sector and join the efforts of modernization of education in Ukraine. We have to do our best that even after this super cruel war against our people would still have kind hearts and to be open to the rest of the world. I believe in this because the hatred has to lose, the freedom has to take over, at first in Ukraine and then all over the world where the tyranny will try to raise up their head. Thank you to Finland. Slava Ukraini.
You're just tuning into a live feed coming in from Finland from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing the parliament there, asking Finland's parliament for more help as this war in Ukraine now enters day 44. He did tell them that he would welcome their companies and their experts to join efforts in helping to rebuild Ukraine and modernize education when the war is over. He also said that even after the war, his people, the Ukrainians, will still have kind hearts. He believes that because he says hatred has to lose. It is 6:21 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that we do want to show you, that we want to get to you. Some tweets here on Live Now from Fox. As we told you before the break, we have learned that at least 30 people have been killed and 100 others injured after Russian troops launched an attack at a train station in eastern Ukraine this morning. That is in the Donetsk region. This is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, saying that Russians knew that the train station there was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30 people and injuring at least 100 others. He says that this was deliberate slaughter and that we will bring each war criminal to justice. So again, this is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister this morning, where again, we do know at least 30 people have been killed and about 100 others injured after Russian troops apparently launched a missile at a train station in Ukraine's eastern region as people were trying to evacuate. In this photo, you can see strollers, luggage, again, people trying to evacuate that train station as it was hit. We also want to show you another tweet. It is graphic, so if you are sensitive to that, you will want to look away. This is coming in from the defense of Ukraine, saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on a railway station in Kramatorsk, again, where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, but that they've used cluster munitions. Again, more than 30 people killed and more than 100 people injured. So as soon as we get more information or any video of this devastating scene, we will of course bring that to you as soon as we can here on Live Now from Fox. Now, speaking of the war in Ukraine, we did just hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing Finland's parliament just a few minutes ago. Today is marking day 44 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do know that there are reports from the front lines. We do want to get away from that tweet here and show you some other video here on Live Now from Fox. So we are getting reports from the front lines saying that morale amongst Russian forces is low after suffering heavy losses and failing to take the capital city of Kyiv. Some troops have been placed in Russian cities as the military works to refocus their attacks on the south and southeast of Ukraine, specifically where that attack just happened. Now, that new focus does come after talks between the two countries, Ukraine and Russia, just last week. However, UN officials say that they are skeptical that the two sides can come to an agreement, with one high-ranking official saying that he is not optimistic. Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken slamming Russians for their Ukraine invasion, speaking in Belgium. That is where he is right now. He spoke there yesterday in Brussels following a meeting with NATO's foreign ministers. The Secretary of State describing the horrific scenes coming out of several cities in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now.
And also in Brussels yesterday, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg agreeing to send more humanitarian, financial, and military aid to support Ukraine. Let's listen in.
So that Ukraine prevails in the face of Russia's invasion.
Secondly,
Allies are also supporting and stepping up humanitarian aid and financial support. We discussed what more we will do, including cyber security assistance and providing equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical and biological threats. And of course they need different types of weapons, and allies are providing them with different types of weapons, and we see the impact of these weapons on the battleground every day, because the Ukrainians have been able to inflict severe losses on the invading Russian forces.
And as we told you earlier, the United Nations is suspending Russia from its Human Rights Council, and this comes in response to reports of atrocities carried out by Russian troops and at the order of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more from Lviv, Ukraine.
Military leaders in Ukraine's eastern region of Luhansk warning civilians there to evacuate while it's still safe to do so. But in Mariupol, fleeing remains nearly impossible as Russian forces have increased their air and artillery attacks. The Red Cross managing to get 1,000 of the more than 100,000 trapped in Mariupol. The director says that alone took days, but they will not stop trying.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Meanwhile, further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks taking place in Kherson. In the north, Russian troops continue to retreat, revealing the aftermath of shelling, leaving widespread destruction. Police are working to notify the families of the hundreds of civilians killed. Meanwhile, NATO's chief warning this war could last years. As NATO leaders resume talks, Ukraine's foreign minister is calling for more arms shipments.
My agenda is very simple. It has only 3 items on it. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says new sanctions slapped on Russia will fall short of the support needed on the ground.
This package of the new Western sanctions against Russia looks impressive, but it's not enough.
As the situation in Mariupol gets worse, the mayor there saying 90% of his city has now been destroyed. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you for that report. The World Health Organization now reporting that the healthcare industry is under attack in Ukraine. You've seen the videos that we've showed you here on Live Now from Fox. The UN agency is reporting over 90 attacks on medical workers, hospitals, and clinics have occurred since Russia invaded Ukraine more than a month ago. WHO officials again say that efforts are underway to ensure that the Ukrainian people get the medical help that they need.
We have a fully functional office in Lviv and are setting up an operational base in Dnipro in east central Ukraine to mobilize resources more quickly and reach some of the most vulnerable people in conflict zones with urgent supplies. Given the uncertainties of the current situation, there are no assurances that the war will not get worse. WHO is considering all scenarios and making contingencies for different situations that could afflict the people of Ukraine, from the continued treatment of mass casualties to chemical assaults. We are working with national authorities to bridge gaps.
And again, that was the WHO reporting on those hospitals. Now, this is video coming into our desk from Ukrainian Witness via our partners at Storyful. Ukrainian officials have observed trenches dug by Russian forces in the so-called exclusion zone surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Russian troops took control of the plant back on February 24th and withdrew troops later on March 31st. The video shows members of the State Agency of Ukraine for Exclusion Zone Management walking through former tank positions and trenches, assessing the situation. At one point, one of the men can be seen measuring the radioactivity of the area, saying that it's already squeaking, showing excess radiation. The International Atomic Energy Agency was investigating reports that Russian forces had been impacted by radiation poisoning, but said back on March 31st that it was unable to confirm and was seeking more information. Now, the World Health Organization is preparing for possible chemical assaults in Ukraine. WHO European Chief Hans Kluge held a press briefing in Lviv yesterday on the health situation and those contingency plans for a worst-case scenario, chemical warfare.
Do you have the information about the spread of some untypical...
Of the current situation, there are no assurances that the war will not get worse. WHO is considering all scenarios and making contingencies for different situations that could afflict the people of Ukraine, from the continued treatment of mass casualties to chemical assaults.
Are there preparations being made for a potential nuclear attack or accident?
WHO is also coordinating with the European Union to triage patients arriving to make sure that they are received in an EU country that is best placed to treat them. We are channeling support from further afield. The Asia-Europe Foundation has provided $9.5 million from Japan to procure much-needed equipment and provide services to manage COVID-19 as well as communicable diseases, including measles and polio, for Ukraine and its neighbors.
Recently, President Zelensky spoke at the UN Security Council.
Despite the war, we are determined to support Ukraine and not to lose this momentum. WHO is preparing now to redeploy teams throughout the countries as access and security improves. We are committed to work through a strong, decentralized footprint, both during the current humanitarian response, but also to be there with local and national authorities to rebuild the war-torn health system.
And again, that was the WHO. While millions of Ukrainian refugees are choosing to resettle in European countries, a growing number are now trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by entering the United States. Now, again, they are working to accept Ukrainian refugees. You may remember that the United States said a few weeks ago that it would accept about 100,000. Now, again, a growing number are trying to seek safety, and they're doing so by crossing over the U.S.-Mexico border. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the details.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes, but you know, we stay not dangerous, we stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. U.S. Congress also took additional action against Russia, voting nearly unanimously to suspend normal trade relations with them. They also banned the import of Russian energy into the United States. President Biden is expected to sign both of those measures into law. Now, we do want to head to a conversation with somebody that we have been touching base with throughout the ongoing war in Ukraine. LiveNOW's Andy Kraft spoke with our Hal Kemper, who is a former intelligence officer, again, about this ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now on day 44.
Our own expert, and we're so thankful for him, who does the same, guiding us through this conflict in Ukraine, and that, of course, national security expert Hal Kemper, who joins me right now. Hal, good to see you. I think the kind of theme of the day, there were a lot of votes that took place about what to do next when it comes to so many certain factors going into the resistance, to the effort to help Ukraine. One of which, let's start off with the UN, the General Assembly, voting today to suspend and expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. The vote, 93 yeses, 24 noes, 58 abstentions. What do you make of this? Because you and I both know there are, a lot of human rights aggressors on the council.
Andrew, there are a lot of human rights aggressors, although this is pretty rare. The only one I can think of offhand is Libya, and I think that was back in 2011. So it's as bad and as egregious as the conduct and behavior of some of the members on that council are. They have not been expelled. Russia was expelled, and the thing about Russia being expelled is it's a major player in the United Nations. I mean, they are one of the 5 permanent members of the the Security Council. They're a major player. They're not a smaller country. So to have them get expelled, that takes a lot of work. And as you saw, it wasn't a unified vote. I mean, there were many who voted against, and there was a lot of abstentions, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, of course, it is fascinating seeing which countries vote no, which countries abstain. Also, I saw an interesting country in Europe that is somewhat friendly to Russia because there's so many interests there. And that, of course, is Serbia. My vote, or their vote, rather, surprised me today. I believed they voted yes.
Yeah, well, that is, everyone's feeling the pressure. There is actually a softening. A number of countries who are very dependent on Russian natural gas and oil are somewhat softening their stance. And whereas before they're saying, look, we'll embargo or we'll sanction everything, but don't turn off the gas, so to speak, they're now starting to change their tune. So you might start seeing a lot of surprising changes throughout Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, Serbia. I even would not be surprised if Hungary starts to modify its stance, even though the leader there is pretty close to Putin. I just think with the body politic there in Europe, to include Eastern Europe, it's going to be difficult. One of the things that Russia's done politically, which impacts sanctions and impacts these votes, is these war crimes. It's interesting to see as the pictures start coming out, as the intelligence start coming out, certainly today, as the tactical radio intercepts start coming out of Russian forces that reinforce these atrocities, it has had an impact far beyond probably what just happened. I mean, in a war of this magnitude, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true. 300 people being killed in a war of this magnitude is not an overwhelming number. But the nature, the visualizations, what happened, the way they did it, has had a huge impact. And Bucha is now, it's basically burned into the minds of European voters and to a lesser extent, probably North American and US voters. But those images and what they did can't be dismissed. That's going to sit there for a while. And frankly, I think Bucha, and I think Zelensky said it today, there's worse to come. There's more areas being uncovered, and they're finding more atrocities all over the country. So I think it's going to be one of many that we're going to discover. And as they do that, it makes it that much tougher to get back to any semblance of normal in relations with Russia, particularly in dealing with gas, oil, and other commodities.
Let's talk about that right now. And earlier today in the Senate, 100-0, that was the vote to end normalized trade relations with both Russia and Belarus. This kind of tracks with the executive action President Biden announced earlier on when the war began with the same effect. What does this mean, especially for, businesses who have done business with Russia and Belarus? What now changes?
Well, for those businesses that have a large investment in either of those countries, this is not a good vote for them. I mean, obviously, they're looking at a catastrophic loss of business, trade, potentially their investment in country. And of course, they're also concerned that Russia and Belarus may do something to nationalize or take over whatever investment they have there, regardless of the U.S. position that they would do in retaliation to the U.S. position. The thing, though, with the vote today, particularly a unified vote like that sends a message far beyond just what the U.S. is doing. It sends a message far beyond Belarus and Russia. China has to be looking at that very closely. China has trade relations with both of those countries. China is supposed to be taking a lot of the gas and oil that was supposed to go to Europe. They're supposed to be the release valve, if you will. They're going to buy that. They're backing up Russia in a lot of ways. They have they keep saying still that they have a strong relationship with them. They still keep voting in a way that, in international bodies like the UN, in such a way that they're somewhat supportive of Russia still. But they have to be looking at this because they're fearful that this contagion, if you will, of popular antipathy could extend to other countries within Russia's orbit. And of course, China is that other country. And they're worried it wouldn't be as broad as what you're seeing against Russia by any means, but they're worried that there might be some selective sanctions imposed on China directly tied to whatever they're doing with Russia. And they've got to be concerned about that.
Yeah, let's talk about, though, Russia's, oil and gas market now. Where does it stand? And Europe's dependence on it. It seems like since even we last spoke last night, there is even, more coalescing around the idea that EU members need to wean themselves off eventually of Russian oil and natural gas. Where are we on that front today?
Well, that front has been strengthened, Andrew. I mean, it's basically, I think it was a couple of nations, I believe Austria strengthened its position. Of course, they're neutral. They're not NATO. Other nations are starting to strengthen their position on this as well. The EU today, of course, voted that they're not going to take coal. Non-binding vote in the European Parliament to everyone's, to basically for everybody to wean themselves off of any Russian energy sources, whether it's natural gas, oil, or coal. It is non-binding, but there does seem to be a lot of political impetus behind that. For Russia, this has got to be nerve-wracking, to say the least, if they're looking at the long run. In the short run, ironically, their revenues from oil and gas are actually higher than they were last year, and that's because the price has gone up. So even though they've got all these trade problems in terms of moving it, because the price has gone up so much, their short-term revenue picture is actually looking from oil and gas a little bit better. You have to put that in context, though, because yes, oil and gas is better, but then they've almost lost their entire wheat market and other things that they do. So, it is a macroeconomic function in terms of how you calculate that. In the longer run, I don't think that Russia is ever going to be able to get that market back. What's happening in Europe is they're pivoting away from Russia and pivoting away from sourcing Russian natural gas, but also pivoting a lot to renewable energies. They're increasing their LNG capability, liquefied natural gas capability, increasing their amount of port capacity in terms of being able to transfer that. And I don't think that's going to switch back to Russia anytime soon. And the way that Putin has positioned this entire war, if you will, particularly with the civilian atrocities, it makes it politically difficult for them ever to pivot back. I think we may have seen a page permanently turned, if you will, in terms of the energy picture in Russia, the energy picture for Russia, but also the energy picture in Europe as a whole.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to follow, no doubt. Hal, let's talk about battleground tactics, what we're seeing right now there inside of Ukraine. A stunning quote today from Dmitry Peskov. He is the chief spokesman of the Putin regime in Russia. He says, quote, Russia suffered significant losses during a special military operation in Ukraine. He says, we have suffered significant losses of troops. This is a huge tragedy for us. He's essentially Putin's press secretary. The fact that this was admitted openly on Russian state channels is something. What did you make of that?
Well, I make of it that they realize they're losing the information war, if you will. Even though they have blocked everything but official state media from communicating to most of the Russian public, there's enough stuff leaking in that the real news is starting to get in there. There's still a lot of people that can drill in through the dark net, if you will, to get into the internet so they can get enough information there. But the thing is, and this has always been the issue with Russia, and we've used this phrase, I know it sounds like a kind of a strange phrase, but it's called the mothers of Russia. And this is really what caused the downfall in many ways of the Soviet Union. was the mothers of Russia whose sons had gone off to fight in Afghanistan and then came back in body bags, eventually got so frustrated with the Soviet Union that they became not just the mothers themselves, but the influence of those families became so great that it was a key component of the political downfall of the Soviet Union. Now, they have already, by Ukrainian estimates certainly, but even by Western estimates, they've already surpassed the number of Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine within, 5 weeks, that they accrued over a decade in their involvement in Afghanistan. And now, according to Ukrainian estimates, they have about, I think today they listed 18,900 killed, which is about 19,000. And if they stay steady with the numbers of killed in action, by Monday, we'll be talking over 20,000.
Wow.
That's a big number. And then you multiply that by 2 or 3, usually by 3, in terms of those wounded who are taken out of action, and then all the surrenders and the desertions and everything else. And of course, the other problem is you have units coming in that refuse to fight in Ukraine, which is really unusual. This is having an enormous political impact, which, albeit delayed, because of what Putin has done to basically crush information from getting to the Russian people. He can't stop that forever. At some point, these families and the friends of those killed and the friends of those wounded will find out what this is, and eventually the numbers themselves will be stunning. And you think about that. We're 6 weeks into this, 20,000 killed, if the Ukrainian numbers are correct, 6 weeks into it. And they're saying, General Milley is saying this thing could go on for years.
Right.
No army can sustain those sorts of losses. It's just too much.
No doubt. Let's talk about the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian resistance, and the influx of weapons that have been flowing into their side from the West, from Europe, from the United States. We know these are coming in by the plenty, but how fast are they getting there? Are they being used properly, because some need training? And are they making a difference on the battlefield? What is your assessment of all this military equipment coming in from so many different places? It's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it's help.
Well, Andrew, if I was to put it very simply, yeah, it's going pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds very simple, but actually, I will tell you this, all right? And you've heard me say it before. This is something we do very well, all right? We know how to move weapons around the world overtly and covertly. We're actually pretty good at it. The other thing is we don't have to really move it that covertly. We have to move it tactically to avoid them being intercepted by Russian military strikes, but that's within Ukraine, and that's working with the Ukrainians to make sure that, don't advertise what you're saying over there. But, I'm hearing that when we actually get the weapons to the border, they can actually get to where they got to go anywhere in Ukraine within about 48 hours.
Okay.
That's pretty impressive. And of course, our ability to get them to the border, we have tremendous airlift capability, and you certainly see it put into full effect that we can put this stuff in there. And if I may mention, obviously the missiles and everything else that we talked about, but we're starting to see the first transfers of heavy armor, if you will. It's not a lot, 5 tanks, 5 BMPs. I was a little underwhelmed with the total numbers on that. But the fact that they're finally moving that NATO, East European, Soviet heavy equipment. And the reason this is important is, hey, Javelin missiles are great, and we've talked on the air about, their capabilities. They're fantastic. The NLAW missiles from Great Britain are fantastic. Stingers, the Starstreak system from Great Britain for anti-air is an amazing system as well. And of course, the Switchblade drones, which now look like they're going into the hundreds as opposed to the numbers that they had put out yesterday. A fantastic system. They need to make that into the thousands. But when you want to take ground, when you want to recover ground, when you want to move large military forces across large open areas like they have in Ukraine, the size of Texas, you need armor. And so we're looking at not 5, but we're going to be looking at 500, I think, eventually, but we're going to look at a lot of heavy equipment, heavy armor coming from NATO countries getting moved in. They've crossed a mental threshold, if you will, they've crossed the philosophical threshold in moving these types of weapons in. Now that they're moving T-72s, BMPs, I'm sure we're going to start seeing some heavy artillery, some rocket systems. They just talked today about the fact they're going to be moving the S-300 system, anti-air system has been going in there. And of course, they've also been using them in there. These are weapons they know how to use. They don't need a lot of training on these weapons. But once you're moving all this stuff in, I will say, and you know, we've talked about this, at some point, they're going to go back and revisit aircraft. And I'm expecting that MiG-29 issue to come up again. And I would not be surprised if one morning we wake up and they say, oh, by the way, 28 MiG-29s just happened to land at a Ukrainian airfield last night. And they may not even advertise it. It may be something that's just, they wouldn't want to advertise it to make sure the Russians don't know. But, you know, they fly fast and low, land, they're there, it's done. I would see that we're getting closer to a situation where that would become a political possibility.
Hal, let's talk about that, because that was such a really tense conversation, I believe, in the second or third week of the war, where these Polish MiG-29s, they were kind of make or break to defend the air in Ukraine. But you and I, early on, we were speaking about, you know, will Kyiv fall? Will some of these cities fall? The protracted battles and attacks in really almost every part of the country. We have been talking about gearing up for, you know, to take Odessa. There were strikes in the west, near Lviv, near the Polish border. We're just not seeing that anymore. What is your assessment of just kind of the, I guess, hour by hour, day by day strikes, attacks, what have you, to take territory? Is it just simply now focused in the east, in the Donbas? Is that where it's targeted? Because now, and we've seen the maps and we've seen some of the gains and losses on the part of the Russians, it doesn't seem like they're going all out to take any more territory.
Well, there's a big push in the east. All right, the Donbas region right now, there's a huge push. You know, I mean, we heard the you know, the discussion by Fox 13. And that is, you know, it's like 40,000 troops. Yeah, if they could pull all the troops out of that were up in that north area around Kyiv and move them around and get them into the fight. And I will tell you that all experts look at that, it's like, don't expect them to get reconstituted anytime soon. Those forces are spent. I mean, yes, in numbers they're there, but don't expect them to be going into the fight. Or if they are in the fight, don't expect them to be playing a decisive role anytime soon, because they really are seriously degraded units. Not just the units themselves, but the troops themselves are worn out. And so there's a lot of stuff that has to happen there. And there's a lot of challenges moving forces from within Russia, other parts of the Russian Empire, if you will, whether it's from the Far East or places like, you know, Georgia, where they have forces occupying there, or elsewhere. They're just having a tough time doing that. So even though they can push the offensive in Donbass, I will say the Ukrainians have actually built a very good, very well thought out defense. It's not something where the Russians are going to be able to move through that anytime soon. And those defensive systems, those Javelin missiles and other things, incredibly effective, and they stop them from moving forward. So being able to hold them in place in a lot of these locations is pretty good. Even Mariupol, where they've been fighting, and you know, the Russians today, I think, announced that they held central Mariupol, but everyone's looking at the satellite photos and it's like, yeah, not sure if they really actually hold it, or they're just claiming they hold it. That, you know, whereas everybody keeps saying it's going to fall, and I think at some point they will have some degree of control over Mariupol within a few days. There's still a fierce resistance there that's very effective, and it's caused tremendous attrition on the forces attacking Mariupol, to the point where it's very doubtful that those units can simply be turned around to attack somewhere else in the south. You know, the idea was that they take Mariupol, they seize that area that provides that land bridge from the Donbas region all the way down to Crimea, and that might be his claim of success. You know, that might be the thing that he claims, say, on May 9th, on Victory Day, you know, the Victory Day parade where they celebrate the end of World War II. Right. That might be his big claim. I don't think they're going to get there. And the only way to really secure that Donbas region is they have to do this thing where they shoot up north from the Mariupol area. I don't know that they have the forces to do that. And frankly, we're moving in so many of these defensive missiles. I think the attrition will just be too much for them.
Yeah. Well, Hal, we will follow it alongside you as we always do, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was our own Andy Kraft and Hal Kemper, of course, having a very important conversation about this ongoing war in Ukraine. We do want to bring you this live feed that we have coming into our desk of the Polish-Ukrainian border. As we have been reporting to you, Poland has taken the majority of those refugees who have fled Ukraine since the war began back on February 24th. The UN reporting more than 4.3 million people have left Ukraine, and you can see some of them here in Poland right now. It is 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be recapping some of our top stories when we come back. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be joining you here for the next few hours, bringing you top stories from not only here in the U.S., but around the world as well. So we do want to show you what we are following today. We have several live feeds coming into our LiveNOW desk. The first one, of course, the White House, President Joe Biden getting his way after the Senate confirmed Judge Katanji Brown Jackson yesterday confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court, becoming the first black woman to ever serve on the nation's highest court. We also have a feed coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know about 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began 44 days ago, with a majority of them crossing into Poland, as you see right there on your screen. The U.S. is also expecting some of those refugees to arrive at the southern border, the U.S. border near Mexico. We are expected to get at least 100,000 refugees who, again, have fled Ukraine. And also happening today in Florida, Port Canaveral, the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That is expected to launch at about 11:17 in the morning. Stay tuned for that, because we will bring you that feed as soon as we get it. We also have some breaking news coming in from eastern Ukraine. We have learned that 30 people have died after Russian troops launched a missile strike on a railway in eastern Ukraine in the Donetsk region, where, according to Ukraine's foreign minister, people at that train station, that he was saying that there were thousands of people at the train station waiting to board to try and leave the country. as Russian troops continue to regroup in the eastern part of the country. So as soon as we get any images or video from that story, we will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, we do want to get back to those top stories. The big one, of course, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson nominated and confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. She is making history, of course, making her the first black woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. It was a bipartisan show of support yesterday for Jackson. Her nomination is historic, as we mentioned, as she will be the first black woman to become a U.S. Supreme Court justice. So we do want to head out to that confirmation with Vice President Kamala Harris.
The question occurs on the nomination of Katanji Brown Jackson of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, and certainly appears to be, a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Booker? Yes. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun? Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Burr? Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin? Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cotton? Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin? Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein? Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Graham? Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty? No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven? No. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Inhofe? Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Kennedy? No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Leahy? Aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran voted in the negative. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Padilla. Aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no.
All right, everybody, you are tuning in to the final Senate vote on the Supreme Court confirmation from yesterday, where, as we did report to you, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson now confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court, making her the first black woman to serve. Cheers rang out yesterday in the Senate chamber as Jackson, who is a 51-year-old appeals court judge with about 9 years experience on the federal bench, was confirmed with a vote 53 yay, 47 nay, mostly along party lines, but we do know 3 Republican senators did vote in favor to confirm Katanji Brown Jackson. As you saw, presiding over the vote was Vice President Kamala Harris, also the first black woman to reach her high office as Vice President of the United States. President Biden tweeted yesterday after Brown Jackson was confirmed, saying that, quote, "We have taken another step toward making our highest court reflect the diversity of America." So again, that is the very latest coming in from Capitol Hill with that historic vote. Our Rain Augustine in just a few hours will be interviewing the president of the National Bar Association, somebody who knows Judge Katanji Brown Jackson and who actually sat in the chamber in the early days of those Senate confirmation hearings, again, for Judge Katanji Brown Jackson. Some of the other top stories that we are following today, of course, you see that live feed we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do now know, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency, about 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine in the 6 weeks since Russia invaded the country. The United States is expecting Ukrainian refugees to arrive at the southern border. That is a story that we, of course, are closely following. As you may remember, the president announced about a week ago that the United States will accept about 100,000 refugees here to the United States. But again, the U.S. is preparing for an influx of refugees from Ukraine to arrive at the southern border with Mexico. So the U.S. is working to expedite the entry of those refugees. Also happening today, the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, that is expected to launch at about 11:17 in the morning, and that is happening in Port Canaveral, Florida. So we do want to bring you this beautiful sunrise here in Florida today, where, again, that all-private crew is expected to launch and take off in just a few hours at 11:17 in the morning. So again, if you are unfamiliar, this is the first all-private crew missioned to the International Space Station. They are ready to go. That is happening today. It's going to be a crew of 4 led by a former NASA astronaut. They are expected to be on a 10-day mission to the space station aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. So again, this is the first crew flight for the Texas-based company Axiom Space, launching at 11:17. That is the expected launch time. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. We will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we get it. It is about 7:19 here on the East Coast. One more time, you are taking a beautiful look at the sunrise over Port Canaveral, Florida, where that Axiom Space launch is expected in just a few hours. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to bring you some updates on the news coming out of Russia and Ukraine. So we do want to get you to this video where we see the United Nations has suspended Russia from the World Organization's top human rights body. Now, this all came down yesterday. Again, this is the United Nations expelling Russia and kicking them out essentially from the Human Rights Council over allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. The U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no. And we do know that 58 abstained from voting and expelling Russia from this Human Rights Council. And this move, as you know, comes after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it has committed horrific war crimes in Ukraine. So that is the very latest coming in from the Human Rights Council. We did bring you this vote live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. And now there have been reports overnight of Russian attacks on a railway station in eastern Ukraine, striking civilians who were attempting to flee the area. So we do want to bring up that graphic for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's see if we can get that up for you. This is it. This is coming in from a tweet from the Ukraine foreign minister of that breaking news, where, again, we do know that at least 30 people have died after Russian troops apparently launched an airstrike at a train station in eastern Ukraine. So this is that tweet. The Ukraine foreign minister saying that Russians knew that the train station in Kramatorsk was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30 people and injuring at least 100 others. He also said that this was a deliberate slaughter and that we will bring each war criminal to justice. So if you take a close look at that photo, you can see luggage, a stroller, and unfortunately some blood and other things strewn on the ground. So that is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister. Just a devastating scene where you can see people, children, families, they had their strollers, they had their luggage, their bags packed, ready to go and leave Ukraine. We do want to warn you, this next tweet that we are going to show you is graphic. This one coming in from the defense of Ukraine, saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes. So the defense of Ukraine saying it wasn't just one, that it was actually 2 on that railway station in Kramatorsk, where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, they used cluster munitions. And again, stating more than 30 people have been killed and more than 100 others have been injured. So again, this is just a tragic scene coming out of eastern Ukraine, where we do know Russian troops have been regrouping. We did report to you that they have left the area north of Kyiv, and they have instead moved to the eastern part of Ukraine in the Donetsk and Donbas regions to regroup and launch an offensive attack there. So again, unfortunately, more than 30 people killed this morning while they were trying to flee Ukraine and board that train station, and 100 others were injured. We do want to head out to a story with our Fox News' Doug Lazater, who has more on this topic.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
we have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks, and a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And this video shows exactly part of the reason why Congress has decided to revoke that trade status, as Doug mentioned. An overwhelming sight to see for residents here in Bucha who are returning to their hometown, which has been devastated by Russian attacks. You can see bridges destroyed, buildings bombed out, torched tanks and cars are also seen in this aftermath. Families also walking through the rubble just yesterday, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And in Irpin, the scene was the exact same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers are seen walking through the rubble. Some people, as you can see, wiping away tears as they return to their home just to see it in complete ruins. But one of the only signs of hope still standing, a Ukrainian European Union and other flags pierced by shrapnel. Ukrainian authorities are working to identify hundreds of bodies found in Bucha and other towns after Russian troops withdrew. And Ukraine is telling residents of its industrial heartland to leave while they still can. We do want to bring you this feed of some of those residents who have decided to flee the country for Poland. Now, again, Ukrainian officials telling residents of the industrial heartland to leave as soon as possible after Russian forces withdrew from the shattered outskirts of Kyiv, the capital city, only to regroup for an offensive in the country's east. Again, we did show you those tweets and those photos, unfortunately, of residents in the east seemingly trying to follow guidance from officials and board a train station. But again, 30 people were killed and 100 others injured as they were trying to evacuate after Russian troops apparently launched missile strikes near that train station. So some people trying to follow that, but unfortunately not able to make their way out. And meanwhile, the foreign minister of Ukraine is urging NATO member nations to send more weapons to try and help prevent any further atrocities. And this amid signs Moscow's troops killed people indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns north of the capital. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Lviv with the latest, but again, we do want to warn our viewers, her report does contain images some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late. And conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Now, today does mark day 44 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Reports from the front lines are saying that morale amongst Russian forces is low after suffering heavy losses and failing to take the capital city of Kyiv. Now, some troops have been placed in Russian cities as the military refocuses their attacks, as you heard in Alex's report, on the south and southeastern parts of Ukraine. And that new focus comes after talks between Ukraine and Russian delegations just last week. UN officials, though, are skeptical that the two sides can come to an agreement, with one high-ranking official saying that he is not optimistic. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back stateside after visiting Brussels, Belgium over the past few days. Blinken slamming the Russians for their Ukraine invasion. Speaking in Belgium yesterday following a meeting with NATO foreign ministers, the Secretary of State described the horrific scenes coming out of several cities in Ukraine.
The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, the Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now.
And that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels, Belgium yesterday, of course, talking about this ongoing war in Ukraine. The time here on the East Coast is about 7:35 in the morning. We do want to recap some top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. If you didn't know, today the all-private crew from Port Canaveral will be launching there today. The Axiom space launch. It's the Axiom Mission 1 first private astronaut mission, again, to the International Space Station. That is expected to launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida, coming up in just a few hours at about 11:17 in the morning. This is the first all-private crew mission to the International Space Station. It is going to be led by it's a crew, rather, of 4 people, and it will be led by a former NASA astronaut, and they are actually going to be in space for about 10 days. They're saying that they're going to be on a 10-day mission to the space station aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. Now, again, their mission is AX-1. It's the first crewed flight for the Texas-based aerospace company Axiom Space. So again, just one more time, that is going to be launching from the Kennedy Space Center on Florida's Space Coast at about 11:17, and you can of course watch that launch live, raw and unfiltered at 11:17 when we bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to take you out to a live shot of the White House today in Washington, D.C., where we do know that the FBI has actually arrested 2 people in Washington, D.C. They made the arrest about a day ago. They arrested 2 men for impersonating federal agents after they gave U.S. Secret Service agents gifts, including iPhones, apartments, and televisions. Again, those 2 men were arrested after multiple federal agencies entered an apartment building in Southeast D.C. The 2 men are accused of posing as employees of the Department of Homeland Security who worked on a special task force related to the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors are alleging, again, that they posed as law enforcement officers in order to integrate with legitimate federal agents. So definitely a bizarre story coming out of the nation's capital. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more from Washington.
The story has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
Well, you know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. You know, U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe, is what it is. 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents. They were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is a Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. Could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men, both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held. And there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt, we're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the actual the raid happened yesterday. Usually, something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal. Is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for. And I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there, from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on. Especially, in the law enforcement realm, we're kind of a tight-knit community. And I think that an agency in DC would know if another agency in DC had this new special unit that was working under cover investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that. And even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
All right, and a big thanks to our own Andrew Kraft for that conversation on that situation where, as you heard, FBI agents have arrested two men for impersonating federal law enforcement agents. We do know that those men did try and get up close and personal with those security details. And we do know at least one of them was security detail for the First Lady, Jill Biden. This is a look at some of the live feeds that we are following today. You can see a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know more than 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine in the 44 days since the war began. We are also learning that 30 people have been killed after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We, of course, are working to get more details on that. And happening today here in Florida, we do have the Axiom space launch. That is going to be happening at 11:17. We do know that a crew of 4 will be led by a former NASA astronaut heading to the International Space Station for a 10-day journey there. And also bringing you up to speed on news that has happened this week. Congress has voted to ban Russian oil and trade, of course, after the atrocities that we have been seeing coming out of Ukraine. But again, the breaking news, the newest information we have is that 30 people have been killed after Russian troops apparently launched a missile strike on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We are working to get you some video and information from that scene, so we'll have that when we come back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you some live feeds that we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox. This is a look at some of the top stories that we are covering. The first, you can see a live feed coming into our desk of the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know millions of people have fled the country since this war began. We also have a live feed coming in from Port Canaveral, Florida, where the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, that is expected to launch into space in just a few hours at 11:17 in the morning. You definitely don't want to miss that. You can watch that here on Live Now from Fox in just a few hours. Another top story we are following today, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson making history, being confirmed to the United States Supreme Court and becoming the first Black woman to serve. So again, that is the latest information coming in from the Capitol. We do have some breaking news that we do want to get to you, where you can see that banner on the bottom of your screen. We have learned that at least 30 people have been killed after Russian attacks on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We did bring you some tweets earlier this morning coming in from the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, and also coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister, saying that people at this train station were actually trying to evacuate. We do have some new video coming into our desk, so we do want to warn you, it may be graphic. So again, this is a video coming in from that train station in eastern Ukraine, where we again have learned Russian troops attacked a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine this morning. Again, at least 30 people killed, according to the regional governor there, and more than 100 people were hurt in the attack. And again, that is the latest. The ministry tweeting out, Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on a railway station in Kramatorsk, where evacuation of civilians was taking place. The ministry added that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, they used cluster munitions, with again more than 30 people killed and more than 100 people injured. So again, these people were trying to leave Ukraine. As we've been reporting to you, those Russian troops did retreat from the Kyiv region of Ukraine, and they did regroup in eastern Ukraine, as we are learning from government and NATO officials that they are working to regroup in eastern Ukraine to try and take control of the Donbas region and re-strategize their plan in Ukraine. So again, unfortunately, all of these people, as you see in this blurred video, were trying to flee Ukraine. They were trying to get on board that train and leave as Russian troops regroup in that area. But unfortunately, we are learning this morning that Russian troops apparently launched 2 airstrikes, again, killing 30 people at least and 100 others. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more on this story.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
We have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks. And a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to the White House where we are learning President Joe Biden is expected to speak in just a few hours at the White House. So President Joe Biden and Judge Katanji Brown Jackson are expected to speak at about 12:15 in the afternoon. So coming up in just a few hours, of course, to talk about her confirmation to the Supreme Court. Of course, Brown Jackson shattered a historic barrier by securing her place as the first black female justice, again, giving President Joe Biden a bipartisan support endorsement for his effort to diversify the high court. So again, that is coming up at about 12:15 in the afternoon. And in about an hour or so, our Rain Augustine is going to be speaking with the president of the National Bar Association about Judge Katanji Brown Jackson's historic confirmation to the Supreme Court. So we did just want to break away from Russia-Ukraine news and bring you that information as soon as we get it. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears back to the war in Ukraine, specifically the United Nations. As you may have heard in Doug Luzader's report, the UN has suspended Russia from the World Organization's top human rights body. So again, that news coming into our desk. The UN General Assembly voted to suspend Russia's on the Human Rights Council over allegations of war crimes. So again, this is video of that coming in from the UN over those allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. Now, the U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no, and 58 countries abstained. You can see there, right there on your screen, which countries were in favor of expelling Russia from that human rights commission and which ones were not. Now, the move does come after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it has committed, quote, horrific human rights violations and abuses that would be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we do want to show you exactly what he is talking about specifically. This is that video of those alleged war crimes where you can see Russian attacks, what is left over from Russia's attacks on civilians in the town of Bucha. It's an overwhelming sight for many residents who are returning to their hometown of Bucha, of course, devastated by Russian attacks. You can see bridges destroyed, buildings bombed out, torch tanks and cars also seen in the aftermath. Families did walk through the rubble, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And over in Irpin, the scene was exactly the same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers are seen walking through the rubble. These two people here seen wiping away tears, obviously visibly upset about this war in Ukraine and what it has done to their country. Now, one of the only signs of hope, though, still standing, a Ukrainian, European Union, and other flags pierced by shrapnel. So, again, those flags making it through the damage. Ukrainian authorities, though, are working to identify hundreds of bodies found in Bucha and other towns after Russian troops withdrew. And again, we do want to get you back to this video here today where we did learn some breaking news this morning where 30 people have been killed after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. So those troops who were in Bucha, they did leave that area. And what we've heard from U.S. and NATO officials is that those Russian troops have left that area and are instead regrouping in eastern Ukraine to try and launch a new offensive and take over the Donbas region. And this is exactly where this railway is in eastern Ukraine, where those Russian troops are regrouping. The people here, according to the Ukraine foreign minister, were trying to evacuate, and instead, as you can see in this blurred out video, the area was instead attacked by Russian troops with 100 people injured and at least 30 people dead. And Ukraine is telling residents of the industrial heartland in the eastern area to leave while they still can. That is unfortunately exactly what these families were trying to do. Again, they were now regrouping for an offensive in the country's east. Meanwhile, the foreign minister of Ukraine, is urging NATO member nations to send more weapons to Ukraine as soon as possible to help prevent further alleged atrocities like you see here on your screen. Now, this does come amid signs Moscow's troops killed people indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns north of the capital city of Kyiv. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Lviv with the latest, but we do want to warn our viewers her report does contain images some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late. And conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, and because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Now, we do want to bring you this live shot that we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border. As you heard, Ukraine is urging residents in the eastern part of the country to leave as soon as possible as those Russian troops regroup in the eastern part of Ukraine. Some breaking news that we did bring to you here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we learned it. 30 people at least are dead after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We do know that at least 100 other people were injured as those Russian troops continue to attack that railway. We have learned from the Ukrainian foreign minister that those attacks were on people who were trying to leave Ukraine. The defense of Ukraine saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on that railway station in Kramatorsk, which again is in the eastern part of Ukraine, where those Russian troops have been regrouping to launch an offensive attack. Again, so the defense of Ukraine saying that that attack was launched where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, that they used cluster munitions. So again, that is the very latest coming from Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky saying that thousands of people were at that train station in the Donetsk region as those Russian troops apparently attacked it. again, killing 30 people. And we do want to let you know that the United States is expediting entry of Ukrainian refugees as more continue to arrive at the U.S.-Mexico border. We did report to you here on Live Now from Fox that the United States has agreed to take in about 100,000 refugees as they continue to flee their country from Russian troops. So that is the very latest. We do want to get to a press briefing with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who was in Brussels this week to oversee the United States investigation into Russia's alleged war crimes against Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
2 weeks after my last trip here with President Biden, we're back in Brussels as part of this administration's ongoing and urgent efforts with allies and partners to counter the Russian government's war of aggression in Ukraine and to stand up for the principles necessary to maintaining international peace and security. Together, we are sustaining and building on our support for Ukraine: security, humanitarian, economic. Together, we're sustaining and building on pressure on the Kremlin and its enablers, including with unprecedented sanctions. Together, we're bolstering the defense of NATO itself, including by hardening our eastern flank. Just over the past 48 hours, I've had an opportunity to meet with my NATO counterparts. For the first time ever, foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, the Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine, and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discussed ways we can shore up the collective security of our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Two questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on On the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown, the President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then, since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability. The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Yes, Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question, you yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to Foreign Minister Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So, as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians. But second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Fox, everyone. We are continuing to monitor several live upcoming events here at LiveNOW from Fox. At that main box that you're taking a look at, we are taking a live look at a humanitarian corridor. Ukrainians are continuing to flee their war-torn country into Poland. Now, if you take a look at the right-hand corner of your screen, we're taking a LiveNOW look from Cape Canaveral, Florida. The sun just now beginning to rise there on the East Coast. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we will have a live conversation with Fox Weather. Axiom space launch is scheduled for 11:17 a.m. Civilians flying into the International Space Station for the very first time. Very exciting, very historic. So again, we'll bring you all of the details in about 10 minutes or so with that live conversation with Fox Weather. And make sure that you are staying tuned into our stream all morning long, because at 12:15, of course, we'll bring you all that live announcement from President Biden and Supreme Court Justice now, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson. They are scheduled to speak at 12:15 p.m. and we're bringing it all to you live, raw and unfiltered. Let's continue our 8 o'clock hour covering the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have learned overnight that more than 30 people are dead and over 100 injured after a rocket attack on a Ukrainian train station. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
We have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks. And a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks, Doug, for that update. And we are also learning that Ukraine is telling its residents of its industrial heartland to leave while they still can, after Russian forces withdrew from the shattered outskirts of Kyiv to regroup for an offense in the country's east. And meanwhile, foreign ministers urging NATO member nations to send more weapons. That was an announcement that we brought you all live just on Thursday. He's asking for more weapons to help prevent further alleged atrocities. This amid signs that Moscow's troops killed indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns just north of the capital. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Lviv with the latest, but a strong warning to viewers. Her report contains images that some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late. and conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, and because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thanks, Alex, for that report. Let's head back out to the Russian-Ukraine border. This shot is a little bit unstable. You can see the cameraman moving locations, but this is a live look from one of the many humanitarian corridors. We're witnessing families, mainly women and children, who are fleeing Ukraine as the Russian invasion continues. We are actually in day 44. And what you see here is just a small number of refugees. Millions are actually choosing to resettle in European countries, and a growing number are now trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by actually entering the United States. You may remember President Biden saying that he promises at least 100,000 refugees will be able to safely relocate into the United States. And we've also been in touch with our news partners. Fox 11 Los Angeles was the first to report that thousands of Ukrainian refugees are actually coming through Tijuana, Mexico to enter the United States. So many people still facing their war-torn country, seeking shelter. And Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork is going to bring us more on those refugees who are actually crossing into the United States via the Mexico border.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes, but, you know, we stay not dangerous, we stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Kevin Cork bringing us that report. The time is now 8:43. We've been bringing you so many overnight breaking details when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will shift our attention, bring you a little bit of breaking news that we are getting here in the United States when we return. Augustine. I'll be your host for the next few hours here. We're covering international stories, breaking news, live events. But let's get into a little bit of news that's coming out of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Joining us now live with Fox Weather is Brandy Campbell. Brandy, I can tell I was listening to a few conversations between you and your photographer. You two are so excited, and I think everyone watching is just as excited for this historic mission that's taking place at 11:17. Tell us about the civilians who are flying up into the International Space Station.
Yes, well, this will be the first all-private spaceflight mission to go to the International Space Station. So there's a lot of excitement here in Florida regarding that, but really even more so because there's just a lot of activity here at the Kennedy Space Center. So if you take a look over this shoulder, you have the Artemis 1 moon rocket on its launch pad, and then we have Axiom on its launch pad on this side. So those are two manned missions, and we haven't had this happen since 2009 to see this much activity. Now, as far as those 4 crew members, they've been training for hundreds of hours just to get ready for this mission. Take a listen.
I can say with zero hesitation that we are ready to fly.
Mark, Larry, Michael, and Eitan will be the first to do it after earning their title as private astronauts.
You had to have passed many of the NASA professional astronaut tests. We passed them all. And you have to do what they deem to be worthwhile research. We're doing some 25 experiments encompassing some 100 hours of research.
Some being technology demonstrations.
They need two-way holoportation, which will be the first time if successful, it'll be the first time that's done between Earth and the space station.
The vehicle taking them up to accomplish this is no stranger to space travel.
This will be the 5th flight for the Falcon 9 first stage booster. Once it separates from its spacecraft, it will land on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, for the Dragon spacecraft, it has already completed 2 missions.
While it's the first private trip,
it's the next logical step for space exploration.
It's a precursor to bigger plans. Axiom Space is working on their own station.
This is one of the first steps, establishing that commercial station there to provide that next step to commercial stations further out, maybe in lunar orbit, maybe asteroid mining, all these different industries that can become futures for commercial industry.
For now, it's all about their journey ahead with a view of the green and blue planet from above.
I suspect if you ask me post-splashdown, one of the highlights is going to absolutely be the view from 250 miles above Earth.
All right, Brandy, besides this being just really cool to watch, it's actually a pretty significant milestone for civilians flying into space.
It is.
I'm curious, how long will they spend at the International Space Station?
So they're actually going to have a full 10-day journey, and 8 of those days will be spent on the ISS, so they should dock there about tomorrow morning.
Wow, very cool stuff. And I believe we will touch base with you a little bit later on in the show, just ahead of that launch. Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather, thank you so much for joining.
Sounds good. Of course.
All right, guys, let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. Following up on the story that we first broke just yesterday, we've learned that 2 Washington, D.C. men were arraigned on charges of false impersonation of a federal officer in a U.S. district court. Now, this happened on Tuesday, but we've learned that during the arraignment hearing on Thursday, a judge approved a request for a court-appointed attorney after reviewing their financial affidavits. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He has more details on this story.
Turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
You know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this, that brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. You know, U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is in Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt, we're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the actual the raid happened yesterday. Usually, something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal. Is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for, and I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there, from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on. Especially, in the law enforcement realm, we're kind of a tight-knit community. And I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working undercover investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that. And even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
The story has so
many.
many.
A huge thank you to Andrew Kraft bringing us that update on the two D.C. area men who were posing as federal agents. This next story also coming from Capitol Hill. We're learning more about Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, who has tested positive for COVID-19. She's only the latest high-ranking government officials to have actually tested positive when it comes to COVID. And this news is coming just one day after Pelosi stood next to President Joe Biden at a White House event. White House foreign correspondent Peter Ducey is bringing us more.
He was tested last evening and tested negative.
But Speaker Pelosi, who planted one on the president Tuesday, tested positive today. The White House insists she's not a close contact.
How can you guys say that President Biden was not a close contact with Speaker Pelosi when there is video of the speaker kissing him?
Well, Peter, the way that it is defined is by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar.
The Vice President's Communications Director, Jamal Simmons, also positive.
We announced yesterday the Vice President had a close contact.
So if the White House wants to follow CDC rules, then in this case, the rule for the VP is wear a well-fitting mask for 10 full days anytime you are around others. But today, even though she's tested negative, she was spotted maskless.
I know that she was alone up kind of on the dais for the vast majority of that.
The glitzy Gridiron Dinner in D.C. Saturday is now linked to positive cases of the VP's comms director, plus at least 2 Democratic members of Congress, 1 Republican senator, 2 members of the cabinet, and the president's sister, Valerie, plus half a dozen journalists, according to the Washington Post. All this the same week the president celebrated success against the virus.
We passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, which not only helped us in COVID-19 get it under control.
Just last night, Fox took the president's temperature about the current spike in cases.
Mr. President, are you worried at all about COVID coming back?
Need to fund the COVID bill.
They're hosting an event here tomorrow to celebrate the Supreme Court confirmation. When the last president did that, remember, then candidate Biden dismissed it as a super spreader, but officials here say it's okay now because it's going to be entirely outside and vaccines are now available. Something else candidate Biden said, that he was going to shut down the virus. That hasn't happened yet. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
A heated debate on Capitol Hill over Title 42 and whether Congress should play a more active role in keeping the public health measure in place. Now, the Biden administration recently announced it would come to an end. The policy has kept many migrants from entering the United States over fears of spreading COVID-19. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is bringing us more details.
Lawmakers are working to prevent a new wave of migrants across the southern border. A bipartisan group of senators, including some moderate Democrats, introducing a measure to temporarily block the Biden administration's plan to end Title 42. It's the pandemic-related ban in place since 2020 that has allowed border officials to quickly deport migrants to slow the spread of COVID-19.
They're estimating over 500,000 people a month will be coming across illegally once they drop Title 42 next month.
The proposed legislation was pitched as an amendment to the latest COVID-19 relief package. It would delay the end of Title 42 for at least 60 days to give the administration the chance, along with local leaders, to create a plan to stop a migrant influx before the policy ends.
I don't think that Section 42 should be removed until we have secured borders, period.
Meanwhile, officials in some border states are fed up with the numbers and the administration's response.
Joe Biden has refused to come to the border to see the chaos that he has created by his open border policies, so we're going to take the border to him.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he'll send busloads of migrants to Washington, D.C.
I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt. But I know that the governor of Texas or any state does not have the legal authority to compel anyone to get on a bus.
And at the southern border, the National Guard is holding mass migration drills. If the legislation to delay Title 42 does not pass, the policy will expire on May 23rd. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that update. Looking live now from the White House, not everyone is happy about President Joe Biden's decision to freeze student loan repayments again. Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh explains why.
As the Biden administration extends the pause on student loan repayments for the 6th time, there's now a lot of frustration coming from folks that have already repaid their student loan debt. We talked with one man who paid $27,000 worth of debt off in just 11 months, and another young woman who is still working toward paying off her federal student loan debts and says the pause is just not right.
It's a transfer of wealth from everyday Americans to college-educated elites. I think it's quite unfair.
I knew what I set myself up for when I was taking out these loans. It's something that I committed to. You wouldn't sign a mortgage for a house and not pay your mortgage.
But the 6th pause on student loan repayments doesn't go far enough for some. Calls for loan forgiveness are growing louder among progressives.
The reality is that if we cancel 10,000 or 50,000 of our all student debt, it's going to cost the government hundreds of billions or maybe trillions of dollars. And most of that benefit is going to go to people that are doing quite well.
And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget estimates that canceling the full $1.6 trillion worth of federal student loans would add about 0.5% to the nation's inflation, a significant sum considering the target rate is about 2%, and the country is already running hot at almost 8% inflation over the last year. Reporting from Manhattan, New York, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
Time is now 9:08. We're taking a live now look from the Poland and Ukraine border. Again, hundreds of Ukrainian refugees seeking refuge in Poland. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us the latest on the Russian invasion.
This 42nd day of war, blasting cities in southern Ukraine with another flurry of rockets. They're once again targeting civilians, and they're planning a new path for their ground invasion now. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here with the new assessments and, Craig, the growing penalties on Russia.
Yeah, we'll start with the new assessments. The intel is showing at this point the Russian invaders have fully withdrawn from the outskirts of Kyiv. And with that, we're talking about some 40,000 troops that have changed positions, retreating first, but now reloading and repositioning with the goal, according to the assessments, of joining another 30,000 invaders already in the south, already bearing down on the south and the east.
Where we are expecting a major offensive. President Putin's aim is to try to control the whole of Donbass and to establish a land bridge between Donbass and Russia.
In other words, Russia will concentrate its fire on this part of Ukraine and then try to destroy it piece by piece, just as it has already done to Mariupol. And for context, Mariupol is here. Russia spent this day and the past few days battering Mykolaiv, which is here. And it is specifically striking homes and civilian infrastructure, trying to cripple this city in advance of a coming reign of terror. Again, as NATO warned, the goal appears to be taking over control of the coast and forging that land bridge to mainland Russia. And with that, the assessments also warn Russia is planning a full siege on the Donbass region. Ukraine, the Pentagon, and military assessments through Europe are warning civilians to get out of southeastern Ukraine, because the invaders who tortured and raped and mass murdered civilians in Bucha are coming here next. And around the world, the United Nations is planning a vote on Thursday to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. That would require a 2/3 majority vote, but regardless of the outcome, Russia will still hold veto power on the National Security Council, which gives Russia the power to stop any UN actions to stop its reign of terror. Through Europe, the EU is planning to further reduce its imports of Russian fuel, and Britain and the United States hit Russia with yet another round of sanctions. These include full sanctions on Russia's largest bank and more penalties on Vladimir Putin's friends and family.
Treasury is committed to holding Russia accountable for its actions, so it cannot benefit from the international financial system.
The Treasury Department has also moved to cut off Russia's ability to use any money that the U.S. has jurisdiction of to pay down its debts for the purposes of trying to drain Russian reserves. Meanwhile, in northern Ukraine, where the invaders have withdrawn, of course, by this point, we've seen the images of bodies in the streets and evidence of summary executions. It's worth noting and warning that these areas are also laced with mines. And not the kind of mine that will detonate when you step on it or trip a wire, but these are a different kind of mine with motion sensors that are set to go off as someone approaches it, which adds, of course, to the peril and the danger and the tactics we're seeing from Russia.
Added to the growing list of possible war crimes, Craig. Back to what you said in the story earlier there with the warnings for civilians in southeastern Ukraine to get out. Well, some of them can't, especially in Mariupol, the city that's been under siege now for weeks. People are trapped there. Has the Red Cross had any success in getting any relief to them? They're without food, water, electricity.
It has not had any success. It has had some success in getting a comparatively small number of people out to escape, but a small number a few hundred day by day or over the weekend versus an estimated 130,000 of them still trapped there. We don't know of those estimated 130,000 how many may still be alive. It has been a matter of weeks now without access to clean water or food, and at this point Ukraine is saying that is a tactic of Russia to try to starve the people to death or into submission, and with that the troops encircling the city are disinclined to let the Red Cross through.
That is people living through absolute hell every day right there in that city. Let's pray that something happens soon to change that. Thank you, Craig. Russia spent this 46.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that update. The time is now 9:12 a.m. We are just a few hours away from that Axiom space launch for civilians flying into the International Space Station. Coming up right after this break, we'll have a live conversation with Randy Hildreth with Fox 35 Orlando. She is live from Cape Canaveral, bringing us all of the details right after this. Fox, the time is now 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are broadcasting from Orlando, Florida, just a few miles away, really, from Cape Canaveral, Florida. That's where all of the excitement is happening this morning. So let's go out there live now. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth is joining us. Good morning, Randy. So we know that this is a really significant, really historic mission. Tell us why.
Good morning. And listen, this has been an early morning already. It's 9:15, but the crew has been up since 2:30 this morning in preparation for today's launch. They have already had their weather briefing. They have already put on their suits, and the hatch is set to close at 9:20. So literally minutes away before that hatch closes. And we continue to get the ball rolling towards liftoff, which is set for 11:17 this morning. One of the things that we've been monitoring, our weather team has been monitoring weather conditions, obviously, but specifically wind conditions. They have been monitoring that as we prepare for liftoff. Our team has given it about a 90% go, so a pretty solid thumbs up for today's historic liftoff. We've met people from all over. We are at Jetty Park, which gives people a pretty good view of today's liftoff. Met people from Atlanta, New Hampshire. I met two people from Canada. So to give you an idea of how far people have traveled to see this moment, and to give you some background information about what is happening today and why it is so significant, the space company Axiom, it's their first mission sending civilians to the ISS. On board, there is a former NASA astronaut who will serve as the commander. Has about 4 space flights
their
under his
title
belt.
as
So
private astronauts.
he has experience
You
going
had
to
to
space, and then you
pass
have 3
many of the
civilians who will
NASA
join him.
professional
And
astronaut
their
tests. We
backgrounds
passed them
vary.
all.
We have a former
And you have to
pilot,
do
someone who
what
works
they
in real
deem to
estate.
be
We were doing some
worthwhile
background
research.
information on them just to get
We're doing
context
some
of who they are as people.
25
Some of our
experiments,
grandparents, one is a dad. So
encompassing some
just people who
100
will,
hours
experience
of
this for the first
research.
time,
Some
who
being
will have this
technology
space adventure,
demonstrations.
and kind of like regular people, not necessarily an astronaut. Now, in terms of what they will do, this is a 10-day mission. They'll spend 8 days on the ISS, and they're doing specific scientific research.
The vehicle
And Axiom
taking them
says
up
this
to
is in
accomplish
preparation
this
for
is no
one of their
stranger
long-term
to space travel.
goals, which is to establish a private space station. And in terms of preparation for this, I told you that there is a former NASA astronaut on board, but in terms of the civilians who will participate with this, they have logged more than 1,000 hours in preparation for this, in terms of training to prepare for this moment. And just to give you an update again on timing, 9:20, the hatch will close. So we are literally just minutes away from that moment, and liftoff is set for 11:17 this morning. And then, tentatively, if that liftoff happens, then they should dock on the ISS tomorrow morning around 7:45. So a very big moment. People are already set, getting their spot here at Jetty Park to make sure that they can get a good spot, a front row seat to this historic moment.
A very historic moment. So we are just about 2 minutes away from that hatch closing. And again, you can watch the mission right here at LiveNOW from Fox. Now, Randy, I have to admit, when you hear about 4 civilians going into space, it sounds a bit concerning, a bit worrisome. So I'm glad to know that that former NASA employee is there to kind of oversee things.
I'm sorry, it cut out just a little bit. I know you said 4 civilians headed into space.
Yes, when you hear about 4 civilians going into space, it sounds a little bit concerning. So I'm just saying I'm glad that that former NASA employee is there to oversee this mission.
Oh, yes, certainly having him in place, again, mentioning he has 4 space missions under his belt. There is a former pilot on board, but I think they're leaning into the guidance of this former NASA astronaut as the commander of this mission.
All right, and they will spend 10 days there, and I'm sure we will follow up with you after a very successful launch, again at 11:17 a.m. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth, thank you for joining. All right, we are just 1 minute away from that hatch closing. Again, that launch is scheduled to take place at 11:17. You can watch it right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's take a quick break, and we'll have more top stories and major headlines right after this. On a story that we have been covering since day one, it is official. Judge Katanji Brown Jackson has been nominated to the High Court. She is the first African-American woman to serve as a Supreme Court justice. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is bringing us a recap of the confirmation hearing.
I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us to further along this conversation and to go over some of the highlights that we heard from and saw today, especially with some of these Republican senators on the panel: Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. I'm being joined by former federal prosecutor, and legal expert Doug Burns. And Doug, thanks for being with us. We didn't really get much, though, out of Senator Durbin there. He did answer very briefly about, lamenting the fact Republicans are honing in, they are fixated on the fact that in Judge Jackson's previous record and her previous sentencing decisions, there have been some low sentences when it comes to those who, downloaded child pornography, who distributed child pornography. Why are Republicans focusing in on this specific part of her record, and what do you make of it?
No, it's a very good question. They're trying to drive a narrative, obviously, that, she's somehow soft on crime, and then it fits into the quick soundbite of, she'll take the law into her own hands and legislate from the bench. The point is, you can hear from my voice, my first editorial right out of the gate is that political rhetoric and criminal law nuts and bolts don't mix very well. Okay, in a particular case, you have a statute, 0 to 20 years, and the judge can impose a sentence anywhere within that range. However, in 1987, keeping it real simple, the United States sentencing guidelines went into effect. So within the 0 to 20, it might say 78 to 97. That was mandatory. The judge had to impose a sentence between 78 and 97. But then a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. In 2005, in the Booker case, and I know that your viewers, have picked this up, listening and following, but in Booker, the guidelines became advisory only. The judge had to calculate them, had to look at them, but wasn't bound to impose a sentence within that. So that's sort of the framework. So what the Republicans did is they picked out 7 cases involving child pornography, and they say that she gave sentences below the advisory guidelines range. The first question I have, which is very interesting, is, well, wait a minute. Judge Jackson imposed sentence, Andrew, in 100 cases. So I want to see an immediate chart of all 100 cases. And I want to see on that chart, what were the advisory guidelines in every one of the 100 cases and what sentence did she impose? So I think there's a little bit of disingenuousness, taking place here, because I want to see the overall landscape. Now, within the area of child pornography, a couple of comments. Number one, given the incredibly horrific nature of the crime, obviously, the political rhetoric can be ratcheted up accordingly. You're letting predators back on the street, all of that type of thing. But as Judge Jackson explained, each case has a probation report, a recommendation from probation. And by the way, let me point out that this point about she didn't follow the recommendation of the prosecutors, that's really disingenuous, because prosecutors universally in federal court ask for very, very high sentences, and the judges kind of keep them in check. The defense lawyers similarly ask for something maybe too lenient. That's what the judge is there for. So I come at this right down the middle. On the one hand, it's not good necessarily that she showed a lot of leniency in child pornography cases. I get that. But on the other hand, it behooves everybody to give a fuller presentation of her entire history of all 100 cases that she imposed a sentence in, Andrew.
Yeah, and Doug, that was her response to Senator Cruz when he displayed that chart in the hearing room today. She responded, every single case that was presented on that chart, she said that she sent that defendant to jail. You could tell she was getting, quite bothered by this relentless line of questioning, not only from Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley as well, and she, essentially was forced to say, I've already answered these questions. I'm going to repeat my previous answer to these questions that happened on yesterday. So I thought that was really interesting. And my God, I don't think I've ever talked about child pornography 3 days straight. It seems something that Republicans are fixated on, and they're keeping at it. They don't seem to be letting up on this line of questioning. Now, Doug, can we tell a whole judge's jurisprudence on sentences they have made in their prior record? Should it tell us something about them?
Well, it tells you a little bit, but at the same time, I heard one commentator point out today that, remember, being on the highest appellate court in the country, the Supreme Court of the United States, is different than being a trial judge and imposing sentences as a day-to-day matter. On the Supreme Court and on the D.C. Circuit or any circuit court of appeal in America, you know, you're dealing with dry technical appellate issues of law. It's a totally different sort of job description. But the point is, I mean, yes, I mean, I've appeared, you know, in front of judges for 36 years, federal judges. Some are more lenient than others. It's not any big secret. Lawyers in conference rooms all day long talk shop about, oh, well, we're in front of Judge X, so maybe here we'll get a little more lenient sentence, that type of thing. But the sentencing guidelines, real quick, and federal sentencing are a very, very complicated topic, okay? And that's what makes it even more discouraging to see political rhetoric and hot rhetoric in front of the cameras thrown around with respect to it. But to answer your question, you can't really necessarily tag her or categorize her, because cherry picking cases without, again, I sound like a lawyer, but I am one, without having the entire file, the probation report, and all of the information, you really can't just automatically say it. And then one other related legal point, which I think I heard you referring to, and you're right, is, remember, this is a very interesting separation of powers question, Andrew, because, you know, on many levels, it was pointed out throughout the discourse that some of these statutes have mandatory minimums. So let me explain that. A statute might be 5 to 40 years, and the judge cannot, no matter what, go below 60 months. That was the case, incidentally, in one of the 7 child pornography cases they were talking about, and Judge Jackson imposed 60 months. Of course, she was berated, you gave the absolute minimum. But the point I'm making, sorry for meandering, is that Congress could, you heard it discussed, could increase the penalties, increase mandatory minimums, and therefore take away this discretion. The point of the matter is that Judge Jackson did not impose any sentence in violation of law. Okay, so I have to start with that proposition, because the point is it was within the statutory parameters, okay, and the guidelines are advisory, they're not mandatory, and she showed some leniency in her discretion. So again, I just don't think it's fair, honestly, to cherry pick files. But my next point, I'm smiling, is this is residual Kavanaugh anger. That's what's really going on here, in my view. So the point is, you know, they are so ripping mad about what took place and asking the candidate, the nominee, you know, how many beers did you drink when you were 17? They're just ripping mad about that.
Right.
And frankly, I don't blame them on many levels.
Yeah.
And so that's why, you know, a lot of this is sort of feigned outrage, because if you think about it, under the old adage, KISS, keep it simple, right? Is she qualified to be on the Supreme Court? Well, let's see. She went to Harvard. She went to Harvard Law School. She clerked for Justice Breyer, and she's been a federal judge for a decade. She's written 570 opinions. Nobody's talking about whether those are good, bad, or indifferent. So to a trial lawyer like me, the immediate inference is that they're solid, they're fine. And so she's qualified, period. So why are we in all this theater? Very simple, because it's become an ideological court, which is a super legislature. You know, I've been on with you a number of times saying this, but it's worth repeating, quoting from Justice Scalia in his dissent in the same-sex marriage case. It's an unelected legislature of 9 elite lawyers. And so that's why you have all this histrionics. Because again, I urge your viewers to simply ask themselves, is this woman qualified for this position?
Yeah, of course, you know, we can get into so much of that, and we will, we have the time, but talking about especially just the last point I want to make on this fixation with her sentencing record in those child pornography cases. Republicans on the committee have requested pre-sentencing reports on these cases, but the chairman, Senator Durbin, said, you know, he will think long and hard about that because that could potentially expose information that could harm victims in those cases. So I thought that was interesting. Also, it's not really fair if Democrats have seen those and Republicans haven't, especially if they sit on the same committee. I wanted to also talk about, because she was asked a lot about unenumerated powers in the Constitution that due to rulings have been granted. And you were talking about the same-sex marriage ruling. That is one of them. Roe v. Wade, that is one of them. And she said those are settled. She says Roe and Casey are settled at this point in time. That's what she said yesterday. But she also was talking about cases that she might have to decide on. And one that we had talked about on Monday, now she broke some news today that she will recuse herself from this case. It's a challenge to Harvard's race-conscious admission policies that the court will consider in its next term, which starts in October. She made the news today that she personally has decided that she will recuse herself. So that was something today.
I'm glad she did that. That's a correct decision, in my opinion. She's on the board of overseers of Harvard University. She apparently has 2 years to go on her term. So I thought that was a really a great move. But let's talk real quick without getting into the weeds, as you like to put it, and you're so right, about the 9th and 10th Amendments quickly. I mean, one of them says, that even though it's not specifically enumerated in the Constitution, there still may be other rights reserved to the people. That's the 9th Amendment. But the 10th Amendment says that which is not enumerated in the text of the Constitution is properly left for the states. And you've heard me say with you a number of times, and I'll repeat it now, that things like same-sex marriage and abortion, if you assume for the sake of argument, arguendo, as we like to say, that neither of those things are mentioned in the Constitution, then the 10th Amendment argument is that that's reserved for the states and should be done in the state legislatures. But then, of course, comes the parry, the counter. Well, wait a minute. Under the 9th Amendment, it says that just because something isn't enumerated, they still may be that right. And you heard a lot about substantive due process. So real quick, procedural due process is if you're going to be charged with something, you need notice of it in writing so you can respond, and you're entitled to a lawyer and to cross-examine and to be able to subpoena witnesses. That's all procedural due process. Substantive due process was sort of created out of whole cloth, and those on the right, the Federalist Society and so forth, feel that it's code speak for we're going to write things into the Constitution that aren't there. That's the essence of this dust-up, Andrew. What's truly a federal issue? What's governed by the Constitution? And if it isn't, that should be done in the state legislatures. That's what's really going on here. Hard line from the right says they can't do it in the state houses, so they want these 9 super legislators in robes to do it. The other side says, no, no, no. There are all kinds of legitimate, penumbras and substantive due process in the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause. It's a perfectly legitimate debate, and that's why it's split as heavily as it is in this country.
Doug, last point, because we've seen her time and time again in responding, being quite reluctant, quite hesitant to talk about anything revolving personal feelings, her personal religion, what she thinks personally, her own beliefs, her own opinions on certain issues of the day, culture war issues of the day. There was this viral back and forth with Senator Marsha Blackburn yesterday in which she basically said she did not, I'm paraphrasing here, she was asked, can you define what it means to be a woman? And she said she cannot. She's not a biologist, of course, talking about transgender issues. She wouldn't explicitly say on whether or not, regarding Mike Lee of Utah's question, whether the court should be expanded or shrunk. Of course, that has been a hot topic as well. Senator Graham yesterday asked her about her personal faith, her personal religion. And so she's been quite diplomatic and deliberative about how to kind of finesse the responses to these questions without really giving any inch to what her personal beliefs are on these issues of the day. What do you make of that? And what do you think of that line of questioning? Is it cheap or is it illustrative?
Well, the religion one, is residual Amy Coney Barrett anger, okay? Because as you recall, they said, you know, we're concerned that your faith may overcome you. And that was outrageous, frankly. And you heard some of the senators say, we're not going to ask you that and so on. But to your question real quick, she's well within her right to sit there and say, as I would, for example, somebody asked me, Doug, you've been practicing law 36 years. You know, what if you have a belief in a case? You know, how does that translate? And my answer would be 100% in good faith. I check all my personal beliefs at the door. I'm representing a client. I'm going to make whatever arguments I can under the facts and the law. So to translate that to a judge, she's going to similarly say, you know, when I walk into the courthouse and I put my robes on, my personal beliefs, my religion, okay, things I may believe about social issues, as I think you put it a minute ago, those are all checked at the door. And I will simply analyze the facts and the law in the particular case that's in front of me as a trial judge. And as an appellate judge, for the most part, I'll be analyzing the law as it applies to appeals that come before my court. Now, one other point, though, it's interesting because on the one hand, she has been reserved, but on the other hand, to her credit, in my opinion, she's actually been willing to engage a little bit more on some discussions. I mean, in the past, we saw candidates almost freeze up and like, well, you know, the minute abortion, for example, is raised, they're like robotically, right? In as much as this might come before the court, I really can't, you know, that was the Ginsburg rule, I think they called it. But she actually launched into some discussions back and forth on some of the hot button issues, which I thought was to her credit. As far as her demeanor, showed a lot of strength, you know, calm in the face of these attacks. You know, I, for one, didn't think the attacks were all that, you know, meritorious and so forth. So, you know, a lot of it's theater. One other thing that really jumped out at me was Senator Leahy from Vermont, who, I don't know if you saw this, in a little bit of an angry outburst. He wasn't overtly angry, but he goes, "You will be on the Supreme Court," okay? And so that told me a lot, which simply means that these folks down there, if they know how to do one thing, it's they know how to count votes, Andrew, okay? So he knows that she's going to be confirmed.
And of course, it really just remains to be seen on if she gets any Republican support, and we'll be on the lookout for that when these when these votes take place, both in the committee and for the full Senate. Doug Burns, that was such a great conversation. Thank you as always. And of course, we have one more day tomorrow for these hearings there on Capitol Hill. We'll talk to you again.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We will have more on Judge Katanji Brown-Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court in just a bit. But now we are getting a live event, so let's head out to Manhattan, New York. We're taking a look at the 31st Annual National Action Network Conference. This is put together by Reverend Al Sharpton. So we're going to witness a lot of high-profile people speaking on social justice issues, including lawmakers, government officials. Right now, we are going to listen in as Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, makes a few remarks. Live, raw, and unfiltered.
I now have learned for years we have had policies that have led to inequitable results. And take the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Take the aftermath of some of the natural disasters that have impacted our nation. We take a look at our policies, and I'll give you one example. To access funds, our grant funds, to rebuild a home that has been destroyed in a natural disaster, we used to require documentation of ownership, that this was indeed your home, and therefore, as a result of its destruction, you are eligible for some of our funds to rebuild that home. And yet, in certain communities, predominantly African American, brown skin communities, houses are sometimes passed from generation to generation without the deed of trust or the paperwork that others in more privileged circumstances might have. And what we, because of that requirement of documentation, we all too often left individuals and families deserving of relief, we left them disenfranchised from the programs to which they should have had equal access and were no less deserving and no less in need, and sometimes in greater need. And so we have changed those policies. We have recognized. Thank you. Let me a quick personal note. I appreciate the applause very much, but we do not deserve applause for that which we must do, and that which is long overdue. And so then when Hurricane Ida hit that very same community, we were actually able to extend the hand to those who deserved and needed the relief. And that is what it is all about. It is all about achieving equity, which is really the core founding principle of our country. And as we continue to review the policies and make the changes that drive to achieve equity, we have to be very mindful of the landscape on which we are working. We are working at a time when we are seeing only an increase in hate, or I should say perhaps only an increase in the hate that is rising to the surface. And what we in the Department of Homeland Security have assessed is that the greatest terrorism-related threat that we face in the homeland is the threat of domestic violent extremism. Individuals drawn to violence because of ideologies of hate or false narratives propagated on social media and other online platforms. And the most prominent threat is the threat of white supremacists. And that came quite clearly to the surface when we saw over the past several months repeated and persistent bomb threats against historically black colleges and universities. And we reached out in the department to the presidents of the HBCUs and requested that we be allowed to sit around the table with them, to listen to what they were confronting, to understand the gravity of the threat that they faced, its impact on their communities, the communities of students, faculties, families, neighbors, and alike, and to be able to respond as they needed us to do, to have them around the table. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Detroit, Michigan, meeting with faith leaders, predominantly African American faith leaders, and talking about our grant program, our nonprofit security grant program, which is designed to protect houses of worship, places of faith, other nonprofit organizations, to enable them to secure themselves against an increasing threat landscape. And what I learned was that our grant program is very complicated. It is very difficult in some respects to access. And some of these organizations also just as much in need, and perhaps in greater need of the funds that we have to distribute, don't have the resources to have a grant applicant professional, don't have the luxury of capacity to understand our processes, work through them, and know how to access the funds. And so that voice, by sitting around the table, was heard loud and clear, and then becomes the directive that we must follow. How can we break down those barriers? How can we deliver to these houses of worship in need, these faith-based organizations, these community organizations? How can we build for them the capacity that they might not otherwise have so that they can access the resources of the United States government equally and with equity? And that is the ethic that defines this Department of Homeland Security at this time and hopefully for the future to come. It is all about partnership. It is all about being at the table with you in understanding the needs, the challenges, and defining the opportunities together and working to realize them together. Because the question, and I hearken back to the time that I spoke with Mr. Cochran, and I asked of him, you know, what is the perception in the community of us? Because when I am the United States Attorney in the Central District of California, I am the United States Attorney for everyone, not just some. And so we as a Department of Homeland Security are your Department of Homeland Security as much as anyone else's. And we need to live that in the equity that we demonstrate and the equity that we live for a better world. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And I'm very pleased to take questions. No?
Two.
All right, everyone, the time is now 9:47. We are taking a live now look from
We're just going to make a quick housekeeping announcement, keeping in mind that, you know, a lot of the secretaries that we'll hear from today have taken their time out to come and be amongst us and to discuss with our delegates their plans for a better future. We ask that everyone in this room, please keep that in mind and be respectful with your interactions. We certainly want you to feel free to be you, but keep in mind that we do want to be respectful in representing National Action and Network. And if our president and founder and our leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, wouldn't do it, you should not either. Okay, and that's just a strong suggestion with a little sweetener at the end so that we can have a pleasant day and that everyone can have a pleasant day and experience here. Thank you so much. I'll hold the mic. Keep in mind it's a question. Right? It's not I'm holding the mic. Not a statement, a question, because we want this to be an engaging dialogue. Thank you so much for adhering.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And I have a question for you. First of all, I know your policy on immigration is day and night comparing to President Trump.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:50 a.m. Rain Augustine here, breaking in to give you all a brief recap of what we are watching live, raw, and unfiltered. We are looking live from Manhattan, New York. This is the National Action Network Convention, an annual convention that is planned and held by Reverend Al Sharpton. It's a multi-day forum where people can share their ideas and organize next steps towards what's being considered pressing issues that are impacting the country and diverse communities across the country. Right now we are watching as Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security. This is the question and answer portion. So we are witnessing as reporters and participants in the audience ask questions on immigration and other pressing topics. So again, let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Make myself available on the side to answer questions. So my first engagement with the challenges that the the people of Haiti experienced was in January 2010, the tragic earthquake that struck. And what we did in U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services at that time was we built an emergency program to rescue the youth who were orphaned as a result of that earthquake. And I have in my office a picture of a young Haitian boy running through the Miami airport to meet his United States adoptive parents. And I keep it there to always keep in mind the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit. Because this young boy running through an airport who's lost his parents, who is about to meet new parents for the first time, had a big, big smile on his face. We granted temporary protected status for Haitian nationals sometime, and certainly I have heard the advocacy to extend that date, and I'm very well aware of the number of Haitians in what is a very significant diaspora community, not just in Mexico, but throughout our region, and very many in South America. And our system is based on, of course, a law. Our asylum laws provide that if one qualifies, one can access residency in the United States, and if one does not, one can be removed. In the time of the pandemic, we have been exercising Title 42. It is a public health imperative, not an immigration policy, and we have accepted, we've made exceptions for individuals from Haiti with particular vulnerabilities, and we've tried to be open-hearted in our processes. Title 42 will end on May 23rd, as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has expressed, and then we will be implementing our asylum process as it was designed.
Next question.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Ilional. I'm the president of an organization called Get Up, Stand Up for Haiti. My question is not going to be on immigration. My question is about, can your administration help Haitian people? Because the problem is not immigration, really. It's because of the policy, the racist policy that apply in Haiti. Give us any kind of president get interfere and give us the people who have nothing to do with Haiti to be president. We have a constitution in Haiti. The people, the question is about to let the Haitian people use the constitution. I would like the government, your government, to let us use our constitution. Today, we make a big story in America, have the first black woman in the Supreme Court. In Haiti, we have it, we have done that. We still have the constitution, and we have a woman in the Supreme Court. The question for the government to stop the racist policy in Haiti. This is to stop it, to let the Haitians make their decision.
Right, so that here, let me just clarify for the sake of time. A question means a question, meaning there's a question mark at the end, not a statement. Okay, so I need the question so that we can move forward.
But the question is, we have a constitution. The constitution have the rule how the country should run. And then why the government here refused to let us.
So how can your administration support the Haitians in using their constitution effectively? How can the United States support Haiti in enforcing or implementing or using their constitution?
So I'm sorry to end on a question that is not within my area of expertise, because that is a matter of, if we're speaking about the constitutional underpinnings in Haiti and what we can do as a matter of foreign policy for the people of Haiti that is outside of my area of expertise. But I will tell you that we have exercised our authorities in the Department of Homeland Security to try to bring as much relief as we can to the people of Haiti, to the Haitian people resident here as of a certain date through temporary protected status, TPS. We are looking to see how we can expand our Haitian family reunification program. Individuals in Haiti who have relatives here, whose visas are not yet make them eligible for travel here, what we can do to extend an outstretched arm of assistance. We're very mindful of the vulnerabilities of these individuals and seek to provide relief to the fullest of our capabilities. Again, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will make myself available on the side.
Thank you so much, Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Secretary Mayorkas, for your time. Let's everybody give him a round of applause and be gracious.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. Thank you all so much for streaming on this Friday, April 8th. We're taking a live now look from Manhattan, New York. We just witnessed the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, speaking live and taking questions from participants in the audience at the National Action Network Convention, the multi-day forum where people, lawmakers, and advocates express ideas on how we can move the country forward. Now, if you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can see here stocks bouncing back following 2 days straight of losses, but still ending the week in the red. And if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we're looking live from Capitol Hill. Again, President Biden, as well as Supreme Court Justice now, Katanji Brown Jackson, scheduled to speak at 12:15. This is the first address since her confirmation that took place on Thursday. And of course, we're streaming it all for you live, raw, and unfiltered. We are just ahead of the 10 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's take a quick break, and we will have more of this live event when we return.
around the sun, and he'll give you a precise answer. Let's give a tremendous National Action Network welcome to the Secretary of Transportation, the Honorable Pete Buttigieg.
Well, good morning. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Hardy, for the kind and generous introduction. I don't know much about the rotation of planets, but I know about some other things that I'm really looking forward to speaking with you about during our brief time together. I want to thank the Reverend Sharpton, who I spoke with yesterday evening. I want to thank the National Action Network for the important leadership that you provide time and time again. This organization has been there to champion the cause of justice, and that cause has never been more urgent. Its champions have never been more needed. I want to thank the Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, Chair of the Board, Senior Vice President Ebony Riley, and the many dedicated leaders and organizations represented here today, including, I know, Dr. Harry Williams of the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, Mark Morial from the National Urban League, who has been such an important partner in our efforts, and all of the leaders, as well as my administration colleagues who are here today. So yesterday I was on my way to a meeting about transportation in the West Wing of the White House, just as some very good news was coming in from the Capitol. I was in the lobby there, waiting to go in, and a door opened, and through it walked the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Jackson. What a great day that is. By a stroke of just good fortune and good timing, I had the honor of being one of the first to congratulate her on that good news. What a great justice she is going to be. Her background and her qualifications and her resume will make her an outstanding justice. And yes, so will her experience as the first black woman on the highest court in the land. And as somebody who has seen my own rights and those of my family come up for debate in that courtroom, I am so glad to know that her wisdom will be on that all-important bench. I'm so thankful that the President saw the historic opportunity of this appointment, just as I'm proud to serve on this team that he built, the most diverse cabinet and administration in the history of the United States of America. And as part of that, I'm here to share a little bit about the work of my department where I serve, the Department of Transportation, and what we're doing in this administration, what it means for you, and why the kinds of things that NAN works on matter so much when it comes to the kinds of things that we work on in the Department of Transportation. Now, I know that transportation may not be the first department that comes to mind when some people think about civil rights and justice, not compared to the Department of Justice, of course, or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or Education, or others. The truth is, there has always been a deep relationship between the physical movement of people in America and the social movements for equality that have made this a more perfect union. After all, one of the seminal actions of the civil rights movement was the Montgomery bus boycott. One of the signal moments of the civil rights era was when Rosa Parks decided not to give up that seat on that bus. These things have always been related. From Plessy versus Ferguson, which was about who gets to sit where on a train car, to the Green Book that told African American drivers where it was and was not safe to go on road trips. Equal and dignified access to transportation has always been a critical arena in the struggle for equal rights, for the simple reason that we all need to be able to move about in order to prosper. And those who cannot move about their community or country conveniently and affordably face a barrier to prosperity. And on that front, we have some work to do, don't we? When black communities are more likely to lack decent transit to take people where they need to be, we have some work to do. When racial disparities run so deep that the number of deaths in traffic crashes rose higher for black Americans than any other group in America, we have some work to do. When community after community can point to that highway or that railroad that was built straight through a black or brown neighborhood, we've got some work to do. When people on the south side of Chicago who don't have cars in a neighborhood called Roseland, inside the city limits of Chicago, take longer to get to their jobs in downtown Chicago than people who do have cars who live in a town called Roseland in Indiana, 90 miles away, we've got some work to do. When investments do in fact come to a neighborhood or a community of color, and people who live there get up in the morning and see the construction site and look at the hard hats and the workers on that project and start thinking, no one on this job site looks like they grew up anywhere near this neighborhood, we've got some work to do. And the good news is we are here to do that work, and we are bringing real resources and dollars to do it with this time. That's what I'm here to share with you. That's what we're doing today. Look, I know that the black community has witnessed promise after broken promise in many areas of American life. That's one of the reasons why it was so important that today on the South Lawn of the White House, the President and Judge Jackson will be speaking about a promise kept. I know that one of those sets of broken promises in this country has been the promise of good, robust, equitable infrastructure investment. It was promised again and again to the point that Infrastructure Week became a running joke in Washington. But I am proud to report to you that after years, after decades of promises, President Biden, with your help, delivered a bipartisan infrastructure law with generational investments in American infrastructure. And now we are at work turning those dollars into real results for the American people. Infrastructure is not just an abstract policy or a purely academic concern. It is a physical reflection of our values as a society. You see it, you touch it, you stand on it. And we recognize that the story of American infrastructure encapsulates the good, the bad, and the ugly of our country's story when it comes to racial justice. At its worst, it can be a tangible monument to the injustices of the past. But at its best, it can be a road forward from that past for the people in the communities who need it the most. And that is especially true when it comes to economic development and economic empowerment. We are making investments right now that will empower black and brown communities with jobs, with wages, with income, from the largest cities to the smallest towns. We are empowering families with affordable ways to get to work, to get to grocery stores, to get to church, to visit family, knowing that transportation is the second highest expense for most households, especially low-income households, often even higher than food. We're working to create contracting opportunities for the black business owners who do such a good job of extending opportunity to others through their employees so that they can buy homes, so that they can have an opportunity to send their kids to college, so that they can pass along household wealth to the next generation. And we are putting hiring practice in place that will give people who actually live in those neighborhoods the chance to engineer and build the roads and bridges, the trains and buses, the tracks and the transmission lines that they and their communities will rely on. We are delivering more job training, more workforce development, better benefits, safer workplaces. And that is about empowering families to build generational wealth so that they, their children, and their grandchildren can build the prosperity that was kept from them for generations. Now, this also relates to environmental justice. These investments mean that black children whose playgrounds and neighborhoods are disproportionately impacted by the toxic air pollution that comes from cars and trucks can live healthier lives in a greener future that we're building. We're investing in resilience so that black communities that often bear the brunt of climate disasters like hurricanes and heat waves and droughts are better protected against any storm that comes their way. We're investing in cleaner buses and trains and ports and airports so that homeowners don't have to choose between living where the jobs are or breathing clean air. And we're taking urgent action knowing that transportation is the largest source of carbon pollution causing climate change, and that means we got to be a major part of the solution as well. In short, we're building a transportation future that is better, stronger, and fairer, where transportation access is truly equitable. And that means committing to the truth that the time, the cost, the safety of how you get around shouldn't depend on your race or your background or your zip code. Now, I have to confess, I have discovered in doing this work that not everyone is ready to hear about justice and equity in the context of transportation. Some, especially on cable television, seem to think that transportation is somehow uniquely immune to the impacts of discrimination and racial injustice that have affected every other part of society. Some have even accused us of injecting the issue of racial justice into the picture as if it had not been part of the story this entire time. So I want to make clear, calling for racial justice is not divisive. What's divisive is making excuses for the persistence of racial injustice. At a moment like this, with so much at stake, telling the truth is not divisive, it is imperative. If a highway was built to demolish or isolate a black neighborhood, that is divisive. Fixing it is not divisive. Fixing it is unifying. It is uniting because it is physically helping to stitch together a community that was divided. And if that community was divided using federal dollars, it should be reconnected using federal dollars. That's what we're doing in the Department of Transportation. We're not out there looking for culture wars. We're looking to do what's right when it comes to healing the broken places in our country, including in our transportation systems, because the only way to bring people together is to actually face the problem and start to fix it. As a friend of mine says, sometimes the only way out is through. And when we find a way through, when we find a way to fix the things that are broken, that will be incredibly unifying. That's our focus. So other folks might go around looking for what books to ban. We're going to go out looking for what bridges to build. But we can't do it without you. We're bringing more intention and more funding to these purposes than ever before, but it's going to take more than the actions of federal government. I promise we will do everything that we can. It's what is expected of us by the community, and I might add, it is what is expected of us by the president and the vice president. We will do everything we can, but it's going to take your continued leadership and your continued action as well. We may have got the infrastructure law passed and signed, but the work is just beginning. And many of these dollars will ultimately be spent by state and by local authorities. And too often, they aren't hearing from the people who need to be heard the most. So now is the time to sit down with your state and local officials to talk about your community's needs. Now is the time to make your voice heard at those public meetings, to make sure that that new bridge or bike path or bus route serves your community. Now is the time to organize the people in your neighborhood and pull up a seat at that planning table when they're discussing your transportation future. In other words, it is time to mobilize for mobility. And I just want you to know you will have an ally in that work in the Department of Transportation. If you are worried that a new transportation project could impact a community of color negatively, if your small business needs help applying for a contract, if your community has a plan to make your roads safer or your commute cleaner, we are here to help. I'll just close with a reflection about when I was last here and everything that's happened since I was last physically with you at this event 3 years ago. So much has changed. In particular, a lot of people we have lost in our national life, but also people who have arrived in new ways in our national consciousness. We have lost giants in the civil rights movement, some of whom I had the honor of getting to know during my own campaign, like Congressman John Lewis and Vernon Jordan. We've also gained new, bold-faced names who were there before we had heard of them, but most of us hadn't heard of them 2 or 3 years ago, and now they're part of the firmament of our national life, from Amanda Gorman to soon-to-be Justice Katanji Brown Jackson. And what those names have in common, those who have passed out of our current daily national life and those who have emerged in it, is that they followed the lights of their talents and their conscience, and the life of this country found them in those key moments because this country needed them. And that's not just true for the famous names. That's true for everybody who has been making this world better. We are in a moment that is fine.
The time is now 10:16. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox, listening in live from the National Action Network convention. Right now, United States Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg speaking live on issues of transportation when it comes to diverse communities across the country. So let's stay on this topic of transportation, heading out live now to Los Angeles County. Joining us now live is Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Good morning, Mario. So we're learning that Los Angeles County is seeing one of the largest decreases in gas prices since about March of 2020. Why is this?
Yeah, Rain, that's right. And it is due largely to refineries picking up production and Biden releasing oil reserves. Now, I should tell you the good news here is that we are seeing the largest drop in over 2 years, but the bad news is a lot of us already knew they were as high as they'd ever been. So I want to show you the prices here at this East LA gas station. For a gallon of unleaded, it's $5.39 if you're paying with cash, $5.55 with credit. And we can tell you AAA is reporting that here in LA County, this county recorded its largest drop for regular gasoline in over 2 years. Prices dropping for the 11th straight day, over 17 cents here locally. The state's average right now sitting at $5.79, just under LA's $5.90. So what's behind the sudden relief? AAA experts say, for one, local refineries are stepping up production, and they also say gas prices are going down right now, and they're expected to continue dropping even further in the next couple of weeks, just in time if you're planning a trip for spring break. And drivers we spoke to, of course, say the relief is great, but it's just not enough compared to how high prices have been going up recently. A year ago, the average price of gasoline here in California was $3.92, and again, right now it's at $5.78 Rain. So we've seen a huge increase over the last year, and we're starting to see some slight relief, but yeah, these drivers say it's just not enough, Rain.
Yes, the largest drop in 2 years. However, it will be interesting to see if this trend continues nationally. Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you, Rain.
Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours here. We are monitoring several live events, but very exciting stuff. We've learned that it is almost time for 4 civilian astronauts to make history flying into the International Space Station. Let's go out live right now to Cape Canaveral, where the crew is making its final preparations. Liftoff scheduled for 11:17 a.m. You can stream it all live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's learn more about the astronauts and the civilians who will be spending 10 days living and working at the International Space Station.
nonprofit activist, investor. He's won aerobatic flying competitions and has summited both Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Rainier. Through AX1, he'll become the first private pilot to reach the ISS. He'll also become the first human to reach both.
SpaceX, you are go for section 6 of 4.100. When ready, report go for launch.
That's in work, SpaceX.
All right, so just some back and forth with SpaceX core Arthur Burial and the crew, continuing to work through our procedures. Ultimately, next check will be to make sure that the crew inside Dragon Endeavour are go for launch.
Yeah.
Back to our pilot, Larry Connor. As I said, he will also become the first human to reach both the deepest ocean depths and enter the bounds of outer space within 1 year. That's just crazy to me. Larry has been actively involved with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic for many years, helping to understand the effects of aging. This mission will add a new dimension.
Go for launch.
Copy that, Endeavour. Crews go for launch.
All right. So that is fantastic news. That's basically 4 thumbs up inside Crew Dragon right now. So really good news there.
Yeah. So continuing out our crew, moving on to Mission Specialist 1, Eitan Stiba will become the second Israeli ever to fly to space. In many ways, today's mission is a return to flight for the nation of Israel after the Columbia tragedy in 2003. Eitan served for more than 4 decades as a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force, where he received the Distinguished Aviator Medal, and today he is an impact investor and philanthropist. In collaboration with the Ramon Foundation, the Israel Space Agency, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Education, Stiba will fly to the ISS under the Rakia banner and the maxim, "There is no dream beyond reach." During his time on the ISS, Stiba will facilitate scientific experiments, educational outreach, and one of my personal favorites, artistic activities.
Mark Pathy is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, as well as mission specialist number 2 on this AX1 mission. Pathy is currently the chief executive officer and chairman of Montreal-based Maverick, a privately owned investment and financing company he founded that focuses on innovation and social impact. As a strong believer in the importance of philanthropy, Pathy is a member of the boards and executive committees of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation, Dans LaRue, and the Pathy Family Foundation. Through the AX1 mission, Pathy will become Canada's second private astronaut and the 12th Canadian to go to space.
All right, well, you've seen the vehicle, you've met the crew, you've heard some good calls on our way to launch, and we're just within the hour. So let's send you over now to NASA's Johnson Space Center, where Dan Hewitt is following the launch prep from Mission Control in Houston. Dan, over to you.
Hey, thanks, John. And the team behind me flying the space station, the crew on board, they're ready to get this first private astronaut mission off the ground. Back in 2019, NASA took steps to open the station up for business, issuing a directive to enable new commercial activity on board, including private astronaut missions. And all of this is done with the goal of building a robust economy in low Earth orbit. Now, why does NASA want to do that? Well, we're very aware that there is untapped potential in that space just outside of our atmosphere, and low Earth orbit can be a first step towards unlocking limitless possibilities.
On this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Greatness. Boy. Cannot always be seized in a moment. Sometimes it requires a first step. A step into the unknown. Not knowing the path, but understanding the goal. Believing that the first step leads to greatness. We've touched the sky, believing it will lead to new worlds. We've left our home, believing in a brighter future. We've come together, believing in shared goals. We've stayed and learned, believing in benefits for all. We take the first step time and time again, because we've witnessed its benefits and believe in its potential. So we're expanding and enabling this step for others to push humanity further as we prepare for the next giant leap. We'll always need this first step. We're here to stay. And now is the time to join us.
And low Earth orbit is that first step. And for NASA, we're in it for the long haul. For the last more than 20 years, we've shown that you can get incredible value from doing research and technology demonstrations in low Earth orbit on the station. And along the way, we've continually increased our work with commercial organizations, flying research, payloads, entire facilities, experiments, and working with U.S. companies to fly cargo and crew to the station, the latter of those laying the groundwork for the mission we're seeing about to launch today. And we're continuing to look ahead onto the horizon, working with companies like Axiom and others to get a jump start on developing new destinations in low Earth orbit where future astronauts, and not just those from NASA, will be able to go and explore and do research just outside of our atmosphere. So we've got our sights on the horizon, and our ultimate goal is for NASA to become one of many customers in this new economy in low Earth orbit as we set our sights on deep space exploration, heading back to the moon and beyond under the Artemis program. Now, the AX-1 mission's a good example.
All right, guys, it looks as though we did lose that live feed for you all, but that's okay because we are monitoring several live events. Again, you can stream that Axiom Mission 1 space launch at 11:17. For now, let's head back out to Manhattan, New York. We're watching live as Reverend Al Sharpton hosts the National Action Network's conference.
Minimum wage. You miss out on overtime. You miss out on unemployment compensation if you get laid off. If you get hurt on a job, you get no workers' compensation. And of course, you can't join a union if you're an independent contractor. So we need to make sure you can join a union for better benefits if we're going to deal with wealth inequality. And we also know that the best jobs go to those with the best education. And that starts with pre-K. We've been making significant investments in pre-K. And in the American Rescue Plan, we put more money into K through 12 than in the history of the United States.
The time is now 10:29. We're looking live from Manhattan, New York. We're seeing very high-profile lawmakers, policymakers, and advocates who are all speaking on ways to help diverse communities across the United States be more successful in different aspects. However, we are continuing to monitor this live event that we have been promoting for some time here at LiveNOW from Fox, a history-making mission that is set to take place at 11:17. Right now, we have NASA's Bill Nelson speaking. Let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
Encouraging the building. We've got initiatives out there in private industry right now to build a commercial space station. And then all of our international partners on the space station, we're taking with us out into, for example, lunar orbit. The Gateway, which is like a space station in lunar orbit, is going to be a number of nations landing on the moon. We're going to have other nations participate as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of partnerships going forward with NASA to accomplish some of the big goals that we have.
Well, as it should be, because our program is internationally, and when we go to Mars, there's going to be a delegation from planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. Are you excited for today's launch?
Oh, is the Pope Catholic?
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Administrator. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you enjoyed today's launch.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you guys at Hawthorne.
We're at T-minus 46 minutes, 10 seconds. We've just heard from the SpaceX launch director.
Brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, Operator shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. For those operators in firing up 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators noted in 57.83 will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Firing group 4 and MCCX will go into a sterile cockpit and lock down for the duration of the time the launch escape system is armed. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Over that, arming crew arm for movement.
T-minus 45 minutes and counting. You've just heard the SpaceX launch director give the final execution instructions to the launch team.
Crew access arm retraction started.
We're ready for propellant load. That'll begin in about 10 minutes. Before that, we've got crew access arm to retract happening now, and then arming of the launch escape system. Everything continues to look good for an on-time launch of Falcon 9 with Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon SpaceX for tablets.
Go ahead, Arthur.
As we prepare to step into LES arming, I need you to verify that the elastic bands are over the corners of all of the iPads in the vehicle.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavour, Arthur, I can confirm that the elastic band on the satchels are around the tablets and all.
All right, copy that. Thank you, MLA. And for awareness, that last call came in pretty quiet, so if you could speak up on the upcoming calls, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, we'll give you an update here. Inside of 43 minutes, crew access arm has retracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Next up, we've got launch escape system arming. And then at T-minus 45 minutes, or T-minus 35 minutes, we'll begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9. So right now, Falcon 9s go, Dragons go. Weather looks good, and the range areas are also cleared for launch. So Kate, John, everything is looking good. Inside of 42 minutes, everything continues to go well. Waiting now for launch escape system arming.
Endeavour SpaceX for launch escape system.
Go ahead, Arthur.
All right, MLA, at this time I can give you a go to step through section 7 of 4.100, close visors and arm the launch escape system.
That should work. SpaceX Endeavour, visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy, SpaceX.
All right, there you heard it. The launch escape system is now armed. You can see there the crew in their seats with the visors down. Launch escape system, is the first of its kind escape system. It provides escape capability all the way to orbit. It's a really important function to have. Obviously, no intention of using it today, but that's what those call-outs were there back and forth that we just heard.
Right, and as we heard earlier too from Administrator Bill Nelson, the importance of low Earth orbit. So speaking of just how valuable low Earth orbit is, the crew of AX-1 will be conducting a tremendous amount of science over the course of their 8 days on board the ISS. And not only does that include 25 Axiom-managed studies, but it also includes the Axiom crew participating in efforts that extend far beyond this mission. Some of those we actually looked at earlier. One of these broader studies is a series of health monitoring tests before and after the flight. A few days ago, I was able to connect with Dr. Emanuel Riqueta to talk about the ongoing research this crew will participate in on behalf of the Translation Research Institute for Space Health, also known as TRISH. Here's our conversation.
Dr. Riqueta, welcome. It is wonderful to get to talk to you. Please introduce yourself and tell us, what is TRISH?
Absolutely. My name is Emanuel Riqueta, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer at the Translational Research Institute for Space Health. And I'm also faculty at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. The Translational Research Institute for Space Health, or TRISH, we're partners to the Human Research Program at NASA. And one of our main goals is to find and fund new disruptive research that is high risk but potentially high reward, with the end goal of keep humans healthy both in space and on Earth. And we have been working with commercial spaceflight missions since last year, and Axiom-1 is our 4th commercial spaceflight mission.
That's really fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit more about your primary areas of focus or what you're studying on this mission?
Yeah, so TRISH focuses mainly on the high priority areas of human spaceflight research. And I would say the 3 highest priority areas are radiation, behavioral issues that come from being isolated and confined in space. And the third one is how your body changes while you're in a different gravity field, either a zero-G environment like in space, or during different gravity fields when you are in the moon or Mars.
Okay, interesting. So what kind of systems or hardware are you working with specifically to capture this data?
For this mission, the hardware that we're using is absolutely optimized to provide, number one, the highest quality data, while being still easy to use, easy to implement, and being the lowest burden to the astronauts. So to collect all of this data, for example, vision changes, we have been using a small device, is roughly the size of a shoebox that you can see here. I have this here with me. So this is basically like having an optometrist on a box. Basically, the only thing that you have to do is just grab it, put it on your eyes, look at an object that is roughly 6 feet away from you, and after a few seconds, you get a prescription of your glasses as right here. So as I was saying, if there's any changes on astronauts during these missions, we'll be able to see how that changes with this device. We're also looking, I was mentioning, at behavioral changes, how being in an isolated and confined environment has any behavioral aspects. And for this one, we have been using a small tablet like this one, also to test the sensory motor adaptation, the balance disorders, and the space motion sickness. We're using a device like this. And for each of the crew members, we have a set of hardware like this, and it fits. The 4 sets of hardware fits on a medium-sized suitcase. So it is really easy to move wherever it needs to go for launch and landing.
That's wonderful. So what are some of the intended outcomes or goals of the research you're doing?
Yeah, so some of the outcomes and one of the main applications, number one for spaceflight that we want to get from this research is that short duration missions like Axiom 1 are very, very relevant in the context of Artemis missions. When we go back to the moon, the first missions are going to be roughly the same duration as Axiom 1. So anything new that we learn from these missions is going to be absolutely valuable. Really, every new piece of data that we collect in spaceflight could potentially solve and be that last piece of the puzzle that we're looking to complete what we need to know.
Well, Dr. Riqueta, thank you so much for speaking with us today. We wish you the best of luck.
It is my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we are about 30 minutes out from launch of the historic AX-1 mission. It has taken an enormous effort from an incredibly dedicated and hardworking team to get to this moment. And that team wanted to take an opportunity to wish the crew of AX-1 well and Godspeed.
Hey AX-1, we're so happy for you guys and just want to let you know we've got you here on the ground in mission control, so fly high and have some fun.
From all of us here at the Integrated Performance Team, we want to wish you luck on your pioneering mission to the ISS and hope to see you in a couple years when AX-H1 launches.
It is not only an immense honor to get to watch your monumental mission, but also to have been able to support you on your journey towards this day as well.
Hey guys, can't wait for this mission. We put a lot of hard work in. We're excited for you all to have a great time up there, and good luck.
Thank you for helping set an important precedence ahead of a very bright future.
Good luck, AX-1 crew. Let's conquer space. Hasta pronto.
We want to send you all off with good wishes in this incredible journey. Godspeed.
It has been such an honor to watch and support you guys as you prepare for this moment. I'm so proud of each one of you for the dedication, the long hours, and the hard work you put into making this a meaningful mission.
Hello, Axiom astronauts. Thanks for stepping up to the plate for this amazing journey.
You guys have trained hard. You've waited a long time, and this is now happening. Safe travels on this historic mission for the first private astronauts to go to the ISS. It's happening. Wave to us from up above because we'll be thinking of you from down below.
We're the Axiom safety team. We just want you to know that we are really proud of you and we've got your back. We're wishing you a safe and successful mission, and we'll see you when you get back on the ground.
Hi guys, we're the Axiom Soft Goods team, and we just want to wish you a good mission and get back safely.
It's a real pleasure to be talking with you guys right now, and we're super excited for you. I'm here to cheer you on along with the entire Crew Systems team. Yay. Thanks for everything you're doing.
The time is now 10:45 a.m. We're taking a live now look from Cape Canaveral, Florida, and the countdown is on. We are exactly T-minus 32 minutes and 10 seconds away from 4 civilian astronauts who are getting ready to make history, launching into the International Space Station. We'll have more right after this break.
crew is inside Dragon right now. The launch escape system is armed. Propellant is going into the Falcon 9. So since we are at this stage with the launch escape system armed, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside the Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. We have the ability to use a launch escape system right now if it was needed. A couple other status items. Weather, as you can see, looks good. Probability of violating the launch commit criteria is less than 10%. The only thing we're watching is wind gusts, but we believe, having seen the wind for the last several hours, everything continues to look good. That should not be an issue. Weather is also good in the Atlantic Ocean should we need to use a launch escape splashdown site for the Dragon capsule. We've also got upper altitude winds we've been checking out. Balloons have been released by the range here recently. We continue to look good for upper altitudes as Falcon 9 flies through the periods of maximum dynamic pressure. And finally, on the range, of course, we have cleared the danger areas, the hazard, the caution areas. Everybody's out of there except the 4-person crew up in the Dragon capsule, very top of the rocket you can see in the picture. So coming up, T-minus 28 minutes, 30 seconds, everything continuing to look good on Falcon 9 with Dragon for the Axiom 1 mission.
Let's take a moment now to get acquainted with the vehicles that you see there on your screen. That's a live view of Falcon 9 with Dragon, our spacecraft on top. Falcon 9 rocket is a rocket, Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together stands about 215 feet, which is almost 30 feet taller than the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, which is 183 feet. Falcon 9 is a reusable 2-stage liquid-fueled rocket, which means that it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage.
Very cool. So talking a bit about that first stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle that you see there. Has a nice patina. It's been reused a little bit. It's covered in soot from a previous mission. That first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through the Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of that first stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. And the Merlin engines on the first stage are optimized for sea level. These achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space and then separates the rest of the rocket at about 2.5 minutes into flight.
From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital-class rocket in the world can do. It'll make its way back to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas, which you see there on your screen. The seas look great. The blue skies, I don't think it could be any more picture perfect.
No, it's like a desktop right there, I think.
Our drone ships are essentially autonomous, powered spaceports that allow our rocket to land over the ocean. For reference, our drone ships are equivalent to the size of a football field. So while it may have looked kind of small on your screen, they're actually pretty ginormous in real life.
It's got to be to hold a rocket, right? As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket. It's 2 rockets in one. Above the first stage is the second stage. Now, the second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC, engine, which ignites after the first stage separates.
Cryo-helium loading.
Now, the second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and whereas the first stage is designed to power the vehicle out of Earth's atmosphere and the forces of gravity, the second stage is specifically designed to operate in the vacuum of space. The second stage powers the Dragon spacecraft to its specific targeted drop-off point in orbit.
The Dragon spacecraft is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. But for today's mission, it is carrying 4 members of the Axiom 1 crew. It is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station and the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. Like the Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon spacecraft is also reusable. Today will be the 3rd flight to space for this Dragon spacecraft that the Axiom 1 crew is flying in today. The previous flights for this capsule supported were recently the Crew 2 mission, and before that, the Demo 2 mission, which was our first human spaceflight mission. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Now, as we await T0 in just under 25 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. Let's take a look at what the ascent portion of this mission will look like.
Right, so once we hit T-0, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent. At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that happen in rapid succession. The first of which is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which, as the name suggests, that is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event.
Right, now SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1, is where the Merlin vacuum engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our AX-1 crew, into orbit. As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first stage is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin 1D engines will reignite and then shut down. This helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its singular Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of good orbital insertion. About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn, which is a single engine burn, will bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while Falcon 9's first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Now, once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
And lastly, the nose cone deploy sequence will initiate just before T+12 minutes and finish around T+15 minutes. And this sequence will expose Dragon's docking mechanism in advance of its arrival at the International Space Station. So, as you can tell, it's a pretty jam-packed 12 minutes.
Yeah, pay attention. Pay close attention to what you're listening to.
Don't blink. With all of that in mind, let's head back over to Dan Hewitt for an update from the ISS team over at Johnson Space Center. Dan?
Hey, thanks, Kate. Now, inside the room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Scott Stover is leading the teams right now. But just about 4 hours ago, NASA Flight Director Diane Daly gave a go on behalf of the combined ISS team to the SpaceX mission director, just saying that ISS, or the space station, was go for launch. Now, to get there, we've got a list of flight rules, basically just guidelines for all of the major systems we have to make sure are functioning on board station before we can give a go to launch another crew up there. So we're looking at everything from those core critical command and control computers, verifying we have a good communication path through our tracking and data relay satellites, ensuring that the atmosphere, all of the life support systems on board are functioning, even the mechanical systems like the docking port where this mission is headed. So we're expecting today's flight to be about a 20.5-hour journey from launch to docking, with the Crew Dragon Endeavour headed towards the Node 2 Zenith. That's the space-facing port on the top of Node 2, the Harmony module on board the station. And once they get there, they're going to get welcomed by the Expedition 67 crew, which is made up of 7 individuals right now, 4 from our SpaceX through Crew 3 mission with 3 NASA astronauts and 1 ESA European astronaut, and they're joined by 3 cosmonauts that just is targeted for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That's 6:45 a.m. here in Houston, 4:45 for the teams over in Hawthorne. And so once they get there, they'll be able to get out of their suits on board the Dragon spacecraft while the team on board station moves into what's known as the hatch operations. Station Commander Tom Marchand is going to be pressurizing that small area between Dragon and the station hatches. And we expect it to be a little under 2 hours from docking to hatch open, and then we'll welcome the AX-1 crew aboard the space station. So a lot to come with that 20.5-hour journey, but all that's going to start with a launch. So I'll send it back over to Hawthorne as we get into the final phases of the countdown. Back over to you, John.
Right. Well, Dan, as you mentioned, it all starts with the launch. And Kate, it's looking like it's getting pretty busy here. People are excited about seeing a launch, right?
Yeah, we're just now under 20 minutes until liftoff. As you could probably tell by the
All right, guys, we are slowly approaching the 12 a.m. hour here at LiveNOW from Fox. We are having a bit of trouble with those live pictures courtesy of NASA. We will work on getting you that live event shortly, but in the meantime, let's take a LiveNOW look from Cape Canaveral, Florida. We are seeing as dozens of people who have traveled from all over the country to this very spot, all to watch this historic event. 4 civilian astronauts will soon spend 10 days at ISS, the International Space Station. We are just about T-minus 20 minutes to liftoff. Again, 4 civilians making their journey to space, and they will be accompanied by a former NASA astronaut, of course, guiding these 4 civilians into the International Space Station. And it looks like we did in fact get those live images back from the NASA control room. In fact, we are T-minus 17 minutes and 55 seconds from launch time. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
In Hawthorne. So just a quick explanation for why so many rooms with computers.
Exactly. Yeah. And in addition to all the teams gathering here, we've got teams of our own gathering in Houston at Axiom headquarters. You can see there on your screen Axiom Mission Control with the lovely Axiom family behind them looking in proudly. All right. Well, Dan mentioned that, first we have launch, then we got rendezvous and docking, and then we've got 8 days of jam-packed activity on the ISS.
So busy.
Yeah, and docking day it's not just a ride to space, right? You get up there, you open that hatch, and crew is working. I got a little chance to look at some of their timeline, and as soon as they open that door, they are getting invited in, they are getting trained on some emergency procedures, and then stepping right into payload activities, stowage transfers, and just generally getting acclimated. But they're working before they go to sleep, and the work doesn't stop there.
It sounds a lot like everything leading up to launch itself. Everything is scheduled, planned. Even, we know that even sleep time is scheduled on the ISS. It's something that's incredible to me is that not only do you have work to do, your science experiments and that kind of stuff, not only do you have to get some sleep,
where you can,
you also have to exercise, right? Yeah. The exercise time, which can be a couple hours.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
All right, so good news there. We have begun LOX load, liquid oxygen loading on second stage. So that is currently underway for first and second stage, as well as loading of RP1, which is our fuel on both first and second stages.
Right. Right, and again, some of those things that he talked about, it's all following a timeline, right? And we are listening for those important cues along the way that we're hearing on these nets or on the loops, listening for where are we along in that timeline so we know exactly where we are in terms for launch as we count down at just T-minus 15 from launch.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my dashboard here. It looks like fuel load on second stage is now complete. So we're beginning that LOX load as we just heard. LOX load and fuel load continues on first stage. Axiom crew continuing to wait, following along with everything happening there with the touchscreen displays there above them, as well as their tablets strapped to their legs.
Right.
Everything continuing to look nominal for liftoff in just about 15 minutes.
And as we approach that liftoff in these final moments of our countdown to launch, Axiom Space founders Cam Gaffarian and Mike Suffredini wanted to take a moment to reflect on this mission.
Well, this moment for me and Michael is a very special moment in a beginning of many beginnings, right? The launch of AX-1, going to International Space Station as part of our journey to build the first private commercial space station. And we're so grateful to be here and delighted at this moment as part of this incredible journey to commercialize and privatize low Earth orbit.
On behalf of Cam and I, we'd like to thank the entire team that's made this historic journey possible. The SpaceX team in particular has done a tremendous job of prepping our crew for a launch on their transportation vehicle. The crew itself has done a fantastic job of getting themselves ready and planning their research. NASA, of course, we can't do this without NASA's leadership and support. And to each of you in the Axiom Space family, we couldn't have done it without you. We're looking forward to a bright future together.
T-minus 14 minutes, 7 seconds, and continuing to count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. That'll occur 17 minutes and 12 seconds after the hour. As a recap, Falcon 9 began propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. We just heard loading of the RP-1 fuel. The kerosene fuel onto stage 2 was completed right on time at T-minus 20 minutes. We've still got fuel going onto the first stage. Looks like we're about 90% or so full right now. Fuel loading will finish up at T-minus 6 minutes, and we'll hear that call out in the countdown. Meanwhile, densified liquid oxygen is continuing to load onto both the first and second stages. First stage will close out at T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage, we just began loading liquid oxygen at T-minus 16.5 minutes just a few minutes ago. That'll wrap up at the T-minus 2 minute mark. Now we load the liquid oxygen as late as we can in the countdown. It's densified. That means it's ultra cold, well below the boiling point of liquid oxygen. That lets us put as much as we can on the vehicle for performance. And getting it on board the vehicle just before liftoff means it won't warm up, where you start to lose the ability to put liquid oxygen onto the stages, into the tank. In the quantities we want. So it stays nice and cold, it doesn't bleed off, and that gives us the performance we need on Falcon 9. Continuing on, Falcon 9, checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, you may hear that term, they're coming up. We're also going to be doing throttle valve checkouts on the Merlin engines. That helps control the power of the engines as we go through flight. For example, you hear a throttle down or throttle up as we prepare for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. As we come up on the 12-minute mark, the range continues to be go. Roadblocks are up, all the hazard areas are clear. Airspace, sea space is good. The weather is go. Beautiful shots you can see here, blue skies. I'm looking forward to some great views from the cameras as we head into space. And then finally on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. We've done the communication checkouts with the crew. You can see the crew access arm has retracted into the launch position. You can see Dragon now with the strung back of the transport erector and the umbilicals going to Dragon alongside of it. We've also armed the launch escape system, and obviously the crew is strapped in the Dragon capsule and they're ready to go. Final instructions of the crew will come in about 1.5 minutes at T-minus 10. We'll listen to that. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll be in the terminal count for Dragon. Dragon will transition to internal power, going to its onboard batteries and off of the external ground power. We're going to hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we go from T-minus 10 to 0, and then as we fly after T0 and liftoff, we'll hear callouts as we head into space. And that'll be letting the crew know as they reach each of the milestones. Now, next big event coming up at T-minus 10 minutes is we're going to do launch commit criteria, and final instructions will be going to the crew. One other thing that you will hear is during ascent, you may hear 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha. These are launch escape states. As the Falcon 9 flies, if a launch escape was required, The crew on board knows where they are passing various points in the countdown, and that would tell Dragon what sequence of events to execute to come off of the Falcon 9 and bring the crew back safely down under the parachutes in the ocean. Right now, T-minus 10 minutes. Let's listen in to the countdown now.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA, and on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its third flight to the International Space Station. Axiom 1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eitan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות. And a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for. But do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eitan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. You know, the first time is always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Seth for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the minor miracles that they perform. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred, if metaphorically, by the dust, sweat, and blood, and you strive valiantly. You will have no place with the cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.
Some heartfelt words there.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
All right, so there was the call that we have begun to chill the engines on the first stage. So what we're doing right now is flowing a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps on those M1D engines. There's 9 of them at the base of the first stage. And that's essentially bringing them down to the temperature of that super chilled liquid oxygen to prevent any thermal shock to the hardware. And just before that call, some really heartfelt words from Commander MLA and Mission Specialist Eitan Stiba. Really love hearing that commentary.
Stage 1 RP load is complete.
At this point in time, fuel is fully loaded on both the first and second stage. LOX loading continues on both stages.
Coming up on 5.5 minutes. Kate's let us know that we've got the fuel load complete. Next is coming up. We're T-minus 5 minutes. Dragon will be transitioning configuration for terminal count and going on its internal battery power. Everything continues to look good as we're counting down.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retracts.
Heard the call out. We're pressurizing the tanks for strong back retract. We'll hear a sequence momentarily. Strong back is retracting. Actually, that's the start of about a 1 minute sequence. At about T-minus 4 minutes, the clamp arms that you can see there will open, and then
back is retracting.
And then we will see the retract from there. So we've heard the call out. That's the start of the sequence. Doesn't mean that the clamp arms are late opening. It'll take us a few more seconds.
As you can hear, the excitement and the crowd is really growing here at SpaceX headquarters at Hawthorne, California. There you can see the clamp arms have begun to open. And next we should see the strong back begin to retract. This structure is what we basically use to transport the fully integrated vehicle to and from the hangar to the launch pad. And there you can see that strong back retraction has begun. Everything continued to look nominal as we're now under 3.5 minutes until launch. RP1 fuel is fully loaded on first and second stage. Should be wrapping up LOX load on the first stage momentarily and continuing to fill on second stage.
Stage 1, LOX load is complete.
We're under 3 minutes until liftoff of the Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, there we heard that Dragon is on internal power. As I was saying, we're getting close. The crowds are growing. The excitement is palpable. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, just behind where John and I are. And then on the right-hand side, that looks like Axiom Mission Control.
Looks like Axiom Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Everybody's waving and saying, hey.
All right, at this point in time, that LOX load on first stage is complete. So the first stage is now fully loaded with all of its propellant. LOX load on second stage continues. As we've mentioned before,
Stage 2, LOX load is complete.
All right, so there's that call. At this point in time, Falcon 9 is...
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon is fully loaded with all of its propellants, nearly 1 million pounds of that propellant.
Next event coming up
Gas closeout has started.
right
Expect
now,
venting.
the gas closeouts. We finished pressurizing the storage tanks on board the Falcon 9. They gave the crew the heads up, and they hear some loud venting noises. We're also going to vent down the liquid oxygen line that carried the LOX up to the second stage. Generates a typical large white cloud of condensation around the strong back. Big event coming up now, T-minus 1 minute. All the flight computers take over. Let's listen in to the last minute of terminal count.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Endeavor, we acknowledge, go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
Go Falcon, go Dragon, Godspeed, Axiom 1.
Together, a new chapter begins. Godspeed AX-1.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 38 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
All right, telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down in the preparation for max dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q. Stage 1 throttle up.
Merlin 1D engines coming back up to power.
1 Bravo. Copy, 1 Bravo.
The crew calling out 1 Bravo should a escape situation arise. It tells the Dragon flight computer what profile to fly using the Super Draco engines. But everything is looking good on Falcon 9. We're getting nominal callouts from all the engineers and a great view from the ground camera and the onboard cameras.
Invac chill underway.
Beginning to chill in the second stage turbo pump in preparation for its ignition coming up in just over half a minute from now. Coming up on about 3.5 G's acceleration for the crew. We'll begin throttling down the Merlin engines to hold that level of acceleration. Next event coming up, we're going to get main engine cutoff of the 9 engines. Get stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. You've heard the throttle down call out. We're holding 3.5 G's for the crew.
And Miko.
Stage separation, Copy, 2 Alpha.
Invac ignition.
Successful stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. On the left, the titanium grid fins beginning to slowly deploy. Great views from the first stage camera. The first stage now begins a slow flip maneuver. You can see the white nitrogen gas plumes as we reorient for an entry back through the Earth's atmosphere a little bit later in the plus count. Second stage, we see the engine nozzle glowing red. Everything continuing to look good on the second stage. We should be hearing call-outs coming up to the crew here shortly on how the trajectory is looking.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
It's what we like to hear.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
AOS Bermuda, acquisition of signal. The Bermuda tracking station now getting telemetry from the second stage of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top. T plus 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Everything continues to be nominal. First stage coasting to apogee, and then it will come back down for landing on the drone ship. Second stage partway through its lengthy burn to get the crew into orbit. So Kate, 4.5 minutes in, everything continues to look good.
What a absolutely picture-perfect liftoff. We've got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavour. Looks like everyone is still pretty comfy. As John had said earlier, we got
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
All right, good call out there that trajectory is nominal.
Endeavour, we copy.
as John mentioned, we got to about 3.5 Gs there.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we can see the first stage as it is making its way back down to Earth. It's targeting a landing on our drone ship, a Shortfall of Gravitas, which is parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida out in the Atlantic Ocean. Second stage on the right-hand side, everything continues to be nominal there as the MVAC engine is powering the second stage and Dragon Endeavor to its targeted drop-off orbit. Absolutely beautiful views of both the first and second stages.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
All right, so coming up in about 1.5 minutes, the first stage will execute the first of 2 burns required for today's landing attempt. At about T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll see the entry burn begin. That's where the first stage will ignite the center engine first, and then a couple seconds later ignite 2 more engines, so a total of 3 engine burn, which will last about 29 seconds. The entry burn slows the vehicle down significantly as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. The first stage sees high drag, which scrubs roughly 70% of that velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. Stunning view where you can see the curvature of the Earth there on the left-hand side.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy.
There you can see the nitrogen gas thrusters. So that's the puff of gas that you see there occasionally. That's used for attitude control systems. We also utilize those grid fins that you see. There are 4 of them placed around the booster. And those grid fins also help steer for a precise landing, either at
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Stage 2 flight.
All right, there we can see that that entry burn has begun. We are targeting a landing on our drone ship, a Shortfall of Gravitas today. Everything continuing to look nominal with trajectory and MVAC performance there for our second stage on the right-hand side. So we are conducting the entry burn. Previously, the booster was...
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
That entry burn helps slow the booster down. It was going about 25 times the speed of sound. So we slow it down as it re-enters the dense part of the Earth's atmosphere. The next event is second engine cutoff, or SECO 1, as you see it there on the timeline at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 internal guidance.
That's where we shut down the MVAC engine, or second engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon.
Stage 1 transonic.
Note that our landing burn and second engine cutoff will occur about the same time.
Shut down.
All right, we got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavor there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Landing burn has begun for the first stage.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
All right, great news there. Dragon Endeavor, nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy, and it's great to be here. 0G, and we feel fine.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
SpaceX Dragon launch skip system disarmed.
As you can see, this Falcon 9 has landed for the 5th time. All the while, great commentary there.
Landing confirmed.
While we can confirm the landing.
Signal Newfoundland, and also signal detected Cape.
Confirmed landing there of the first stage booster. Also, almost simultaneously, great news for the second stage. We heard that there was nominal orbit insertion for Crew Dragon Endeavor. There you can see a live view inside our Dragon. Looks like the crew is beginning to adjust to zero G. And if you look at the right-hand side corner, it looks like we can see the zero G indicator.
That was one of my. That was one of the things I really wanted to see, what they were going to bring for their zero G indicator. So I can't wait to see what comes on.
It looks, I can't quite tell, Pokemon. Maybe. Okay. Well, hopefully it'll come into closer view.
Yeah.
But
And if not, we'll get to ask them later, hopefully.
yeah, great to see the crew here again, starting to really getting their first taste of microgravity.
Yeah.
Oh, it has ears. Oh, it's a bunny. Is that
like
Thumper?
I think it might be.
I think that's Thumper from Bambi. Love it. So right now, the second stage is basically preparing for dragon separation. The next step now.
All right, guys, it looks as though we lost that live picture that we were getting, but you just witnessed history there. SpaceX has officially launched the first all-civilian crew into space. Now let's head out back live to Cape Canaveral, Florida. It looks like we're getting some members of the crowd who have traveled from all over the country to witness this historic event.
For those of you that have just recently joined us, we had an on-time liftoff of the Axiom 1 crew. They are now in space and coming up to separation from second stage, at which point they will then begin to make their journey, continue their journey to the International Space Station. The view that you're currently looking at is inside the Dragon trunk, which, as you can see, has just separated from the second stage.
Dragon separation confirmed.
On behalf of the Falcon 9 team, welcome to space. Thanks for flying Falcon 9. Guys, enjoy your trip to that wonderful space station in the sky. Do some great research for us. We'll look to see you back here underground. Now stand by for some words from LD.
And MLA and the rest of the crew Endeavor, glad we got to have some fun this morning. We'll probably be calling an early weekend over here at the Cape. Pass you over to Anna and the team. You'll be in good hands. Godspeed, Endeavor. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Cheers.
Hey, Mark. It was a lot of fun. I venture to guess we had a little bit more than you did. We thank you and your launch team, Gerst, you and the Falcon 9 team. It was a hell of a ride, and we're looking forward to the next 10 days.
All right, some nice words there from a couple of key folks. Our first Quindar tone of the mission.
Yeah. I queued up right when I heard that.
There we can
expected loss of signal, Bermuda and New Hampshire.
There we can see Dragon Endeavor on its way to the International Space Station. It has separated. There's a view
Dragon
inside.
SpaceX, we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
There we can see over the shoulder of
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy, Arthur.
Over the shoulder, previously Commander MLA was on the left and pilot Larry Connor was on the right. Live view inside the cabin. They just got the okay to lift their visors.
All right.
All right. So we can see that everyone is in space.
Yeah.
We can see that zero-G indicator floating around. Great view there of Dragon Endeavor. Now in space with the Axiom 1 crew on their way to the International Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day of firsts. You know, this is my first time getting to participate in a launch like this. This is a first for Axiom. I mean, this is a first for spaceflight. And it's just wonderful to see such a picture-perfect launch.
It really was.
We saw the landing, and we saw orbital or zero-G insertion at the same time. I mean, that was perfect. Book. So to punctuate this milestone that NASA and commercial companies are able to achieve together, we go now to Kennedy Space Center, where Megan Cruz is with NASA's Kathy Leaders.
I'm here right now with the Associate Administrator of NASA's Space Operations Mission Director. It's so great to have you here, Kathy.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think of the launch?
Oh my gosh, it's always like, you know, right in the bottom of my throat. I'm holding, I can't breathe.
Yes.
But what a beautiful, beautiful sight.
Yeah.
So good to see it. I want to tell everybody working Artemis 1 wet dress, we're off the range. We're off the range for Axiom 1, and we can get moving. But you always want to hear the engine cut off. You always want to hear that second stage engine's lighting. You always want to hear, you know, each of these stages, and we need to just keep carefully working through the different steps to get that crew there to the International Space Station safely.
Yeah. What does Axiom 1 represent? Axiom 1 and also future private astronaut missions to the International Space Station.
Hey, you know, NASA's original goal was to enable commercial industry. That was actually in our original Space Act agreement. And so here we are, you know, 60 years later, enabling that through our missions. And so I just feel like this is a culmination of 60 years of work for us. And here we are once again getting to see, and for the first time getting to have commercial, you know, private astronauts going to the International Space Station, and they'll get to see what our government, what they're calling professional astronauts doing their real work, but then also getting to do their work too. And it's another place where learning to peacefully work in space, I think, is moving us forward.
Yeah, so important. And you know, we just watched Axiom 1 lift off from that launch pad right there behind us. In a couple of weeks, we're going to see Crew 4 launch from that same launch pad. And then just right next to it, Pad 39B, we have NASA's brand new space launch system. Can you recall a busier time we've had here at the Space Coast? And how is Kennedy Space Center managing its new role as this multi-user spaceport?
So I think somebody else, Bob Cabana had this dream of a multi-user spaceport here. So I think he should be very, very proud of his KSE team, and Janet Petro and her team are obviously leading the way right now, because this is not easy to do. It's not easy to go make sure all these people have all the capabilities and are obviously working with our Air Force sister agency there too, and making sure that all these launches get supported in a seamless way. Just an amazing job.
Yeah, a lot of juggling that has to happen.
Yep.
So, you know, I just talked about SLS. We are looking forward to the moon with that launch later this year. You know, why is it still so important to maintain a presence in low Earth orbit when we're looking towards the moon now?
Because we still don't have everything figured out how to do things yet for the moon and Mars. And really, the cheapest place for us to see a differential gravity environment and for the long term is still LEO.
Yeah.
And so we've got to continue to do these long duration flights, keep doing our medical protocols, keep doing our physical protocols, keep testing out our equipment through those long duration missions. It's the only place where we can do that right now.
Yeah.
And so we still need to be able to have this kind of a test bed for us to be checking out and proving our protocols, our research, our technology before you go put somebody in a rocket that's going to go to Mars, right? So just like always, we prepare, we get ourselves ready, and a low Earth orbit destination is a perfect place to do that.
And again, how does us fostering commercialization efforts in space, how does that free us up to pursue these other dreams that we have as an agency?
So, you know, the administrator today in the pre-mission conference, he said, you know, we right now are doing, this is our first step. We're working with a commercial company to have them come to our International Space Station. And we're learning to work together and figuring out how to work together. And this is going to be an important step for us, because moving forward, we would actually like to now be able to buy a ride and time on orbit with a commercial company to be able to have them do that. And so this is the first step of their learning from us and us learning from them. And then in the future, you know, we're going to have space station for another 8 years, but we would like by the early 2030s for us to be flipping the roles and have our professional astronauts going up and checking and doing and focusing on the research and technology we need for exploration, but allowing commercial providers to be doing the hard work of maintaining the laboratory.
Kathy, what an exciting future. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Dan.
All right. Hey, thanks, Megan. It is great to see the AX-1 mission on orbit. The team here with the space station are ready. We're ready to get them on board. So their journey just started. They've got about 20.5 hours until they're docked to the space station. Again, they're headed for the Zenith port on Node 2. That's the space-facing one on the very top. With that docking scheduled right now for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That is just about 6:45.
I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens.
All right, guys, the time is now 11:38 here on the East Coast. Let's dip out of that coverage courtesy of NASA TV. We just witnessed a very historic moment, the first ever civilian private astronauts going to the International Space Station for 10 days. And this Bureau of Live Now from Fox is broadcasting out of Orlando, Florida. And it was really cool and exciting to see everyone in the newsroom run out to watch that launch happen in front of their very eyes. So very, very cool stuff. But let's go to a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories and major headlines that we're following. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to bring you all top stories and major news headlines that we are following here, raw and unfiltered, of course. We're also keeping our eye on a few upcoming live events. Make sure you're staying tuned into our programming because in just about an hour or so, we will stream for you live President Biden and Supreme Court Justice Judge Katanji Brown Jackson as the two make their first announcements since her confirmation hearings. For now, let's switch gears and get you all up to speed on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We are learning that at least 50 people are dead and up to 300 are wounded as a Russian missile hits a Ukrainian rail station packed with civilians who were trying to flee the fighting. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan. She's bringing us more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
A scene of chaos and confusion after an attack on a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine Friday morning. The governor of the region saying that dozens are dead and hundreds are injured. 2 missiles struck the station in the city of Kramatorsk, where thousands of civilians were waiting to evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the attack during an address to the Finnish parliament.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for their trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles and dead people.
The train station massacre marking the latest attack on civilians in Ukraine. It follows the horrific discovery earlier this week of hundreds of people killed outside of the capital in Bucha. The mayor of Bucha says that 3 new sites of mass graves have been discovered. One survivor describing the horror.
We were in the basement for 35 days. There was shelling all the time. Sometimes there was no water, sometimes there was no food. I explained to them how to fall, how to run, how to defend. Show me. Close your ears with your hands. That's right, Xenia. They fired very hard.
Ukrainian officials report that after days of stalled efforts to get evacuees out, on Thursday, nearly 5,000 people have been successfully evacuated from various cities. The Kremlin is denying any involvement in this latest attack. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thanks, Alex, for that reporting. That report actually adding more to the concern of Russian war crimes. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. This live image is coming from Brussels, Belgium. It's a United Nations meeting. We're going to listen in as representatives, including the president of the Russian Federation, address the United Nations.
And no lasting peace unless the fate of the missing is determined and those responsible are held accountable. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cyprus for her statement. The distinguished representative of Cyprus was the last speaker on my list. I wish to thank delegations for their participation. The informal meeting of the plenary is now concluded. The 67th plenary meeting of the Assembly will convene immediately at 12:45. This is now.
It's now 11:45.
Oh, okay. So at 12:45, the 67th plenary meeting of the Assembly will convene. This meeting stands adjourned.
All right, guys, it looks as though we caught the tail end of that United Nations meeting, just briefly missing the president of the Russian Federation addressing again the UN. Now, if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we'll actually bring you all a closer look here. We are witnessing as crowds gather in Washington, D.C., happening at 12:15, and we will bring this all to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We will have President Biden as well as Justice Brown Jackson addressing the nation. This is going to be their first announcement since Jackson's confirmation, which took place a little less than 24 hours ago. So bringing you many historic events here at Live Now from Fox today. It is Friday, April 8th. The time is now 11:47. Let's take a quick break and we'll have more right after this. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time is now 11:50 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're keeping our eye on several live events, several upcoming events that we are reporting here at Live Now from Fox. Now, this live image that we are getting from Washington, D.C., you can see what looks like a lot of happy folks awaiting President Biden and now Justice Jackson to address the nation. We of course, know that on Thursday, the Senate confirmed the next Supreme Court justice, a very historic nomination, as Justice Jackson is the first Black woman to serve on the court. So we are witnessing just moments ahead of lawmakers and Democrats, probably some Republicans, who are celebrating her appointment from the White House. Again, we will stream that for you all live at 7:15. Of course, we are also paying very close attention to other top stories here at Live Now from Fox. Let's work on getting you all some elements so you can have a bit of a visual. Of course, we are closely following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Unfortunately, we have learned that at least 50 people are now dead and up to 300 people are wounded following a rail station attack. A Russian missile hit a Ukrainian rail station that was packed with civilians who were unfortunately trying to flee from their war-torn country, trying to flee the fighting to get to safety. We are going to bring you all a little bit more on that story live, but first, I do want to recap another historic moment that we have just moments ago shown you here at LiveNOW from Fox. And that is the first all-civilian crew, astronauts launching into the International Space Station. It was a successful launch, and we've learned that these astronauts will stay at ISS for the next 10 days, working for what could soon be a more regular thing. We might see more civilians flying up to space in recent months and recent years, but this was a historic first for civilians going into the International Space Station. Again, we're keeping our eye on many live events here. That's what we do at LiveNOW from Fox. We bring you all the news raw and unfiltered. We do have an event coming from New York. It looks like we have lawmakers speaking at the National Action Network, which is a multi-day convention put on place by Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's go ahead and listen in.
But if you're in rural Alabama and you're at Alabama State, I talked to the president of Alabama State, he said 15% of his students didn't have Wi-Fi in their community. So therefore, in order for the professor to grade them, they had to do this old correspondence stuff where they had to write their paperwork and put it in the mail and then have the professor catch the stuff, correct it, and mail it back to them. This is in 2022. And a lot of that happened. I can talk about Mississippi, North Carolina. There are places where students had to go back to their community, and they couldn't go to a Starbucks to get free Wi-Fi because everything was shut down. So therefore, we were able to the federal government stepped in. As I stated, that crisis put a spotlight on our institutions in terms of what some of the things that we currently don't have and we're getting now in terms of Wi-Fi connectivity, access to computers. Students, a lot of students, we take it for granted when thinking a child can have the latest laptop or whatever, and they didn't have it. And some faculty members didn't have it either. So that's what it did. It really created a major inequity that was put a lens there for our HBCUs.
Yeah, Felipe, tell us a little bit about your experience as a student.
COVID really impacted me. When I got accepted, I'm a sophomore at Morehouse, so when my freshman year, I got accepted right in the middle of the pandemic. And there was a lot of uncertainty because of that, I lost a full scholarship to Morehouse because of the pandemic. But because of the community I was and because of the amazing alumni, my whole first year was not paid. I didn't pay for it. It came out of the help of great alumni, great mentors who told me that they're going to make sure I'm able to go to Morehouse. But also, thank you, my freshman class, Morehouse was able to provide everybody in my freshman class Chromebooks, my phone. It was Microsoft laptops, Surface tablets, that's what it was, Surface tablets. Our whole freshman class, yeah, look, now they all remembering that. But just that, the fact that they were able to do it, I already had a laptop, but there was a lot of other students who was telling me, they were going to just use their phone and just have to type everything up. But because Morehouse started that, it helped us dramatically, But then when we got back onto campus, because the pandemic is still there, it was kind of hard to restart everything. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's kind of slow trying to figure everything out. But I'll say this spring semester is I'm really feeling that HBCU feel, you know what I'm saying? And, it still sucks because I feel my junior year, this is the first time I'm going to really experience my first homecoming, you know what I'm saying? And, I sometimes wish, should I take the gap year, so that I could still experience that full HBCU feel. But I feel Morehouse has definitely still given me the best that they can, and I'm still 100% grateful at the end of the day.
Thank you. Pass the ball.
I am privileged to serve as president of a small Bible college and seminary. I'm privileged to serve as the president of a small Bible college and seminary. And one thing we benefited from was the Higher Ed Relief Fund, which helped us get laptops, things of that nature. But as was mentioned, one of the challenges was access to broadband. One thing I want us to celebrate as National Action Network is my brother Tyleek, who's sitting here. You all may not know this, but Tyleek did a lot of work to push the FCC to make sure we expanded broadband access so that when a challenge like this happens, students are able to access broadband. Another thing, while my school was blessed to receive funds from Higher Ed Relief Fund, one thing we have to recognize is during this downturn, other institutions that had $1 billion and reserves were able to expand. While we are trying to get students laptops, they're building buildings because they have billions in endowment to live off of. So that's something we also need to address. So when we have crises, how we respond to it in that way. One other piece that's important, I was at an accreditation conference and another HBCU president was sharing that as they had to move students off campus, many of the students didn't want to leave. And they didn't want to leave because they ran from danger. And the HBCU campus was their safety net. And now the crisis was sending them back into danger, and they're saying, I don't know if I will make it back. So HBCUs, again, is social justice work because we're rescuing so many to make sure they can endure and live out their full expectancy. So COVID has highlighted a lot of things for HBCUs.
Tariq, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think my fellow panelists pretty covered everything, but I think touching on the broadband and internet accessibility thing, I think that was major for folks because, as mentioned, most Black people, the only connection to internet is to a cell phone, and so there was that major gap of not having a computer, but also not having access to the internet, and thankfully. Along the work that I do as National Youth Director and doing policy work out of our Washington Bureau, working on tech policy, as Pastor Ball mentioned, working with the FCC to expand broadband and working with a lot of the tech companies to stop surprise billing. Because we think about the pandemic, it put folks in a weird space of not being able to pay bills because they couldn't go to work. And so where a lot of these folks, when they went home, didn't have the money to even afford it. And so just work within that. But I do think that the major concern was the internet connectivity. And as Pastor Ball mentioned, going back to a place where many students were trying to get away from. As we think about our schools providing a place for folks to be able to have food on their table, to have shelter. We don't know how many students go to our schools that don't have homes that they live in, that live in shelters. And so that was a major concern, but I'm grateful that our institution stepped up in the midst of danger, in the midst of adversity, and still provided a place of safe haven for our students despite that. So shout out to our schools for being that home figure for a lot of our students and stepped in the gap.
Thank you so much. We're going to take some questions in a minute, so if you have a question, please line up here in the center aisle. But I want to get in one additional question before we go to audience Q&A, and that is, Tyleek, I'll start with you about student debt. One of the things that, of course, Congressman Scott mentioned, and Dr. Williams, you also noted, was the doubling of the Pell Grant and how important that is. But there's also been a move to try to cancel student debt. And I know, Tyleek, you've been very involved in that. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. We understand that student debt is a racial equity issue. Many students, when they go to school, they have this expectancy that if I go get an education, that I can get ahead in life. But for the reality for a lot of students, that's not the case, because you're drowned in student debt trying to pay back. And think a lot of this money that folks are getting when it comes to refund checks, it comes with supporting life, putting food on the table, keeping the shelter over your head. And so canceling student debt is a way to close the racial wealth gap, and we continue to urge the president that if we can extend student debt, repayment from happening, then we can cancel it altogether. So we continue to urge the president to cancel student debt. As mentioned, it's a racial equity issue.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment on that?
Now, I was going to say it was a relief, as the pastor stated. The CARES Act provided the presidents of the university an opportunity to use the funds to cancel debt, and most of our presidents used that. If a student had a debt that they owe the institution, they used those funds to cover it, to get them back to zero, and that was a blessing for a lot of students during that time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to try to get to as many questions as we can. I'm going to ask that you keep your question direct. Try to avoid a lot of commentary so we can get to as many as we can. Yes.
Thank you so much. First question.
First, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Since HBCU are doing so good, I'm going to say great, do anyone think or that our college will be established here in the north, like a site in New York State?
So you're asking, could there be an HBCU that's established in New York?
Yeah.
Right.
Or in the north?
So, Dr. Williams, you're going to talk about the historic nature of HBCUs. There are predominantly black institutions. In fact, Medgar Evers College is a predominantly black institution, but I think it's important to make the distinction between the HBCU designation. Dr. Williams?
Yeah, the HBCU designation is a designation that was established by Congress in 1965. Those institutions that were founded prior to 1965 with the sole purpose of educating black students. And so those institutions, so anything going forward, those institutions will be classified as predominantly black institutions versus HBCU. And the HBCU designation is very important because there's funding tied to it, and there's permanent funding coming from the federal government that supports these institutions, as just like A&T is a land grant institution, and just like Tuskegee.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is just after noon here on the East Coast. Monitoring a few live events here. If you take a look at the upper left-hand corner of your screen, this is Reverend Al Sharpton's 31st annual National Action Network Convention. We're currently listening in as advocates speak on the importance of HBCU funding and expansion. And on the lower right-hand corner of your screen, this is a live look from the White House. Happening in about 10 minutes or so, we will stream for you live, raw, and unfiltered as President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as now Justice Katanji Brown Jackson address the nation, speaking on her historic confirmation to Supreme Court Justice. And while we're on the topic, it's interesting to note that as Katanji Brown Jackson was being confirmed during her confirmation process, law schools of all 6 historical black colleges and universities actually wrote a letter in support of her nomination to the United States Supreme Court. So again, that speech is slated to happen in about 10 minutes or so. We'll bring it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But first, let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more right on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are just moments away from Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as President Biden, and now Justice Jackson. They are addressing the nation, speaking on her historic confirmation to Supreme Court Justice. We're also looking live from the National Action Network's 31st annual conference. Right now, advocates are speaking on the expansion and additional funding for historically Black colleges and universities.
I would encourage you to go to tmcf.org. We have 130 scholarship programs that will be on our website, and they're only for students to go to HBCUs. We can't use the money to go to the other side. It's only you got to go to HBCU from that perspective. And so your daughter, in thinking from an academic perspective, all of our HBCUs have academic scholarships they give out. I can talk firsthand from Howard, particular. Their scholarships, they have different tiers that they give out: the presidential scholarship, the chancellor scholarship, the dean's scholarship, and it's an easy process for them. It's clear. You have the GPA, you have the test scores. They'll look at it, and your daughter could get a full scholarship to go to that particular institution. Same thing with A&T or any of our schools. They have the process will be pretty simple, but I know Howard because I went through it with my boys from that perspective. So I would encourage your daughter to look at the institution's website, but go to our website, tmcf.org, and look at all the scholarship opportunities that we have there, especially if she's a rising senior.
Yes, quickly.
Piggybacking on what Talik shared with regard to the power of the alumni, I shared that I've had two now matriculate through Morehouse. I remember my oldest son, when he was there, my middle son was in middle school, and they could only wear college sweaters. So, of course, I had him in a Howard sweater. His counselor saw it and said, no, you need a Morehouse sweater. And his counselor bought him a Morehouse sweater. Showed for PTA, his counselor stops me at the door and says, oh, you're Micah's father. I hear that your son is at Morehouse. Does he need money? I didn't ask for it. He was an alumni at Morehouse and recognized I've got a son at Morehouse, and all of a sudden that next semester was fully paid at the school. So those alumni are really, really powerful. Definitely get to know them as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The next question.
One other point, do it early. Apply early. If she's going to be a senior, starting this, you will apply in her senior year, like when she starts back.
She's a senior now.
She's a senior now?
We've applied to some, but I just want to know if there's like any.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So it's still not too late, right?
May 1 is the official commitment date for students to decide on whether or not where they're going to go to college. So you still have some time. Okay. But those of you who are thinking about it, do it very, very early.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, hi. Well, thank you for being here, and it's a very powerhouse weekend here at NAN. I just want to ask the question: when you mail out, do you still mail out like the CDs and the information about what HBCUs are? Because I have to admittedly say that as a mother of 3, but one who has finished college, and my son he's a senior, but due to COVID, he has not returned, and it seems like he's a little discouraged because of his school is in a Republican state, and he's a senior. He only needs 24 credits to finish. So my question is, one, they say it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So the question is, if he started there and he only has 24 credits remaining, can he finish in a HBCU? Then the second question is, the information that I received from HBCUs at the time I was with my career plus the London school and everything that was going on, it came and it looked like junk mail, and I never looked at any of the CDs. And so do you still send things like that out? Because if you do, I would like to have someone else send to me so I could share that with him as an extension of being here, and that could be something that can lead to his encouragement if he's welcome to possibly be an applicant for his senior year.
Yeah, thank you. So the first question is really, I think, an important question because we know there are many students who start college who stop out for many different reasons. And I was encouraged to see that Morehouse really has committed to trying to get many of those students back and have created really a new initiative to try to encourage students to finish their degree. But Dr. Williams, you were a former college president, so I know that you saw this all the time. What can be done to encourage those students who started their education and stopped out, maybe for financial reasons or other reasons, to finally come back and earn the degree? Because without a degree, right, you paid a lot of money, but there's no credential.
A lot of our HBCUs they have programs what they call recruit back, and they're trying to get the students back into the institutions. So every last one of our HBCUs will have transfer programs. So your 24 credits, you would have your son or daughter to submit those credits to the institution to evaluate so they don't lose those credits if it came from another four-year institution, regardless of if it's a predominantly white, those credits still will transfer over because all of our schools are fully accredited from that perspective. So I would encourage your son or daughter to look at the different websites around. A lot of our schools are not sending out mailers or CDs. They're using a lot of social media to get the word out as it relates to the institution and what you would need to have in order to get in.
We'll get, yes.
Yeah, and so it is a little secret at Morehouse. When Martin Luther King went to our school, he was a C student, and he actually failed speech at Morehouse College. You know, my first semester at Morehouse, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't do that well, and an alumni told me that. So for your son, don't let him be discouraged. You know what I'm saying? Martin Luther King, who was probably the best person to give a speech, failed speech at Morehouse. So for him, he just has to keep on going. You know what I'm saying? Just keep on going. He's gonna make it out.
Thank you. We're running short on time, so I want to get as many questions as we can. So please keep them very brief so we can get everyone.
Yes, sir. My name is Terrell Buford. I'm here representing Memphis, Tennessee. And man, I wanted to know, what is the percentage of African American men in HBCUs? Because I look around this room and I see a few African American men. And what we're doing, we're about to do a call.
The question. What was the question?
Yes. Oh, what is the percentage to African American men in HBCUs, and what can we do to do better to get them?
Thank you. Dr. Williams, do you know that number?
At Morehouse, it's 100%. But nationally, we're not doing well, to be honest with you. Just be very candid. Most of our campuses, our African American females are in this. Some campus 70%, and in some cases, 60. If we can get 50-50, that's a rare situation. So we got to do a better job of getting more of our males, African American males, back in college in general, from that perspective.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Huff, and I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. And I wanted to address the question that you asked earlier about the homelessness, and the children had to return back to where they were running from. What are we doing, and I say we, doing to help with the food pantries, with making sure all of this stipend that's going out with, they're giving stimulus checks. Are we giving money to the children that's returning back to poverty so we can make sure they're eating and have a place to live? Because a lot of them didn't have places to live. Thank you.
Anybody want to take that?
Well, I think we were definitely pushing each college campus to create those safe havens for students who could not return home and who identified that they did not feel safe going home. And a lot of the college campuses, as I mentioned, opened up space on their campuses for those students. And even to mention, we see Katrina Jefferson here, who was leading a lot of National Action Network's work. We gave over 1 million meals to people across the country in our respective areas to help feed folks. And so a lot of folks stepped in the gap, but we definitely were pushing schools to keep their doors open, and a lot of them definitely did. So, Happy to report that.
Thank you. We got 3 more questions, and we'll get to these quickly and before we end.
Hello, my name is Sylvie Bello, and I'm with the Cameroon American Council. I work on African immigration, and HBCUs have been great places for a lot of Africans, as well as Africans who pay international student fees. We have been getting reports that HBCUs are looking to get Ukraine immigrants in for free. My question is, how many HBCUs are part of the Immigration President's Council? These are presidents of colleges that work on pushing immigration.
All right, guys, that was the latest from the 31st Annual National Action Network Convention. We may revisit that live event in just a bit, but we are following several top stories and major headlines. So if you're just now joining, we'd like to get you caught up to speed, beginning with the Russian invasion of Ukraine as we enter day 44. We are learning some really devastating news. We are learning that about 50 civilians were killed as a Russian missile hits a Ukrainian rail station. Here's more on that story.
A scene of chaos and confusion after an attack on a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine Friday morning. The governor of the region saying that dozens are dead and hundreds are injured. 2 missiles struck the station in the city of Kramatorsk, where thousands of civilians were waiting to evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the attack during an address to the Finnish parliament.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for their trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles and dead people.
The train station massacre marking the latest attack on civilians in Ukraine. It follows the horrific discovery earlier this week of hundreds of people killed outside of the capital in Bucha. The mayor of Bucha says that 3 new sites of mass graves have been discovered. One survivor describing the horror.
We were in the basement for 35 days. There was shelling all the time. Sometimes there was no water, sometimes there was no food. I explained to them how to fall, how to run, how to defend. Show me. Close your ears with your hands. That's right, Xenia. They fired very hard.
Ukrainian officials report that after days of stalled efforts to get evacuees out, on Thursday, nearly 5,000 people have been successfully evacuated from various cities. The Kremlin is denying any involvement in this latest attack. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories that we're following here at LiveNOW from Fox, we brought you all a front row seat to history about an hour ago when we showed you SpaceX launching its Falcon 9 rocket from Florida's Kennedy Space Center, carrying 4 private astronauts. They will stay at the International Space Station for a little bit more than a week, having access to all but the Russian portion of that space station. Here's more from Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell.
I can say with zero hesitation that we are ready to fly.
Mark, Larry, Michael, and Eitan will be the first to do it after earning their title as private astronauts.
You had to have passed many of the NASA professional astronaut tests. We passed them all. And you have to do what they deem to be worthwhile research. We're doing some 25 experiments encompassing some 100 hours of research.
Some being technology demonstrations.
They need two-way holoportation, which would be the first time if successful, it'll be the first time that's done between Earth and the space station.
The vehicle taking them up to accomplish this is no stranger to space travel. This will be the 5th flight for the Falcon 9 first stage booster. Once it separates from its spacecraft, it will land on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, for the Dragon spacecraft, it has already completed 2 missions. While it's the first private trip,
it's the next logical step for space exploration.
It's a precursor to bigger plans. Axiom Space is working on their own station.
This is one of the first steps, establishing that commercial station there to provide that next step to commercial stations further out, maybe in lunar orbit, maybe asteroid mining, all these different industries that can become futures for commercial industry.
For now, it's all about their journey ahead with a view of the green and blue planet from above.
I suspect if you ask me post-splashdown, one of the highlights is going to absolutely be the view from 250 miles above Earth.
From one historic event to another, happening any moment now, we expect President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as newly appointed Justice Katanji Brown Jackson to address the nation, speaking on her, of course, historic confirmation to the High Court. Now, very interesting, very historic, because Jackson is the first Black woman and the third person of color to ever serve on the Supreme Court. This in its 233-year history. Now, Jackson will take her seat on the Supreme Court when Justice Stephen Breyer retires, and that's slated to happen this summer. And also, conservatives still hold that 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. Again, we expect that announcement to happen any moment now. We're keeping a very close eye on it so we can bring it all to you exactly when it starts. We don't want to miss anything from this historic event. But for now, let's check in with LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He actually caught up with a legal analyst, and they're speaking on the details of this historic confirmation.
With us to further along this conversation and to go over some of the highlights that we heard from and saw today, especially with some of these Republican senators on the panel: Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. I'm being joined by former federal prosecutor, and legal expert Doug Burns. And Doug, thanks for being with us. We didn't really get much, though, out of Senator Durbin there. He did answer very briefly about, lamenting the fact Republicans are honing in, they are fixated on the fact that in Judge Jackson's previous record and her previous sentencing decisions, there have been some low sentences when it comes to those who, downloaded child pornography, who distributed child pornography. Why are Republicans focusing in on this specific part of her record, and what do you make of it?
No, it's a very good question. They're trying to drive a narrative, obviously, that, she's somehow soft on crime, and then it fits into the quick soundbite of, she'll take the law into her own hands and legislate from the bench. The point is, you can hear from my voice, my first editorial right out of the gate is that political rhetoric and criminal law nuts and bolts don't mix very well. Okay, in a particular case, you have a statute, 0 to 20 years, and the judge can impose a sentence anywhere within that range. However, in 1987, keeping it real simple, the United States sentencing guidelines went into effect. So within the 0 to 20, it might say 78 to 97. That was mandatory. The judge had to impose a sentence between 78 and 97. But then a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. In 2005, in the Booker case, and I know that your viewers, have picked this up, listening and following, but in Booker, the guidelines became advisory only. The judge had to calculate them, had to look at them, but wasn't bound to impose a sentence within that. So that's sort of the framework. So what the Republicans did is they picked out 7 cases involving child pornography, and they say that she gave sentences below the advisory guidelines range. The first question I have, which is very interesting, is, well, wait a minute. Judge Jackson imposed sentencing in 100 cases. So I want to see an immediate chart of all 100 cases. And I want to see on that chart, what were the advisory guidelines in every one of the 100 cases and what sentence did she impose? So I think there's a little bit of disingenuousness, taking place here, because I want to see the overall landscape. Now, within the area of child pornography, a couple of comments. Number one, given the incredibly horrific nature of the crime, obviously, the political rhetoric can be ratcheted up accordingly. You're letting predators back on the street, all of that type of thing. But as Judge Jackson explained, each case has a probation report, a recommendation from probation. And by the way, let me point out that this point about she didn't follow the recommendation of the prosecutors, that's really disingenuous, because prosecutors universally in federal court ask for very, very high sentences, and the judges kind of keep them in check. The defense lawyers similarly ask for something maybe too lenient. That's what the judge is there for. So I come at this right down the middle. On the one hand, it's not good necessarily that she showed a lot of leniency in child pornography cases. I get that. But on the other hand, it behooves everybody to give a fuller presentation of her entire history of all 100 cases that she imposed a sentence in, Andrew.
Yeah, and Doug, that was her response to Senator Cruz when he displayed that chart in the hearing room today. She responded, you know, every single case that was presented on that chart, she said that she sent that defendant to jail. You could tell she was getting, you know, quite bothered by this relentless line of questioning, not only from Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley as well, and she, you know, essentially was forced to say, I've already answered these questions. I'm going to repeat my previous answer to these questions that happened on yesterday. So I thought that was really interesting. And my God, I mean, I don't think I've ever talked about child pornography 3 days straight. It seems something that Republicans are fixated on, and they're keeping at it. They don't seem to be letting up on this line of questioning. Now, Doug, can we tell a whole judge's jurisprudence on sentences they have made in their prior record? Should it tell us something about them?
Well, it tells you a little bit, but at the same time, I heard one commentator point out today that, remember, being on the highest appellate court in the country, the Supreme Court of the United States, is different than being a trial judge and imposing sentences as a day-to-day matter. On the Supreme Court and on the D.C. Circuit or any circuit court of appeal in America, you know, you're dealing with dry technical appellate issues of law. It's a totally different sort of job description. But the point is, I mean, yes, I mean, I've appeared, you know, in front of judges for 36 years, federal judges. Some are more lenient than others. It's not any big secret. Lawyers in conference rooms all day long talk shop about, oh, well, we're in front of Judge X, so maybe here we'll get a little more lenient sentence, that type of thing. But the sentencing guidelines, real quick, and federal sentencing are a very, very complicated topic, okay? And that's what makes it even more discouraging to see political rhetoric and hot rhetoric in front of the cameras thrown around with respect to it. But to answer your question, you can't really necessarily tag her or categorize her, because cherry picking cases without, again, I sound like a lawyer, but I am one, without having the entire file, the probation report, and all of the information, you really can't just automatically say it. And then one other related legal point, which I think I heard you referring to, and you're right, is, remember, this is a very interesting separation of powers question, Andrew, because, you know, on many levels, it was pointed out throughout the discourse that some of these statutes have mandatory minimums. So let me explain that. A statute might be 5 to 40 years, and the judge cannot, no matter what, go below 60 months. That was the case, incidentally, in one of the 7 child pornography cases they were talking about, and Judge Jackson imposed 60 months. Of course, she was berated, you gave the absolute minimum. But the point I'm making, sorry for meandering, is that Congress could, you heard it discussed, could increase the penalties, increase mandatory minimums, and therefore take away this discretion. The point of the matter is that Judge Jackson did not impose any sentence in violation of law. Okay, so I have to start with that proposition, because the point is it was within the statutory parameters, okay, and the guidelines are advisory, they're not mandatory, and she showed some leniency in her discretion. So again, I just don't think it's fair, honestly, to cherry pick files. But my next point, I'm smiling, is this is residual Kavanaugh anger. That's what's really going on here, in my view. So the point is, you know, they are so ripping mad about what took place and asking the candidate, the nominee, you know, how many beers did you drink when you were 17? They're just ripping mad about that.
Right.
And frankly, I don't blame them on many levels.
Yeah.
And so that's why, you know, a lot of this is sort of feigned outrage, because if you think about it, under the old adage, KISS, keep it simple, right? Is she qualified to be on the Supreme Court? Well, let's see. She went to Harvard. She went to Harvard Law School. She clerked for Justice Breyer, and she's been a federal judge for a decade. She's written 570 opinions. Nobody's talking about whether those are good, bad, or indifferent. So to a trial lawyer like me, the immediate inference is that they're solid, they're fine. And so she's qualified, period. So why are we in all this theater? Very simple, because it's become an ideological court, which is a...
All right, guys, we're taking a look back as Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft speaks with a legal analyst, really mapping out the details of this historic confirmation. As we've been reporting, happening any moment now, we do expect Justice Jackson as well as President Biden to address the nation, speaking on this historic day. And it looks like it is happening right now. So let's head out to Washington, D.C. and listen in.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, America. Have a seat, please. President Joe Biden, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff, members of Congress, members of the Cabinet, members of our administration, and friends and fellow Americans. Today is indeed a wonderful day. As we gather to celebrate the confirmation of the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Katanji Brown Jackson. President George Washington once referred to America as a great experiment, a nation founded on the previously untested belief that the people, we the people, could form a more perfect union. And that belief has pushed our nation forward for generations. And it is that belief that we reaffirmed yesterday. Through the confirmation of the first Black woman to the United States Supreme Court. And Judge Jackson, you will inspire generations of leaders. They will watch your confirmation hearings and read your decisions. In the years to come, the court will answer fundamental questions about who we are and what kind of country we live in. Will we expand opportunity or restrict it? Will we strengthen the foundations of our great democracy or let them crumble? Will we move forward or backward? The young leaders of our nation will learn from the experience, the judgment, the wisdom that you, Judge Jackson, will apply in every case that comes before you, and they will see for the first time 4 women sitting on that court at one time. So as a point of personal privilege, I will share with you, Judge Jackson, that when I presided over the Senate confirmation vote yesterday, while I was sitting there, I drafted a note to my goddaughter. And I told her that I felt such a deep sense of pride and joy, and about what this moment means for our nation, and for her future. And I will tell you, her braids are just a little longer than yours. But as I wrote to her, I told her what I knew this would mean for her life and all that she has in terms of potential. So indeed, the road toward our more perfect union is not always straight, and it is not always smooth, but sometimes it leads to a day like today. A day that reminds us what is possible when progress is made, and that the journey, well, it will always be worth it. So let us not forget that as we celebrate this day, we are also here in great part because of one President Joe Biden, and because of Joe Biden's vision and leadership and commitment, a lifelong commitment to building a better America. And of course, we are also here because of the voices and the support of so many others, many of whom are in this audience today. And with that, it is now my extreme and great honor to introduce our president, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Kamala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The first really smart decision I made in this administration. My name's Joe Biden. Please sit down. I'm Jill's husband and Naomi Biden's grandfather. And folks, yesterday, this is not only a sunny day, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is going to let so much sun shine on so many young women, so many young black women, so many minorities, that it's real. It's real. We're going to look back, nothing to do with me. We're going to look back and see this as a moment of real change in American history. I was on the phone this morning, Jesse, with President Ramaphosa of South Africa. And he was talking about how the time that I was so outspoken about what was going on in my meeting with Nelson Mandela here. And I said, I'm shortly going to go out, I'm looking out the window. I'm going to go out on this, what they call the South Lawn in the White House. And I'm going to introduce to the world, the first African-American woman out of over 200 judges on the Supreme Court. And he said to me, keep it up. Keep it up. We're going to keep it up. And folks, yesterday we all witnessed a truly historic moment presided over by the Vice President. There are moments that people go back in history and they're literally historic, consequential, fundamental shifts in American policy. Today, we're joined by the First Lady, the Second Gentleman, and members of the Cabinet, Senate Majority Leader, there you are, Chuck, Senate Majority Leader, and so many who made this possible. And today is a good day, a day that history is going to remember, and in the years to come, they're going to be proud of what we did, and we're going to try what Dick Durbin did as the chairman of the committee. I'm serious, Dick. I'm deadly earnest when I say that. To turn our children and grandchildren to say, I was there. I was there. This is one of those moments, in my view. My fellow Americans, today I'm honored to officially introduce to you the next Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Katanji Brown Jackson. After more than 20 hours of questioning at her hearing and nearly 100 meetings, she made herself available to every single senator who wanted to speak to her and spoke for more than just a few minutes, answered their questions in private as well as before the committee. We all saw the kind of justice she'll be, fair and impartial, thoughtful, careful, precise, brilliant, a brilliant legal mind with deep knowledge of the law, and a judicial temperament which was equally important in my view, that's calm and in command, and a humility that allows so many Americans to see themselves in Katanji Brown Jackson. That brings a rare combination of expertise and qualifications to the court. A federal judge who has served on the second most powerful court in America, behind the Supreme Court. A former federal public defender with the ability to explain complicated issues in the law in ways everybody, all people can understand. A new perspective. When I made the commitment to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court, I could see this day. I literally could see this day because I thought about it for a long, long time. As Jill and Naomi will tell you, I wasn't going to run again. But when I decided to run, this was one of the first decisions I made. I could see it. I could see it as a day of hope, a day of promise, a day of progress. A day when, once again, the moral arc of the universe, as Barack used to quote all the time, bends a little more toward justice. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I knew the person I nominated would be put through a painful and difficult confirmation process. But I have to tell you, what Judge Jackson was put through was well beyond that. There was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, the most vile, baseless assertions and accusations. In the face of it all, Judge Jackson showed the incredible character and integrity she possesses. Poise. Poise and composure, patience and restraint, and yes, perseverance and even joy, even joy. Katanji, or I'm not going to be calling you that in public anymore. Judge, you are the very definition of what we Irish refer to as dignity. You have enormous dignity. And it communicates to people. It's contagious, and it matters. It matters a lot. Maybe that's not surprising if you look who sat behind her during those hearings. Her husband, Dr. Patrick Jackson, and his family. Patrick, stand up, man. Stand up. Talia and Layla, stand up. I know it's embarrassing the girls. I'm going to tell you what Talia said. I said to Talia, it's hard being the daughter or the son of a famous person. I said, imagine what it's like being president. She said, she may be. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Katanji, her brother, a former police officer and a veteran. Katanji, stand up, man. This man looks like he can still play, buddy. He's got biceps about as big as my calves. Thank you, bud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, her parents, Johnny and Elroy Brown. Johnny, all right, stand up. I'll tell you what, as I told Mom's rule in my house. Oh, you not think I'm kidding. I'm not. My mom and my wife as well. Look, people of deep faith, the deep love of family and country, that's what you represent. Who know firsthand, Mom and Dad, the indignity of Jim Crow, the inhumanity of legal segregation, and you had overcome so much in your own lives. You saw the strength of parents, and the strength of a daughter that is just worth celebrating. I can't get over, Mom and Dad, you know, I mean, what you did and your faith and never giving up any hope. And both that wonderful son you have and your daughter. You know, and that strength lifted up millions of Americans who watched you, Judge Jackson, especially women and women of color, who have had to run the gauntlet in their own lives. So many of my cabinet members are women, women of color, women that represent every sector of the community. And it matters. And you stood up for them as well. They know it. Everybody out there, every woman out there, everyone, am I correct? Just like they have. Just like they have. And same with the women members of Congress as well, across the board. Look, it's a powerful thing when people can see themselves in others. Think about that. What's the most powerful thing? I'll bet every one of you can go back and think of a time in your life where there was a teacher, a family member, a neighbor, somebody who made you believe that you could be whatever you wanted to be. It's a powerful, powerful, powerful notion. That's one of the reasons I believe so strongly that we needed a court that looks like America, not just the Supreme Court. That's why I'm proud to say, with the great help of Dick Durbin, I've nominated more black women judges of federal appeal courts than all previous presidents combined. That's why I'm proud that Kamala Harris is our Vice President of the United States. A brilliant lawyer, the Attorney General of the state of California, former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Kamala was invaluable during this entire process. And Chuck, our majority leader, I want to thank you, pal. You did a masterful job in keeping the caucus together, getting this vote across the finish line in a timely and historic manner. Just watching it on television yesterday, watching when the vote was taken on the Democratic side of the debate, people, there was such enthusiasm, genuine. You can tell when it's real. You can tell when it's real. Did an incredible job, Chuck. Thank you so much. Folks, because you're all able to sit down and don't have to stand, I'm going to go on a little longer here and tell you. I want to say something about Dick Durbin again. Dick, I'm telling you, overseeing the hearing, how you executed the strategy by the hour, every day to keep the committee together. And you have a very divided committee with some of the most conservative members of the Senate on that committee. It was especially difficult with an evenly divided Senate. Dick, I served as chairman of that committee for a number of years before I had this job and the job of vice president, as did all the Democrats. You did not stand, I think all the Democrats in the committee did. And every Democrat in the Senate, all of whom voted for Judge Jackson. And notwithstanding the harassment and attacks in the hearings, I always believed that the bipartisan vote was possible. And I hope I don't get him in trouble. I mean it sincerely, but I want to thank 3 Republicans who voted for Judge Jackson. Senator Collins is a woman of integrity. Senator Murkowski the same way, an Alaskan, up for re-election. And Mitt Romney, whose dad stood up like he did. His dad stood up and made these decisions on civil rights. They deserve enormous credit for setting aside partisanship and making a carefully considered judgment based on the judge's character, qualifications, independence. And I truly admire the respect, diligence, and hard work they demonstrated in the course of the process. As someone who's overseen, they tell me, more Supreme Court nominations than anyone who's alive today, I believe that respect for the process is important. And that's why it was so important to me to meet the constitutional requirement to seek the advice and the consent of the Senate. The advice beforehand and the consent. Judge Jackson started the nominating process with an impressive range of support, from the FOP to the civil rights leaders. Even Republican-appointed judges came forward. In fact, Judge Jackson was introduced to the hearing by Judge Thomas Griffin, the distinguished retired judge appointed by George W. Bush. She finished the hearing with among the highest levels of support of the American people of any nomination in recent memory. So soon, Judge Jackson will join the United States Supreme Court, and like every justice, the decisions she makes will impact on the lives of America for a lot longer in many cases than any laws we all make. But the truth is, she's already impacting the lives of so many Americans. During the hearing, Dick spoke about a custodial worker who works the night shift at the Capitol. Her name is Verona Clemens. Verona, where are you? Stand up, Verona. I wanted to see. You don't mind. She told him what this nomination meant to her. So he invited Ms. Clemens to attend the hearing because she wanted to see, hear, and stand by Judge Jackson. Thank you, Verona. Thank you, thank you, thank you. At her meeting with Judge Jackson, Senator Duckworth introduced her to 11-year-old, is it Vivian? Vivian. I'm sorry, Vivian. That's her. Is that your sister? He's pointing. Who was so inspired by the hearing, she wants to be a Supreme Court justice when she grows up. God love you. Stand up, honey. Am I going to embarrass you by asking you to stand up? Come on, stand. There's tens of thousands of Vivians all through the entire United States. She met Judge Jackson and saw her future. Means you're here today, and thank you for coming, honey. I know I embarrassed you by introducing you, but thank you. People of every generation, of every race, of every background felt this moment, and they feel it now. They feel a sense of pride and hope and belonging and believing and knowing the promise of America includes everybody, all of us. That's the American experiment. Justice Breyer talked about it when he came to the White House in January to announce his retirement from the court. He used to technically work with me when I was on the Judiciary Committee, and that's before he became a justice. He's a man of great integrity. We're going to miss Justice Breyer. He's a patriot, an extraordinary public service, and a great justice of the Supreme Court. And folks, let me close with what I've long said. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with him. I guess we traveled 17,000 miles when I was vice president. I don't know that for a fact. And we were sitting alone. I had an interpreter and he had an interpreter. And he looked at me in all seriousness and said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said what many of you heard me say for a long time. I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities. Possibilities. That in America, everyone should be able to go as far as their hard work and God-given talent will take them, and possibilities. We're the only ones. That's why we're viewed as the ugly Americans. We think anything's possible." And the idea that a young girl who was dissuaded from even thinking you should apply to Harvard Law School, don't raise your hopes so high. Well, I don't know who told you that, but I'd like to go back and invite her to the Supreme Court. She can see the interior. Look, even the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Now, folks, it's my honor, and it truly is an honor. I've been looking forward to for a while, to introduce you the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Katanji Brown Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is the greatest honor of my life to be here with you at this moment, standing before my wonderful family, many of my close friends, your distinguished staff and guests, and the American people. Over these past few weeks, you've heard a lot from me and about me, so I hope to use this time primarily to do something that I have not had sufficient time to do, which is to extend my heartfelt thanks to the many, many people who have helped me as part of this incredible journey. I have quite a few people to thank, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in this moment, it is hard to find the words to express the depth of my gratitude. First, as always, I have to give thanks to God for delivering me as promised and for sustaining me throughout this nomination and confirmation process. As I said at the outset, I have come this far by faith, and I know that I am truly blessed. To the many people who have lifted me up in prayer since the nomination, thank you. I am very grateful. Thank you as well, Mr. President, for believing in me and for honoring me with this extraordinary chance to serve our country. Thank you also, Madam Vice President, for your wise counsel and steady guidance. And thank you to the First Lady and the Second Gentleman for the care and warmth that you have shown me and my family. I would also like to extend my thanks to each member of the Senate. You have fulfilled the important constitutional role of providing advice and consent under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer. And I'm especially grateful for the work of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee under Chairman Durbin's skillful leadership. As you may have heard, during the confirmation process, I had the distinct honor of having 95 personal meetings with 97 sitting senators. And we had substantive and engaging conversations about my approach to judging and about the role of judges in the constitutional system we all love. As a brief aside, I will note that these are subjects about which I care deeply. I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law. Steadfastly upholding the rule of law. But today, at this podium, my mission is far more modest. I'm simply here to give my heartfelt thanks to the categories of folks who are largely responsible for me being here at this moment. First, of course, there is my family. Mom and Dad, thank you not only for traveling back here on what seems like a moment's notice, but for everything you've done and continue to do for me. My brother Katanji is here as well. You've always been an inspiration to me as a model of public service and bravery, and I thank you for that. I love you all very much. To my in-laws, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, who are here today, and my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, William and Dana, Gardy and Natalie, thank you for your love and support. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, I bet you never thought you'd get to skip school by spending a day at the White House. This is all pretty exciting for me as well, but nothing has brought me greater joy than being your mother. I love you very much. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done for me over these past 25 years of our marriage. You've done everything to support and encourage me, and it is you who've made this moment possible. Your steadfast love gave me the courage to move in this direction. I don't know that I believed you when you said that I could do this, but now I do. And for that, I'm forever grateful. In the family category, let me also briefly mention the huge extended family, both Patrick's and my own, who are watching this from all over the country and the world. Thank you for supporting me. I hope to be able to connect with you personally in the coming weeks and months. Moving on briefly to the second category of people that warrant special recognition, those who've provided invaluable support to me professionally in the decades prior to my nomination, and the many, many friends I have been privileged to make throughout my life and career. Now, I know that everyone who finds professional success thinks they have the best mentors, but I truly do. I had 3 inspiring jurists for whom I had the privilege of clerking: Judge Patty Saris, Judge Bruce Selya, and of course, Justice Stephen Breyer. Each of them is an exceptional public servant, and I could not have had better role models for thoughtfulness, integrity, honor, and principle, both by word and deed. My clerkship with Justice Breyer in particular was an extraordinary gift, and one for which I've only become more grateful with each passing year. Justice Breyer's commitment to an independent, impartial judiciary is unflagging. And for him, the rule of law is not merely a duty, it is his passion. I am daunted by the prospect of having to follow in his footsteps, and I would count myself lucky, indeed, to be able to do so with even the smallest amount of his wisdom, grace, and joy. The exceptional mentorship of the judges for whom I clerked has proven especially significant for me during this past decade of my service as a federal judge. And of course, that service itself has been a unique opportunity. For that, I must also thank President Obama, who put his faith in me by nominating me to my first judicial role on the Federal District Court. This brings me to my colleagues and staff of the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. and the D.C. Circuit. Thank you for everything. I am deeply grateful for your wisdom and your battle-tested friendship through the years. I also want to extend a special thanks to all of my law clerks, many of whom are here today, who have carved out time and space to accompany me on this professional journey. I'm especially grateful to Jennifer Gruda, who has been by my side since nearly the outset of my time on the bench and has promised not to leave me as we take this last big step. To the many other friends that I have had the great good fortune to have made throughout the years, from my neighborhood growing up, from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, and especially the debate team. Right. From my days at Harvard College, where I met my indefatigable and beloved roommates, Lisa Fairfax, Nina Coleman Simmons, and Antoinette Sequeira Coakley. They are truly my sisters. To my time at Harvard Law School and the many professional experiences that I've been blessed to have since graduation, thank you. I have too many friends to name, but please know how much you've meant to me and how much I have appreciated the smiles, the hugs, and the many atta-girls that have propelled me forward to this day. Finally, I'd like to give special thanks to the White House staff and the special assistants who provided invaluable assistance in helping me to navigate the confirmation process. My trusted Sherpa, Senator Doug Jones, was an absolute godsend. He was an absolute godsend. He's not only the best storyteller you'd ever want to meet, but also unbelievably popular on the Hill, which helped a lot. I'm also standing here today in no small part due to the hard work of the brilliant folks who interact with the legislature and other stakeholders on behalf of the White House, including Louisa Terrell, Rima Doden, Tona Boyd, Minion Moore, Ben LaBalt, and Andrew Bates. I am also particularly grateful for the awe-inspiring leadership of White House counsel Dana Remus. Of Paige Herwig, where's Paige? And Ron Klain. They led an extraordinarily talented team of White House staffers in the Herculean effort that was required to ensure that I was well prepared for the rigors of this process and in record time. Thank you all. Thank you as well to the many, many kind-hearted people from all over this country and around the world who have reached out to me directly in recent weeks with messages of support. I have spent years toiling away in the relative solitude of my chambers with just my law clerks in isolation, so it's been somewhat overwhelming in a good way to recently be flooded with thousands of notes and cards and photos expressing just how much this moment means to so many people. The notes that I've received from children are particularly cute and especially meaningful because more than anything, they speak directly to the hope and promise of America. It has taken 232 years and 115 prior appointments for a Black woman to be selected to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. But we've made it. We've made it, all of us, all of us. And our children are telling me that they see now, more than ever, that here in America, anything is possible. They also tell me that I'm a role model, which I take both as an opportunity and as a huge responsibility. I am the task primarily because I know that I am not alone. I am standing on the shoulders of my own role models, generations of Americans who never had anything close to this kind of opportunity, but who got up every day and went to work, believing in the promise of America, showing others through their determination and, yes, their perseverance that good things can be done in this great country. From my grandparents on both sides, who had only a grade school education but instilled in my parents the importance of learning, to my parents, who went to racially segregated schools growing up and were the first in their families to have the chance to go to college. I am also ever buoyed by the leadership of generations past who helped to light the way. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Justice Thurgood Marshall, and my personal heroine, Judge Constance Baker Motley. They and so many others did the heavy lifting that made this day possible. And for all of the talk of this historic nomination and now confirmation, I think of them as the true path breakers. I am just the very lucky first inheritor of the dream of liberty and justice for all. To be sure, I have worked hard to get to this point in my career, and I have now achieved something far beyond anything my grandparents could have possibly ever imagined. But no one does this on their own. The path was cleared for me so that I might rise to this occasion. And in the poetic words of Dr. Maya Angelou, I do so now while bringing the gifts my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. So as I take on this new role, I strongly believe that this is a moment in which all Americans can take great pride. We have come a long way toward perfecting our union. In my family, it took just one generation to go from segregation to the Supreme Court of the United States. And it is an honor, the honor of a lifetime, for me to have this chance to join the court, to promote the rule of law at the highest level, and to do my part to carry our shared project of democracy and equal justice under law forward into the future. Thank you again, Mr. President and members of the Senate, for this incredible honor.
Well, a historic moment outside of the White House, as we just heard from Judge Jackson there. She's going to join a Supreme Court that's both more diverse than ever and more conservative than it's been since the 1930s. She'll, of course, be examining cases that have to do with race and college admissions and voting rights. It's a 6-3 conservative majority. Jackson, the first black woman confirmed to the Supreme Court following yesterday's 53-47 vote by the Senate. She, of course, will not join the court for several months until Justice Breyer retires once the court wraps up its work for the summer, including its verdict on whether to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade case ruling on abortion rights. So it's going to be a pretty packed session for Judge Jackson here, and we're happy to bring it to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you joining us here on this Friday, kind of rounding out the week there, but we are far from over. We have a lot to be looking forward to through the rest of the week here, the weekend, and the rest of the day. We'll be expecting another press conference, this time at the White House, with the press secretary, Jen Psaki. She'll be speaking about not only this historic confirmation, but also the other top stories of the day. We'll also be heading around across the country. Want to bring you out to Harris County, that's in the Houston area, as a funeral is underway for a deputy who unfortunately was shot in the midst of trying to help out when suspects were seen trying to steal catalytic converters. So even doing his job off of the job and getting killed for it. So we'll listen in to their remarks about him. We'll also be taking you out to Los Angeles for a pretty wild police chase this morning that ended at a gas station while the motorcyclist was trying to fill up his tank. So don't want to miss any of that. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you out to Los Angeles for this next story. It's one that we definitely needed to show you, despite the breaking news at the White House, the confirmation of Judge Jackson. But take a look at this. This is a police pursuit that ended at a gas station in Los Angeles. They're going to be able to zoom in here in just a moment. Sky Fox was overhead tracking this police pursuit. We weren't able to bring it to you live, but we're showing you the recorded video of it because in the middle of the pursuit, he stopped at this 7-Eleven to fill up his tank. Of course, you got to keep it going. You got to keep it moving when you are on the motorcycle, and anyone needs to fill up gas, especially when you are busy trying to ride away from law enforcement. You can see as they zoom in here as he's stopping there for those high gas prices out in California, almost $6, trying to put it in as quickly as possible. And then just within minutes, law enforcement coming up, guns drawn. There's still not a lot of information about how this all started, but you can see him hands up as law enforcement rolls up and then takes him into custody, hands and knees on the ground. Luckily, this one ending safely. But you got to do what you got to do when you run out of gas out in California. Just wanted to show you that as we missed it minutes ago when we were at the White House, outside of the White House, hearing from Judge Jackson, of course, being confirmed to be the first ever Black woman on the high court here. She said that she feels up to the task. She also says that for her family, it took one generation to go from segregation to the Supreme Court. Pretty powerful words as she got choked up talking about this, how excited she is to step into that position. and also proud to look her daughters in the face and tell them what her mom has done. We'll be going out to the White House here once again in just a little bit, as we'll be hearing from the press secretary, not only about this confirmation, but about everything else that the Biden administration is facing. We'll step into some of the news out of Ukraine, as we're hearing a strike at a rail station has killed 50 people. So more on that. But before that, let's go out to Texas, Harris County, Texas, where there is a funeral underway for a beloved deputy. These are the suspects that were taken into custody because, unfortunately, a beloved deputy in Harris County is now dead. Darren Almendarez. He was leaving a grocery store with his wife. They were shopping for items for his sister's birthday party when he discovered 3 suspects trying to steal catalytic converters from his vehicle. He approached them and they fired 6 shots at him, ultimately killing him. And now his colleagues honoring him at this funeral. We'll listen in to some of them for just a moment here.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Bowden. I'm a lieutenant with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. It's my privilege and honor to serve the men and women of this department as their chaplain. I want to thank all of you for being here today to honor this man. This is a sanctuary full of people who have come here to pay tribute to a true testament of what it means to be a peacekeeper, to be a peacemaker, to be a peace officer, and to be a warrior, a husband and a father, a friend and a brother. We're here to pay honor to his grieving wife, his grieving mother and children, siblings, his teammates here from the Harris County Sheriff's Office, and members of the community who have come out, and members of our local, state governments and other law enforcement agencies. I'm going to take the time to first and foremost thank the First Assembly family here once again for opening their doors, their hearts of compassion to our Sheriff's Office family. They have always been so gracious to us, and we thank Pastor and his staff for accommodating us every time. And the Bible tells us to give honor to whom honor is due. So could we as a law enforcement community and this family thank this church and family with a hand clap of appreciation. I'm going to take the time to also thank Sheriff Ed Gonzalez and his command staff for the overwhelming support that they have shown to this family during this time of grief. And we also want to take the time to welcome and thank other dignitaries that have come here to honor Darren today. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, State Representative Armando Lee, State Senator John Whitmire, Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg, Commissioner Adrian Garcia, Houston Police Department Chief Troy Fenner, Sheriff Greg Capers of San Jacinto County, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Constable Sandlin of Precinct 8 Harris County, Special Agent in Charge Fred Malinowski of the FBI, Constable Mark Herman, Precinct 4 Harris County, Jason Taylor, Regional Chief, Department of Public Safety, Senator Alvarado, Constable Rosen, Harris County Precinct 1, and former HPD Chief C.O. Bradford. And if I missed anybody, then that was the list I was given. So we thank you for being here. If I missed you, would you please wave if you're an elected official or Chief Cagle, County Judge Hidalgo, I see you. I'm sorry. Your name wasn't on my list, and I apologize. That's on me. I own it. Leadership owns mistakes, and that was my mistake. I'm going to share with you our order of service today. When I sit down after I pray and read the obituary, we're going to hear a song, God Only Knows. And then we are going to hear another song, If Tomorrow Never Comes. Then, speaking in this order, and please follow immediately after the person in front of you. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez will come and give remarks as the department head. There will be Sergeant Mark Schmidt, Harris County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Eddie Rivera, Harris County Sheriff's Office. Ms. Flora Zarzosa Almendarez will also give remarks, and Darren's daughter, Andrea. I'm going to come back up here in just a second, and then we're going to hear God Only Knows here right now, because I'm going to share the obituary and a special poem that one of Darren's teammates wrote, and I think it would be appropriate after we hear this song, and then I'll pray for us.
So as they go into song here, we want to go out to the remarks from Sheriff Ed Gonzalez out in Harris County, sharing his memories of Darren Almendarez, again, who was shot while trying to stop suspects stealing catalytic converters at his car there in Harris County. So let's listen into the sheriff. We also have on the side for you, popped up in this 3-box, the confirmation of Judge Jackson, as lawmakers are still out on the lawn. They're also expecting a White House briefing at the top of the hour. So we have you covered here on Live Now from Fox.
I come before you with a broken heart as we honor the life of a great man and a great deputy. Deputy Darren Almendarez was a hero who gave his last breath in service to his community. We must do better. We cannot allow these assaults on our law enforcement to continue. We understand that bad things happen to good people, but it shouldn't happen to officers who do all the right things while protecting their community. Darren made the ultimate sacrifice, and my heart breaks for his grieving family. Darren made that ultimate sacrifice because that's what he believed in. To his wife, Floyd, daughters, Andrea and Kayla, son Danny, mother, Mary Helen, brother Steve, and the other brothers and sisters, and all the extended family that are gathered here today. On behalf of the Harris County Sheriff's Office and all the law enforcement agencies that are represented here, our deepest condolences go out to all of you. There are no words capable of providing sufficient comfort. All we can do is pledge our undying support and promise to be by your side from this moment forward. I know there are no words that can ease the pain that we all feel, or that can fill the void that this tragedy has left behind. As we take him to rest today, I would ask that you remember this true hero, not for how he lost his life, but for how he lived it. And the real tribute doesn't come from the words that you're going to hear today. Several of us have the unique privilege of being up here to share a little bit of our remembrances of him, our memories, how we knew Darren. But the real tribute comes from all the people that are gathered here today in their sanctuary to pay their respects. That's the tribute, not in the words, but in the tribute to Darren as a man, a tribute to Darren as a deputy. People to come together to pay their respects. And so the turnout here today is not only a tribute to his service in our community, but an acknowledgement of the amazing individual that Darren was, because he sure was. And while many are here today and the sanctuary is full, there's many that couldn't be here today. And I want you to know that that community supports you and the family, loved and supported Darren as well. Because when a police officer dies in the line of duty, an entire community pauses in sorrow. And so there's many people that have expressed their heartfelt condolences. When we pause and think of Darren's professional life, I think it's important to look at it from two ends of the spectrum. Because I think that one thing that exemplified Darren his entire life was his grit, his determination, his love for serving others, his love for teaching, and his love for continuing to learn. That is always evident. One of his first jobs, or his first job, I believe, he was only about 15 years old. And it was at a Whataburger in the East End, on Harrisburg. I remember the place because that's my first patrol beat when I worked 11 District, HPD Magnolia Station. And I met someone that had the opportunity to work with Darren back then. And I told him, well, what was Darren like? What do you remember? He goes, he was incredibly smart, even at 15, incredibly smart, very independent, Steve, very independent. He liked to learn. He liked to teach. He liked to teach. I remember that. He goes, in fact, I remember, he taught me one thing that I still remember to this day. And I said, what was it? And he goes, I remember he told me, man, if you wrap one of those pickles around one of the French fries, it's to die for. I haven't tried it yet, but I intend to next time I go to Whataburger. But, you know, they worked together, and they kind of lost track of each other. They each went on their separate paths, and, you know, as sometimes the future works out in mysterious ways, that individual is now one of our investigators. They both ended up being Harris County Sheriff's deputies. Investigator Frankie Prado is now one of our investigators in our Violent Crimes Unit and does phenomenal work. And he's been involved here lately because Darren touched him in so many ways. And he said that same determination and tenacity and the way he was, just it was infectious and lasted him throughout his life. So thank you, Frankie, wherever you're at, thank you for sharing that with us. But he had that grit and determination. He wanted to keep pushing himself, doing better, and that's something that he believed in. He wanted to keep growing and learning. On the second part of his professional career, I believe he also worked at Metro Bank on Capitol Street, I believe. So he kept doing other things, again, continuing to grow. But eventually he would find his true calling, and Darren was a great cop. Law enforcement was made for Darren, and he was made for this career. Darren loved being a deputy, and he took pride in serving his community, and he took his job very seriously. He distinguished himself as a stellar deputy and investigator through his performance. Everywhere he worked, whether it be anti-gang operations with the task force, whether it be being a field trainer in District 3 in the east part of Harris County, he always gave it his best. He liked teaching people. That's why I think he was an FTO. And he did phenomenal work everywhere, even through visiting his desk recently. I saw his reading glasses there, the cases he was working on. He was still giving it his all and breaking down those crews, those chop shop crews in East Harris County and everywhere, just really being a phenomenal investigator. And when he went to auto theft and they interviewed him, he just blew everybody away with his knowledge, with his smarts, and very soon he was teaching other people how to do the job, how to do the work. And again, a testament to being a lifelong learner and being a teacher. And that's something that he always did. He was definitely a shining star for the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Now, he was a remarkable man, and he did many things wonderful, but not everybody's perfect. And there were a few things that weren't his strong suits. One thing was his Spanish. His Spanish was not very good. Floyd, we talked a bit about that. And Montes was sharing a story. One of his best friends was telling me a story that they were on a patrol and that they had to translate and so, sure enough, he started trying to translate. Darren started trying to translate, and the guy was just listening and staring at Darren, and so was Montes. And then after about a 5-minute dialogue, the person they were interviewing kind of turns to Montes and says, ¿Qué dijo? What did he say? And Montes, who speaks Spanish, said, I don't even know what he said. And here recently, they were reminiscing that he had a witness or someone on intercom, and he was talking to them at the office. They're kind of desk mates. They sat next to each other, and he had someone in speaker, and he reached out trying to help a victim of a crime, and he was again say, "Señora, soy el investigador, Almendares." He started going on through his skill, and after it was just silence, and after about a few minutes, the female person on the other line says, "Can you just tell me in English?" But again, Darren was a remarkable man, whether it be fishing. He also liked to barbecue. We're always having barbecues. And he again had this thirst for knowledge and wanting to improve. And I was talking to someone that got to spend a little bit of time with him here recently. I believe Darren was working the rodeo, Floyd, and he spent some time working that. And the deputy was unmounted and had her horse, and she noticed that Darren kept staring and looking at the horse and says, "Hey, you haven't seen a horse? What's going on?" He goes, "No." He goes, "I planted some trees or something," and Floyd, you're smiling because I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if it was lemons or limes or something, and he goes, I used some horse manure, and it grew some big lemons or limes. So was it, Floyd, lemons or lemons? And he was just astounded, and ever since then he was fixated on getting more horse manure because he wanted to keep growing them. And on that particular day, just wasn't his day because the deputy said the horse was just wasn't pooping. And sure enough, though, they saw an HPD mounted officer, and they said, "Hey, can you come here?" He goes, "Hey man, can you help out this my fellow deputy over here? He's looking for some horse manure because he really wants some for his garden, and he was really focused on that." And the guy says, and Chief Finner, you'll appreciate that. He goes. And the HPD officer said, "Hey, buddy, don't worry about it. Just go to our stables over in Northeast Harris County. We'll give you all the horse manure you want, man." So it was close to the house. So I know that was something he was interested in doing. But again, just that inquisitive mind of saying, "How can I perfect this? How can it be? How can I do more?" But true to self and true to.
Sheriff Gonzalez sharing some funny stories about his former deputy here at their funeral, and we'll be hearing from the family of Darren as well. We'll also be taking you around the country to some of the other top stories of the day, including this live look outside of the White House that just popped up. Hopefully, we'll maybe be hearing from some of the lawmakers who were just there listening to Judge Jackson alongside President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris for this historic day. The first Black woman to hold the high court will be Judge Katanji Brown Jackson. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going into some consumer stories for you. We're hearing inflation causing a spike in college tuition, yet another spike. Also, an experiment of a 4-day work week. Sounds pretty good, right? We'll tell you all about it in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, almost 10:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are awaiting a White House briefing here at the top of the hour. We'll be going out to it live. But first, we want to head into some of our Fox Business briefs. Tesla's Elon Musk teasing new products, Amazon outlining a new effort to stop workers from unionizing, and Spirit Airlines reconsiders merger talks. Here's the latest from Fox Business.
Spirit Airlines will start talks with JetBlue on its $3.6 billion bid to combine the two airlines. Back in February, Spirit and Frontier announced talks to merge in a $2.9 billion deal. But after JetBlue's unsolicited bid this week, Spirit says it will consider both offers. Frontier has not commented on these latest talks. While Tesla's Elon Musk announcing plans for a new Cybertruck, Musk teased the new futuristic electric pickup at the opening of Tesla's Gigafactory in Austin, Texas. The billionaire also touted a new robo-taxi and the Optimus humanoid robot, which Musk says will be able to do anything humans don't want to do. Production on the Tesla bot could start as early as next year. Well, Amazon isn't giving up its fight against unions. Last week, 55% of workers at an Amazon warehouse in Staten Island, New York, voted in favor of unionizing. In legal filings to the National Labor Relations Board, Amazon outlined plans to object to that historic win. Among other things, the online retailer accuses these organizers of threatening warehouse workers to vote in favor of the union. An attorney for the union calling the objections a stalling tactic to avoid contract negotiations. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni.
As you likely know, inflation impacting just about everything, and college tuition is one of those situations as well, unfortunately. Fox's Lydia Hugh with that side of the story.
The cost of college is surging across the country. Over the past 20 years, the average tuition at a public four-year school has surged 158% to reach nearly $11,000 a year, while average tuition for a private four-year school has surged nearly 97% to reach $38,000 a year. And more than half of people currently graduating with a bachelor's degree had at least some type of student loan debt. The average amount, more than $28,000. Experts say the current pause on student loan repayments and the loud calls from progressive Democrats to cancel all student loan debt will further increase tuition hikes.
People are going to say, maybe I can borrow a little bit more. Maybe I can pay a little bit more. And the institutions are listening. And that means we're very likely to see increases in prices over the time.
Now institutions are facing growing pressure to increase tuition as more than 1 million fewer students are enrolled in college than before the pandemic. Tuition here at Fordham University has increased more than 6.5% over the past 4 years. It costs $56,000 to attend school here for just 1 year. And if a student needed to take out a loan for a single year, it would take them 10 years, paying more than $560 a month to clear that entire debt. Reporting from the Bronx, New York, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
And coming up after the break, there is a new experiment underway right here in the U.S. and abroad, 4-day work weeks. How would it work? After the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 4-day work week might perk your ears up a little bit on this Friday. Fox 11 Los Angeles with this experiment that's underway here in the United States and in other countries.
State lawmakers are considering a bill that would make a 4-day work week standard for large companies. This bill would require any company with over 500 workers to pay overtime after 32 hours. LA County Assembly member Christina Garcia says the measure would improve work-life balance. Some critics claim, though, that it would kill jobs, it would lower wages for those workers who do remain. You know, you guys, I'm loving this idea, but I don't know how practical it is. What do you think? 4-day work week?
I think it depends on the business.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I don't know how well it would work in our business, for instance.
Well, for us, yeah.
Yeah, but I think for a lot of other businesses, I think it probably would be fairly practical. And I would bet, and I don't know, because I know we're going to be talking to an expert, I would bet that productivity actually goes up.
See, I'm really glad you said that, because some of the people who are against this say they think it would decrease productivity. I disagree. I think I personally, you guys, when I'm busiest, I get the most done, right? So
Right.
if I have less time to do something, that is the time I'm most productive. When I have more time, I just don't get it.
Would you honor your time off, though? Like, so the 4 days you would work full days, but the days that you weren't here, would you actually stop working?
Well,
Oh, yeah. No, I would. I don't
He
have a problem with it.
Well, as you said, let's talk to the expert. There's actually an experiment underway right now in the United States and other countries to see if this would work. Our guest today is Joe O'Connor. He is the CEO of 4-day Work Week Global and currently overseeing this experiment. So, Joe, let's pepper you with all the questions. You've run the experiment, this pilot project, including here in the United States. How did the first week go?
Good morning, Michaela. Great to join you. So yeah, your colleagues are absolutely right. When we originally founded our organization in 2019, our founder, Andrew Barnes, actually introduced this in his own business, Perpetual Guardian in New Zealand. And his motivation was productivity. You know, he's an entrepreneur, he's a business leader. And he was reading research that suggested that people were only truly productive for 2.5 to 3 hours per day. And he asked himself the question that if you shift the focus away from hours worked, away from the length of time people are at the office, at the desk, or on the clock, and onto output, and onto actually what are we getting done, what are we achieving, could he deliver better business performance? The experience that he had in New Zealand was very much that it did. It improved their productivity, it improved their engagement, it improved their employees' well-being. And since then, we've been working with companies all over the world in different industries to support them in transitioning to this, what we call reduced hour productivity focused model, which is based on the concept of 100, 80, 100. 100% of the pay, 80% of the time, but in return for a commitment to delivering 100% of the productivity.
Joe, do you think more companies and businesses will test out this model this year? Only because with what happened with the pandemic, right? So many people did this hybrid model. Some people figured out, hey, I don't have to go back to the office. What do you see happening this year here in the States, for example?
You're absolutely right. The pandemic has been a game changer. You know, like with a lot of cultural and societal norms that are very deeply embedded, you know, we all know the 5-day, 9-to-5 work week harks back to Henry Ford and the manufacturing age. And sometimes it takes a big disruptor like the pandemic to dislodge some of these things. And we've certainly seen, you know, a huge increase in the interest and the appetite, not just of employees who post-pandemic are really realigning what they consider to be a reasonable life-work balance, but also from the point of view of employers who, particularly what we're seeing is, in a very, very competitive labor market, companies that experiment with this and maintain their productivity give themselves a very significant competitive edge when it comes to retaining their best people and recruiting quality talent to their companies. So the message I would have to CEOs out there that are maybe considering this is that your biggest risk isn't trying this in your business and it going wrong or it not working. Your biggest risk is your biggest competitor is going to do this first.
Yeah, you know, Joe, I want to talk about something that's actually somewhat related to this. I know there are a lot of countries, for instance, that give a lot more vacation time than we do here in the United States. They also, you know, there are places where they actually give their employees breaks during the day to sort of break up the workday. And I believe that data shows that those employees are happier, they have better attitudes, and so they are therefore much more productive when it comes to doing the work when they are actually working.
Well, even if you look within Europe, and I'm an Irish guy, as you probably can tell from my accent as well as my name, you know, some of the most productive countries in Europe, like the Netherlands, like Denmark, that constantly rank at the highest in terms of the competitiveness rankings, the productivity rankings, have amongst the lowest average work hours in Europe. Two of the countries with the highest work hours, the UK and Greece, are consistently towards the bottom of those productivity rankings. So that, you know, research has shown for decades that there is no correlation between the number of hours you work and the level of productivity you put in. And it's high time that we move away from this culture that certainly I think is here in parts of America, that, you know, being the first person in and the last person out is some kind of a badge of honor.
Yeah.
And that we move towards focusing on what are people actually producing? What are people getting done at work? You know, we've seen incredible advances in the past number of decades with globalization, email, the internet, yet we're still working on average the same hours as we worked back in the early to mid 1980s. And we need to ask ourselves, is this model of work appropriate, sustainable for the digital
But Joe,
age?
I wonder if there is something inherent to the American psyche, though, right? The capitalist nature, leader of the free world, all of that, maybe even this notion of American exceptionalism. Is it a tougher road to hoe here? Is there something baked into the society and how we see ourselves as productive members that makes it a tougher ask?
Well, I certainly, when I came here in September, a lot of people said that to me. You know, I'm living in New York. You're going to the place that is known all over the world for those kind of crazy hours. How successful will this project be? But we've seen 38 companies in the US and Canada sign up with over 2,000 employees to a 6-month coordinated trial. Most of those companies started their trials in the past week. And certainly we're seeing no lack of appetite. And I think really what it comes down to is, a number of years ago, a lot of companies and a lot of leaders would have asked themselves the question, can the 4-day week work? I think we're past that question.
Yeah.
I think it's been demonstrated in enough places that it can work. And the question people are now asking themselves is, can it work for my business?
Well,
I would argue that, you know, the idea that we're going to go back to the way we worked pre-pandemic, that's much more pie in the sky now than the 4-day work week idea is.
Yeah, the idea's been floated before. Let's see if it has more legs this time around. This has been a really interesting conversation. I think all of us, Araxia, Joe, Tony, thanks so much for just bringing all your thoughts to it. Joe Connor, again, CEO of 4-Day Work Week, conducting some pilot programs. Let's see if it sticks. Joe, thanks for joining us today.
Fox 11 in Los Angeles, really interesting conversation. We'll see what happens with that. We'll also see what happens with this White House briefing, supposed to start at the top of the hour. We'll be taking it live to you. You can see Fox's Peter Ducey getting all ready in the front row. Going to ask some tough questions to the press secretary amid the big announcement on the front lawn today at the White House. Judge Jackson confirmed first black woman to hold the high court. So more on that and more from across the country in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. COVID cases may be hitting new lows here in the U.S., even as lawmakers are testing positive on Capitol Hill. Fox's Jonathan Seri with that story.
A wave of COVID-19 cases hitting Washington this week. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Attorney General Merrick Garland, and several White House staffers all testing positive in recent days. Despite the surge, the Biden administration says it does not have plans to change its COVID protocols.
We have incredibly stringent protocols here at the White House that we keep in place to keep the president safe, to keep everybody safe.
The outbreak comes as new coronavirus infections hit a 9-month low in the U.S. It's a different story overseas, where the BA2 subvariant is fueling a spike in cases in the U.K. and China. Health experts say it's unclear whether the U.S. will see a similar trend.
The story is not as straightforward as it was with the Alpha, Delta, and the Omicron waves, but it may not necessarily be accompanied with another aggressive wave as in the past.
Meanwhile, airlines continue to feel the effects of COVID. In the UK, British Airways and EasyJet have canceled hundreds of flights due to COVID-related staffing shortages. Here in the U.S., Alaska Airlines says 63 fewer pilots were prepared to fly this month. The carrier cited training delays due to the recent Omicron surge.
We need to make it easier for people to get their pilot's licenses and get through the process.
UK scientists are now monitoring the XE variant, but say it's still unclear whether it causes more severe infection. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Well, it is the top of the hour, 11 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, heading into the rest of the afternoon on Capitol Hill. As we were just talking about COVID-19 cases, many lawmakers testing positive, but that is not going to slow things down, as the White House briefing should be happening at any moment here. It was supposed to start at the top of the hour. As we know, things can get pushed back a little bit. The press secretary is sure to be talking about COVID-19 cases, President Biden's exposure to COVID-19. It did not hold them back from having the event on the front lawn today at the White House to honor and celebrate the historic confirmation of Judge Jackson, soon to be the first Black woman to hold the high court. And we'll be playing that out for you later on in the evening here. But we want to stick with some COVID-19 news. Fox 26 in Houston with this segment.
Other news this morning, the term medium COVID is gaining traction, but what does that mean?
So we've been told about long COVID, where people can't shake symptoms for months, but let's talk about this version with Dr. Jason Maley, director of Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center's Long COVID Clinic in Boston. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here in Houston. What is medium COVID exactly?
Good morning. Yes, I think when medium COVID is being used, it's largely referring to people who have symptoms that persist after having COVID-19 longer than most people would expect after having a virus. But those symptoms may slowly improve over time and ultimately resolve in perhaps a shorter period than some people label long COVID. I think for our purposes, we consider people who have symptoms beyond 2 to 3 months after having COVID-19 as having some form of long COVID, and it's certainly a spectrum.
And when you're talking about those symptoms, which ones are lasting for perhaps weeks at a time?
So many people commonly feel fatigued, they feel exhausted and have difficulty carrying out their daily life at home or at work. They may feel short of breath or have difficulty with their comfort of breathing, walking around. They may notice other changes like keeping track of tasks or multitasking or losing train of thought are happening to them. And I think all of those, among some other symptoms like taste and smell not returning or having unexplained new pains, those are things that we're seeing as part of long COVID. And some people do experience those for 3 to 6 months, but it does resolve in that time frame. And perhaps this idea of medium COVID is kind of getting at the spectrum that we see, both people with slow resolving symptoms as well as people with much more prolonged symptoms.
So what would you say the common recovery time is for a person? And then should you assume that you have this medium COVID if you don't recover that quickly?
So most commonly, if someone has COVID-19 and recovers normally, it should be within 2 to 3 weeks after having the virus, they feel pretty much back to themselves. They may be still getting some of their energy back, but otherwise they're not noticing new symptoms. And over the coming months, they don't develop new symptoms. For people who aren't recovering in that time period, and over 1 to 2 months after having COVID-19, their heart is racing when they walk around, they're exhausted, they have difficulty doing their work because they're having difficulty with memory and thinking, or they're having other new symptoms that weren't there before COVID. That's around the time where we would start to be concerned. They should be seeing a doctor, they should be evaluated for having long COVID, having these persistent effects of COVID-19.
We have had some specific clinics open up in the Houston area the past couple of years that concentrate on nothing but long COVID. I would assume that they would also be looking at medium now as well. What is your advice to people struggling to adjust to this medium COVID? Is it a good idea to find a specialist versus just perhaps a general doctor who might not know some of the newest advances of helping treat these patients?
Yes, it's a great question. I think first, certainly having a good primary care doctor and having a good partnership with them is key, because these long COVID clinics here in Boston and in Texas and elsewhere are just really overwhelmed by the sheer number of people who are experiencing this, and we're trying to get to all the patients we can. So I think in that early period, if you're recovering but slower than expected, it's important to first partner with your primary care doctor, and they may do some initial testing. And from there, if they don't find anything and the symptoms are persisting, then it's probably a good idea to seek care at one of these long COVID clinics.
Well, Dr. Jason Maley from a long COVID clinic in Boston, thank you so much for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right, Fox 26 in Houston. With that story, we want to stay in the nation's capital. As we told you before, we are awaiting the press conference with the press secretary here. Should be starting at any time. But going out to D.C., a wild story. 2 men charged with impersonating federal agents in order to get close to real Secret Service agents are back before a judge today. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with more.
2 men back in court Friday afternoon following their Wednesday arrest for posing as fake Homeland Security agents. They have been deemed a flight risk. The FBI says Arian Taherzadeh and Haider Ali were integrating themselves with real Secret Service officers and agents, including ones charged with protecting the president and first lady and the vice president's residence. According to prosecutors, Taherzadeh and Ali convinced agents to accept gifts and pricey apartments. One was offered a gun. At least 4 real agents have been put on administrative leave.
Was this an effort by a foreign power to engage in some sort of either compromise these law enforcement officers, or even worse, access what they knew and get access to their information and travel details, all that other sort of stuff?
When cops raided the men's Washington, D.C. apartment, they found guns, gas masks, law enforcement training manuals, drones, surveillance equipment, handcuffs, and zip ties. They also found a binder of information on every resident in their building, including congressional staff and defense employees. Prosecutors said Ali's passport showed visas to Pakistan and Iran, and that Ali had claimed to work for the Pakistani intelligence agency. Both men are U.S. citizens. It's possible they could also face conspiracy charges. The White House is staying quiet on the case.
I don't have any comment from here. I'd point you to the Secret Service and others investigating.
The 2 men have been charged with false impersonation of a federal officer. They face up to 3 years in jail if convicted. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
So the press secretary obviously not commenting on that yesterday. We'll see here when it starts, the press conference, if she decides to comment on it today, as this story is only developing. We'll keep our eyes on it. We'll also keep our eyes on the other top stories of the day, including the wife of a Harris County deputy who was tragically shot after he discovered 3 suspects trying to steal catalytic converters from his car. We'll hear from his wife, who he was shopping with at the grocery store, after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A funeral underway for a deputy who was tragically shot and killed while he was trying to stop 3 suspects trying to steal catalytic converters from his vehicle. You're taking a look at Deputy Darren Almendarez. He was with his wife searching for items at the store for his sister's birthday party. These right here are those 3 suspects that have now been arrested and booked. We'll give you more details on that later on, but we want to listen in to the remarks from his wife, who was there at the time, and now his daughter, his young daughter, also speaking. Take a listen.
I want to feel your arms around me so much, my love. Babe, I miss you terribly. I can hear your voice whispering to me how much you love me. And I can't help it, but I want you back by my side. Babe, I miss you so much. I miss you so much, and I love you. Our last conversations in Galveston about our wedding, they never happened. You asked me what I loved about our relationship, and I said every good or bad, because all of that has made this relationship so strong. He said to me, babe, and that's why I'm so in love with you, because the way you love me, you always said to me, Darren, I never had a home. I never owned a home. I never had a home. I never had a real family. You're my home. You are my family. You and the kids are my family. You are my family to me and Andrea. You always apologize for not knowing how to act or how to handle situations. You said to me, I'm sorry. I just never had this kind of love. Now my job is to love you, be your protector. You said, and got upset sometimes because I didn't ask you for anything. I never asked Aaron for anything, nothing whatsoever. You always wanted to provide me with even the smallest detail. And I love that about you. Our dates, movie dates on Tuesdays, our fishing trips, when we didn't even catch anything, and when you overpacked for our trips. I love all these things about you. Physically, I know you are not here, but I want you here. I need you here. I just want to wake up from this bad dream. Your last words to me were, wait right here, babe. Coming out of the store. And then you disappear on me. Then you said to me, run, babe. And I couldn't turn away from you. I walked away. Your next words were, call 911, babe. I ran to you. And your next words to me were, I love you, babe. I can't breathe. I am so glad I held him one last time. I love you so much, and that you will continue to protect us, my love. I know how much you loved us and your family. I know how much you loved Andrea, the kids, our kids, and all of our pets. Now as you rest in peace, side by side with our 2 babies, may you always protect each other, hold each other. Give each one of them a kiss for me and tell them how much we love them and how we waited and longed for their arrival. I love you so much until we meet again. And thank you, everyone that's here, every one of you. He always had a story. Every day he had a story. And he will say names. And now as I meet people around, they come up to me. I have a face for every story. And I appreciate you guys being in Darren's life, those who knew Darren. Because he was a funny guy, sometimes sarcastic. He always thought he was bilingual. And I am so sorry to say this, but he was a fraud to the county because he would cheat. And I always told him, you're just a fraud. My taxpayer money is going, you're wasting it. You're just, a fraud. He will call me before his test to ask me how to say mustache. And he didn't know how. He didn't know how to say firearms. He thought it was a cohete. He thought it was, and that's a firecracker. So we have so many memories. He shares so many memories. He took good care of my kids. He's always there. He was always there for my kids. He was always there for the community, my neighbors, the neighbors, everyone. Those who knew Darren, really, if he saw you needed anything, Darren was there to get you, to have your back. Fix it, buy it, however he could. The last one one of the stories that I remember was one of his deputy retired friends, so he's disabled. I don't remember the name.
Clark.
Wheelchair?
Clark from District 1, yeah.
He was in need of a wheelchair. He looked, and I was looking on the phone. I was like, what are you looking for? He goes, I need to buy him a wheelchair. So I started looking on Amazon, and he goes, no, not that kind. So he wanted this very specific kind. So he found this lady far away. I don't know, I think it was in Hockley or Tomball. This lady had a brand new electric wheelchair, $400. So that day he comes home, he goes, babe, let's go get this wheelchair. We drove to Tomball. He was so proud, and he was so happy. We went and picked it up, and that night, it was Darren, Andrea, and me, we went and dropped it off. This man was so happy to have his wheelchair. And Darren was just a very giving person. Even if you didn't have to ask him, even if he heard you mention something that you like, believe me, he'll get it. But believe me, this is so hard. I don't wish this upon anybody. Nobody. I don't eat. I think since Thursday, I think I've had like 6 hours of sleep. The most. And I sit there and I try to eat, and I can't eat because he's not eating. He loves food. And I can hear him just looking at me and wondering that he wanted his steak. But really, he was a good person. He truly was a good person. Love you, baby.
I just wanted to share some memories that I had with my dad. So we all know that he was afraid of heights. He was so afraid that one time we went to the carnival, I'd see it on the Ferris wheel, he wouldn't go with me, so he made me go with a stranger. Another memory that I have of him is when we were living in the apartments, he would love to play soccer with me, even if it was just a paper ball that we rolled up on the floor. Even though I would always win, he would still play in the hallways. And sorry, I forgot where I was at. My last memory was that when I was, this was really funny. When I was mad one time, I went outside and started walking around, and I was just, those bars that swing open and close to park the cars, well, I pushed it and it came right back at me and I flipped over it. And I went inside and I was crying to my dad. He just started laughing at me. So those are the memories that I have of my dad, but I'm glad I got to spend 14 years of my life as a daddy's girl, and that's all I got to say.
So once again, we've been listening in to this funeral for the beloved deputy out in Harris County. His wife and his daughter both speaking out, sharing kind words about him and sharing memories as well. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are still awaiting, of course, the press conference at the White House with the press secretary running a little bit late here. It's supposed to start at the top of the hour, but as always, and especially with such a busy day today with the confirmation of Judge Jackson and the event out on the front lawn. They are running behind schedule. Whenever it starts, we'll bring it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. But stick with us, because after the break, we are going into some of the latest news out of Russia and Ukraine. As we are hearing, at least 50 people are dead and up to 300 wounded as a Russian missile hits a Ukrainian rail station. We'll have details from down on the ground after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost 11:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are still awaiting the White House briefing with the press secretary. She'll be stepping out here soon. But until then, we want to go out to some of the latest news out of Russia and Ukraine. At least 50 people are dead and up to 300 wounded as a Russian missile hits a Ukrainian rail station packed with civilians trying to flee the fighting. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan brings us this report.
A scene of chaos and confusion after an attack on a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine Friday morning. The governor of the region saying that dozens are dead and hundreds are injured. 2 missiles struck the station in the city of Kramatorsk, where thousands of civilians were waiting to evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the attack during an address to the Finnish parliament.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for their trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles and dead people.
The train station massacre marking the latest attack on civilians in Ukraine. It follows the horrific discovery earlier this week of hundreds of people killed outside of the capital in Bucha. The mayor of Bucha says that 3 new sites of mass graves have been discovered. One survivor survivor describing the horror.
We were in the basement for 35 days. There was shelling all the time. Sometimes there was no water, sometimes there was no food. I explained to them how to fall, how to run, how to defend. Show me. Close your ears with your hands. That's right, Senya. They fired very hard.
Ukrainian officials report that after days of stalled efforts to get evacuees out, on Thursday, nearly 5,000 people have been successfully evacuated from various cities. The Kremlin is denying any involvement in this latest attack. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And of course, the situation underway sure to be a topic of conversation at the White House briefing today. As we know, new sanctions have been put on specifically President Putin and his family this past week. Also COVID-19 to be a question, specifically the exposure of President Biden to lawmakers such as Speaker Pelosi, who tested positive for COVID-19. So all of those questions to be asked here. We are getting word from down in the briefing room that this should be happening in the next 5 minutes. So we're going to take one more commercial break, and then we will go into the briefing uninterrupted. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. It is 11:30 here in Phoenix, heading into 2:30 Eastern time, which is when the press briefing is supposed to start. It should be happening any moment here. Of course, outlined today will be the confirmation of Judge Jackson, President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris hosting a celebration for Judge Jackson on the White House lawn today. Jackson confirmed to the Supreme Court and will be the first Black woman to join the nation's highest court. Jackson will be sworn in, of course, after Justice Stephen Breyer retires this summer. A reminder, all 50 Democrats in the Senate and 3 Republicans voted to confirm Jackson. So this is historic, a little bit of bipartisan support as well. If you missed it, it's okay. We'll take you out to some of those remarks from Judge Jackson here, and then we'll also cut in for when the briefing does begin. Take a listen.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It is the greatest honor of my life to be here with you at this moment, standing before my wonderful family many of my close friends, your distinguished staff and guests, and the American people. Over these past few weeks, you've heard a lot from me and about me, so I hope to use this time primarily to do something that I have not had sufficient time to do, which is to extend my heartfelt thanks to the many, many people who have helped me as part of this incredible journey. I have quite a few people to thank, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in this moment, it is hard to find the words to express the depth of my gratitude. First, as always, I have to give thanks to God for delivering me as promised and for sustaining me throughout this nomination and confirmation process. As I said at the outset, I have come this far by faith, and I know that I am truly blessed. To the many people who have lifted me up in prayer since the nomination, thank you. I am very grateful. Thank you as well, Mr. President, for believing in me and for honoring me with this extraordinary chance to serve our country. Thank you also, Madam Vice President, for your wise counsel and steady guidance. And thank you to the First Lady and the Second Gentleman for the care and warmth that you have shown me and my family. I would also like to extend my thanks to each member of the Senate. You have fulfilled the important constitutional role of providing advice and consent under the leadership of Majority Leader Schumer. And I'm especially grateful for the work of the members of the Senate Judiciary Committee under Chairman Durbin's skillful leadership. As you may have heard, during the confirmation process, I had the distinct honor of having 95 personal meetings with 97 sitting senators. And we had substantive and engaging conversations about my approach to judging and about the role of judges in the constitutional system we all love. As a brief aside, I will note that these are subjects about which I care deeply. I have dedicated my career to public service because I love this country and our Constitution and the rights that make us free. I also understand from my many years of practice as a legal advocate, as a trial judge, and as a judge on a court of appeals, that part of the genius of the constitutional framework of the United States is its design, and that the framers entrusted the judicial branch with a crucial but limited role. I've also spent the better part of the past decade hearing thousands of cases and writing hundreds of opinions, and in every instance, I have done my level best to stay in my lane and to reach a result that is consistent with my understanding of the law and with the obligation to rule independently without fear or favor. I am humbled and honored to continue in this fashion as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, working with brilliant colleagues, supporting and defending the Constitution, and steadfastly upholding the rule of law. But today, at this podium, my mission is far more modest. I'm simply here to give my heartfelt thanks to the categories of folks who are largely responsible for me being here at this moment. First, of course, there is my family. Mom and Dad, thank you, not only for traveling back here on what seems like a moment's notice, but for everything you've done and continue to do for me. My brother Katanji is here as well. You've always been an inspiration to me as a model of public service and bravery, and I thank you for that. I love you all very much. To my in-laws, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, who are here today, and my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, William and Dana, guardian Natalie, thank you for your love and support. To my daughters, Talia and Layla, I bet you never thought you'd get to skip school by spending a day at the White House. This is all pretty exciting for me as well, but nothing has brought me greater joy than being your mother. I love you very much. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done for me over these past 25 years of our marriage. You've done everything to support and encourage me, and it is you who've made this moment possible. Your steadfast love gave me the courage to move in this direction. I don't know that I believed you when you said that I could do this, but now I do. And for that, I'm forever grateful. In the family category, let me also briefly mention the huge extended family, both Patrick's and my own, who are watching this from all over the country and the world. Thank you for supporting me. I hope to be able to connect with you personally in the coming weeks and months. Moving on briefly to the second category of people that warrant special recognition, those who've provided invaluable support to me professionally in the decades prior to my nomination, and the many, many friends I have been privileged to make throughout my life and career. Now, I know that everyone who finds professional success thinks they have the best mentors, but I truly do. I had 3 inspiring jurists for whom I had the privilege of clerking: Judge Patty Saris, Judge Bruce Selya, and of course, Justice Stephen Breyer. Each of them is an exceptional public servant, and I could not have had better role models for thoughtfulness, integrity, honor, and principle, both by word and deed. My clerkship with Justice Breyer in particular was an extraordinary gift, and one for which I've only become more grateful with each passing year. Justice Breyer's commitment to an independent, impartial judiciary is unflagging. And for him, the rule of law is not merely a duty, it is his passion. I am daunted by the prospect of having to follow in his footsteps, and I would count myself lucky, indeed, to be able to do so with even the smallest amount of his wisdom, grace, and joy.
And we do have the White House briefing underway now. Let's take a listen.
So I wanted to first start by outlining our security assistance to Ukraine. And there's been a lot of good questions about this. Our security assistance to Ukraine. And there's been a lot of good questions about this, and we thought this would be a helpful rundown for all of you. It's the Department of Defense also put out a fact sheet that has this detailed as well. The security assistance the Biden administration is providing to Ukraine is enabling critical success on the battlefield against the Russian invading force. The number 1 reason that they're able to fight back is their bravery and courage. The number 2 reason is the security assistance that we are providing, and we are providing in coordination with our allies and partners. We're working around the clock to fulfill Ukraine's priority security assistance requests, delivering weapons from U.S. stocks when they are available, and facilitating the delivery of weapons by allies and partners when their systems better suit Ukraine's needs. All of the anti-armor and anti-air systems from the 2 packages of security assistance the President approved in March have been delivered. We are continuing work with allies and partners to identify additional weapon systems to help the Ukrainian military defend its country. Obviously, there was the announcement about the S-300s earlier today, and our efforts to work to backfill that. At President Zelensky's request, this includes helping Ukraine acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions that they are trained to use. More than 30 nations have sent Ukraine security assistance, thanks in part to the leadership leadership of President Biden and diplomacy that he has been implementing for months now. On April 5th, we announced an additional $100 million in security assistance to Ukraine through Presidential Drawdown Authority. We also announced $300 million in security assistance on April 1st under authorities provided by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. These announcements bring the U.S. commitment to more than $1.7 billion in security assistance since Russia's February 24th invasion and $2.4 billion since the beginning of the administration. I will not read through all of this for you. You can all, of course, read it yourself, and we will provide all of the list to all of you if you did not receive the Department of Defense fact sheet. Also wanted to note that today, according to a new independent study, the Biden administration's historic vaccination program saved 2.3 million lives in the United States, prevented 17 million hospitalizations and 66 million cases, and avoided $900 billion in healthcare costs. Over the past 15 months, the president has mounted a successful nationwide vaccination effort while executing a comprehensive strategy on treatments, testing, and more. As a result, schools are open, our economy is booming, and importantly, today's report shows we've spared millions of families the immeasurable loss that too many others have suffered. And because of the president's comprehensive response, we've entered a new moment in our fight against the virus. While COVID isn't over, Americans now have more tools than ever before to protect themselves, and this country is moving forward safely, back to many of our more normal routines. Unfortunately, Republicans in Congress are holding up critical funding. We need to make even more progress to save even more lives and to stay prepared against any potential surges or variants. Inaction will leave our nation less prepared for future surges and variants. It will mean fewer vaccines, treatments, and tests for the American people. This is deeply disappointing, and it should be unacceptable to every American. Also wanted to give you a sense of the week ahead. Just one trip next week that we announced earlier today. At this point, there could be more. On Thursday, the president will travel to Greensboro, North Carolina, to discuss his administration's efforts to make more in America, rebuild our supply chains here at home, and bring down costs for the American people as part of building a better America. Following that trip, he will travel to Camp David, where he will remain over the Easter weekend. And then finally, as I've been doing a little bit this week, I just want to shout out some amazing colleagues I have. Lewis, who we have stolen from FEMA, not really stolen, he's a detailee. Well, he's a fellow, actually. We've had him since November. Soon they will steal him back. And Lewis has been remarkable. Lewis has been reading Russian media, which comes in great use. He has been tracking down a range of coverage about the war in Ukraine. He has been relentless in giving us updates and providing us information, and we're incredibly grateful to Lewis, and we'll be sad to see you go back to FEMA to do very important work. Many of you know Amanda Finney. I call her the mayor because she knows every person, seemingly, who works in the building and on the complex, which is about 2,000 people. I would not survive this job without Amanda Finney. You probably would all not have received all the help you have received about a range of things without Amanda Finney. She is smart, sassy, level-headed, stable. She's remarkable, and we may all work for her one day in some capacity. I certainly may, but I am very grateful to her, so just wanted to shout that out. And her yellow suit is very joyful for a joyful day. Okay, with that, it's a Friday.
Friday. Thanks so much. I've got a couple things.
Sure.
First on this, the missile attack at this train station. Does the administration think that Russia might have intentionally targeted the train station, knowing that there would be a lot of civilians there?
Well, what we've seen over the course of the last 6 weeks or more than that has been what the president himself has characterized as war crimes, which is the intentional targeting of civilians. This is yet another horrific atrocity committed by Russia, striking civilians who are trying to evacuate and reach safety. Where we are now is we're going to support efforts to investigate this attack as we document Russia's actions, hold them accountable, and we will continue to surge security assistance and weapons deliveries to help Ukraine defend their country. Obviously, the targeting of civilians would certainly be a war crime, and we've already called a range of the actions we've seen to date a war crime, but we're going to be supporting efforts to investigate exactly what happened here.
Okay, changing topics. Senior administration officials have said publicly, gone on TV, suggesting it's possible the president could get COVID. I'm wondering, is the administration attempting to prepare the public for the possibility of the president getting the testing positive?
Well, what we're trying to do is be as transparent and direct with the American people as possible about the fact that, well, the president takes a range of protocols. We have a range of protocols in place here that are aligned and even beyond the CDC requirements. Those include, as we've outlined here many times in the past, testing before you see the president, testing before you travel with him, social distancing when possible. We believe we have the tools and protocol to address this point. We are in the virus, but like anyone else, the president may at some point test positive for COVID. And while we have seen an increase in recent, I would just note, while we have seen an increase in cases around people, I should just say that some of us may know. I would also note that cases remain down 95% since the height of Omicron. That is fact, that is data, even as we've seen cases of people we know. But what is important for the American people to know is that he has taken a range of precautions, as we all have, but he's also taken steps like getting the second booster, as he did last week in public. And his doctors are comfortable that he could continue to carry out his duties because of all these steps and precautions and protections he's taken. And we certainly, that's one of the reasons we encourage the rest of the American public to do the same. Go ahead.
If this is the first time that we've heard White House officials sort of describe it as a certain possibility that the president could get COVID, are you saying that you think it's more possible now, given sort of the little outbreak that we're seeing in D.C. right now?
No, we're just saying that it is a possibility. Again, cases are down 95% across the country since the height of Omicron. While cases are up in Washington, D.C., they're also far below the height of the cases and where they were in Omicron. But it is also the case that despite all of the precautions we take, and even with the president being double boosted, he could still test positive for COVID, just as many people in the White House have, many people in the press corps have. That is a possibility, and we want to be transparent with the American public about that.
By our rough count here, you have at least 18 politicians and people close to the president who've now tested positive this week. I mean, you've reiterated all of the extra precautions that you are taking to try and keep him safe, some of the extra masking and testing protocol. But just to be safe, have you considered maybe cutting down some of the big indoor events or scaling back any, changing sort of your tactic with some of these events?
Well, clearly we did the event, the historic event today outside. That was in part to ensure that we could have a huge number of people on the South Lawn celebrating the confirmation of Justice Katanji Brown Jackson. But also, we know that having events outside is better for safety protocols. There's no question about that. But what's important for the American people to know and understand is that because of all the steps we've taken, because the president is double boosted, because obviously he has access to the best health care in the world, but his doctors have assessed that these are risks that can be taken. We risk assess just like everybody out in the country, and it's important for him to be able to continue his presidential duties now, and even if he tests positive in the future. Just like Americans out there in the country are taking their kids to school, they go to the grocery store, maybe they're making a decision to go to dinner. This is a time where we are certainly living with the virus, but we have a range of tools at our disposal to do that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple of quick questions on oil and then one on the French election. We have some reporting showing that the administration is considering easing sanctions to allow some oil imports from Venezuela as a way to replace banned energy shipments from Russia. Can you talk a little bit about any such considerations?
I'm not aware of that being under consideration.
Okay. At the moment, is it going to perhaps be considered for going forward?
It has not been, so I'm not aware of being under consideration.
Okay, and one other one on when Dilip was in India. He delivered this warning to India to not raise purchases of Russian oil. And we were wondering if perhaps sanctions along similar lines are being considered for other nations, asking them to keep purchases of Russian oil only limited to previous levels and perhaps not.
First, I wouldn't characterize it as a warning, nor did we at the time. He went and had a constructive conversation and made clear that while it's the decision of each individual country, including India, to determine whether they're going to import Russian oil, it is only 1 to 2% of their imports. About 10% of their imports is from the United States. And so he conveyed, of course, they should abide by sanctions, which are not related to that decision, but also we would be here to help them diversify and move towards even reducing further beyond the 1 to 2%.
Is that decision perhaps being relayed also to other countries, asking them to perhaps follow the same guidelines?
Well, we conveyed to every country to abide by sanctions, and we've conveyed to a range of European countries, as you know, and as we've talked about, that as they work to diversify their energy sources, that we are here to assist in those efforts. And there are a range of steps we've taken, including efforts on LNG. I mean, that's natural gas, of course, but efforts on LNG and moving some resources from Asia and other places, and ensuring that there are options to for any country that wants to diversify their energy sources.
Okay, and one on the French elections. Sure. Are you watching the French elections coming up this Sunday, perhaps with any concerns, especially with the rise of Le Pen, who is a far-right candidate running against Macron?
We are certainly watching the elections, but I don't have any prediction of what the outcome will be. And once there is an outcome, I'm sure we will speak to it. Go ahead.
Understanding it's a fluid situation, but the atrocities in Bucha serve as an accelerant towards the latest sanctions package, the coordination between...
That we announced 2 days ago? Yes.
Is there any sense that the strike that we saw this morning will also accelerate talks on additional sanctions between the coordinated allies?
Well, I would say just to go back to a couple of days ago, that obviously the sanctions package we announced on Wednesdays with the biggest bank in Russia, Sberbank, certainly that was augmented as a result of the atrocities that we were seeing in Bucha. And what we have done to date, and we will continue to do, is look at, unfortunately, the continued atrocities that we're seeing in the country and assess how that's going to impact sanctions, consequences, and obviously additional security assistance. So that's how we've been evaluating and working with our allies to date. And I'm certain, given the video footage we've seen on airwaves across the world and photos, that this will be a part of the discussion that our national security officials are having with their counterparts moving forward.
Okay. On the S-300, it's been fairly apparent for the last several weeks that was a process that you guys were engaged in.
Yeah.
I know you are deliberately ambiguous as to some of the other processes that may be taking place, but is it fair to say that there are multiple other tracks that are similarly far down the line for other weapon systems, or how can you characterize how far along you are compared to where you are now with the S-300 on other systems?
So, well, one, I mean, part of our objective here, and the S-300s are an example of that, is to see that we can get defensive equipment that Ukrainians are trained on and that we know it can be effective moved to Ukraine. So we are, of course, grateful to Slovakia, and we work closely with Slovakia to also meet their defense needs. And part of our considerations here, as we're looking at the list of requests that the Ukrainians have, is what do we have access to here in the United States? What military equipment do we have access to? There are systems we may not have access to, or we may not even have those systems. So how can we work with countries around the world, like Slovakia, to meet those needs? So there are a range of those conversations happening with our partners and allies at the same time. I will tell you that often it is the preference of these partners and allies not to be public about these conversations, and at times it is the preference of the Ukrainians, and we certainly respect that.
Just one final one. It's been a pretty historic 24 hours for the history of the Supreme Court, for the country. We've seen the president speak publicly. Can you talk about, give any color in terms of what he's been like behind the scenes, delivering on a campaign pledge, putting the first African-American woman on the court, how he's been with staff, with the justice, all that?
Sure. I'm going to try not to ugly cry about this day, which we were all doing on the South Lawn. Look, I was with the president before he went out. I was there on time. I didn't run out, as you would have seen. I was with him before when he was reviewing doing his final review of his remarks, and what he was reflecting on is, and you saw some of this in his speech, were the number of people, whether it is people who work at the White House, people who are part of his everyday, stewards or others, who have commented to him how significant this moment is, and how, in a place where you are just trying to make it through every day, and every day is history in many ways. History can be heartbreaking, and many days it has been. History can be exhausting, and many days it has been. And history can be joyful. And today was a joyful day in history, and that is certainly how the president was. You saw his granddaughter, Naomi, who he talked about in the speech, come out. She was there also for a brief greet with Justice Jackson beforehand, and and he made an effort to also introduce the new Associate Justice to some members of his close staff who just were inspired by the significance of today as well. So I would say there was a deep recognition of this moment of history, a joy in reaching it, and I think we've all been saying to each other in the hallways, no one can steal our sunshine today, because that's how everybody is feeling. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. To follow up on that, did the president spend any time with the Jackson family before the formal event or afterwards?
Well, I think as we confirmed, she signed her commission, or he signed her commission, and her family was with her for that. So it was briefly before he came out to do the remarks.
Okay, got it. And to follow up on a question from Katie earlier this week about other precautions that the president may or may not be taking. Do you know if he is taking any monoclonal antibodies to help prevent catching COVID?
Well, Evusheld is for immunocompromised. That would be the preemptive step, and he's not immunocompromised, so he's not taking Evusheld.
Is he taking any other medication that might help?
Like what?
Well, I don't actually know. That's a great question. Other than the booster, we've heard other people taking other kinds of prophylactics to prevent it. Is he taking anything that you know of?
There are not other, this is why I asked, there are not other, Evusheld is obviously one that if you're immunocompromised is something that has been approved and recommended. Since he does not categorize that way, he isn't taking it. But other than that, the precautions we're taking are, he obviously got the booster when he was eligible last week, and we take additional steps, including testing, socially distanced meetings when possible as well, in order to protect him as much as possible.
Thank you. And then just one more on something that Samantha Power shared. Sure. She said that Russian forces have killed at least 7 journalists in Ukraine in 6 weeks, and that Putin soldiers are killing journalists at an unprecedented rate. Is there any intelligence, any information that Putin is targeting journalists? And do you have any warning that you're sharing with American journalists covering the war?
Well, one, we value the role that American journalists and journalists from around the world, that felt like a direction somewhere, have played in bringing bringing to light for a lot of people in this country this war, what's happening, the devastation, the horrors. It has been had a direct impact on people's emotional response in the United States. There's no question about that. We recognize the war of journalists in war zones, of course, and value it. And as you all know, we also work very closely with leaders of news organizations to ensure that they have up-to-date information to keep members of their media organizations safe. It is still a war zone, an active war zone, and we're still conveying that Americans should not be there, right, including journalists. In terms of specific targeting, we knew from the beginning, and we've talked publicly about this, of course, that President Putin and the Russian military was going to target, was intending to target, or could target civilians and others, including journalists could be part of that. But I don't have any new intelligence or anything beyond that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is there a carve-out in CDC regulations for COVID for Vice President?
Tell me more, Peter. I'm sure this is going somewhere. Let's see.
You know,
what do you got for me on a Friday?
The CDC says for people exposed to COVID, up to date on their COVID-19 vaccinations, do not go to places where you are unable to wear a well-fitting mask. So why is she here at the White House today giving the new Supreme Court justice a big hug with no mask?
You mean when she gave her a hug outside?
Yes.
She was outside.
Does the CDC say that people who are close contact can give people hugs outside?
We know, Peter, that outside you can benefit significantly being outside. That's why we had the event outside today. I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks before they went out.
She wasn't wearing a mask yesterday at the Senate?
She was playing an important role in confirming or overseeing the confirmation of the first black woman to the Supreme Court. The vast majority, as was on camera, Peter, as was on camera. Let me finish my answer here, because Fox and others, I don't know actually that Fox carried it, but others did, saw that she was socially distanced from people for the vast, vast majority of her time overseeing that confirmation yesterday.
So this is not a case of rules for thee, but not for VP?
In fact, the Vice Vice President wore a mask inside today when she was both with the president, with her staff, other people. She was outside at the event. She was socially distanced for 99.9% of the event today, and she had an emotional moment, which is understandable.
Okay, and one other topic, following up on the smartphones that are being given to border crossers with technology so they can be tracked or so they can check in. Is there any plan to give free smartphones to U.S. citizens that want them?
Should we not be tracking migrants who irregularly cross the border?
I'm asking if...
Or do you have an alternative suggestion for how they should be tracked?
I, unfortunately, have not been asked to make U.S. immigration policy. That's not
Today's your moment.
Well, it'd be great if anybody that wanted a free phone and a free monthly plan could get one. So is that going to be an offer for everybody or just people that walk into the country illegally?
Well, Peter, as when we talked about this the other day, what I noted to you is that we have a range of means of tracking individuals who irregularly migrate to the country in order to ensure that they are meeting their notice to appear obligations and that they are appearing in court when they should appear in court. Phones is one of them. There are also ankle devices and a range of tracking devices. 80% of individuals of non-citizens released at the border from DHS custody under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within the window to report. So yes, there's telephonic reporting. There is SmartLink, which enables participant monitoring via smartphone. There's the global positioning system. These are the range of means with modern technology that we monitor.
Last one on this. Does the president have any plans to figure out what these small towns who are bracing for a major influx in migrants next month need by making his first ever trip to the border?
I have nothing to predict for you in terms of additional trips. The president will be traveling the country, but I don't have any more specifics for you at this point.
Just for clarity, earlier you guys told us via pool that the president was tested negative. That was today for clarity?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the cadence has clearly changed, right? We knew there was one on Wednesday, he was negative. Today's Friday, he tested negative. Just for keeping track of it, is it now 3 times a week, 2 times a week? Is there a way to
His doctor makes an assessment on how many times he should be tested, and we do our best to provide that information to you as he's tested.
And aside from the time he spent with Katanji Brown Jackson, her family, there was no, because there's precedent to this, there was no indoor reception, indoor ceremony that existed some kind the cameras didn't see before. Okay. Let me, if I can, during his remarks today, the president said something that was a bit striking. He was condemning some of the conservative Republicans and their criticisms of Judge Jackson when she was testifying recently. He said there was verbal abuse, the anger, the constant interruptions, those vile, baseless, vile assertions and accusations. Whew. Is that a preview of messaging that we're going to hear from the president heading into the midterms? Is that a message that the White House wants to deliver and will be repeating?
I don't believe that the conduct of senators at a hearing is going to be central to the president's remarks when he's out traveling the country. But I think what he was speaking to on a historic day is that, well, Judge Jackson was the picture, now Justice Jackson, was the picture of dignity in her hearings. Some others in the room decided to be the opposite. And he is somebody who has more experience overseeing Supreme Court hearings than anyone living. He has overseen them during Republican and Democratic presidents and expects a certain level of conduct, professionalism, and decorum. And that is not what we saw
for today, as opposed to like a central theme that we'll see in terms of contrast.
I would say that I think the American people can expect that he'll continue to talk when he's out in the country, for whatever reason, about how to bring down their costs, how to make sure that he is fighting for them and bringing them relief, and how he's going to get the COVID pandemic under control, less about the conduct of senators at a hearing.
Let me ask a very quick question then on costs, if I can. Right now, the cost of gas in this country on average is $4.14. Does the White House want a gas tax holiday?
It is certainly on the table, and certainly something we continue to consider. We have seen a number of states do that, and it can have an impact, about 18 cents, I believe, if I remember correctly. One of the reasons why we're considering it, our primary focus to date, as you all know, has been taking steps to increase supply and get more supply into the global marketplace. But it remains an option under consideration. Go ahead.
The UN today put out a report saying that global food prices in March reached a record high.
Yeah.
What is the U.S. doing, if anything, to mitigate possible additional increases here?
Here in the United States? Well, it is something that we are certainly watching very closely while we continue to believe that the impact will largely be in the Middle East and in Africa, I believe, in a lot of other parts of the world, less in the United States. We are continuing to work, our Department of Agriculture is continuing to work with farmers and suppliers about any needs we have here, and the President is continuing to work to bring down costs in a range of areas for the American people as we prepare for the impacts of this war.
It was pretty widely reported yesterday prior to her COVID diagnosis that Speaker Pelosi was planning a trip to Taiwan. Beijing reacted very negatively to that. Is the U.S., is the Biden administration comfortable if she were to do that, such a high-ranking U.S. official?
I think we understood her trip. I don't have any further comment on it. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions for you. The first, today my colleagues in the UK reported that Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, had a U.S. green card which he surrendered this past October. He's been an MP since 2015, and USCIS manual says that serving in a foreign government or standing for election in a foreign government is not compatible with lawful permanent resident status. Why was this not flagged earlier?
I would point you to the State Department or the Department of Homeland Security. I don't have any more comment from here.
I mean, is it a problem? Does the president see it as a problem that it's possible for someone to serve at a high level in a foreign government and maintain lawful permanent resident status in the U.S.? I mean, what if this were someone who was serving in the Russian Duma?
It wasn't. But I would also, again, point you to the portions of the government that oversee green cards and oversee, the status of documents. I'm happy to bump it for them as well and see if there's more we can provide to you.
Second question. There's a death row inmate in Texas, Melissa Lucio. She's set to be executed soon. Many experts believe her confession was coerced and is false. She has bipartisan support for clemency and support from the EU and many other foreign allies. Would the president consider asking Governor Abbott to intervene?
Well, you know the president's position and view on the death penalty, and there's an ongoing review at the Department of Justice at a federal level. No. This is obviously at a state level. Right. I don't have anything to predict.
Then a follow-up. Given his commitment to police reform, would he consider asking the DOJ to prohibit police departments that receive federal funds from using the Reid technique for interrogations? It's considered to create a lot of false confessions.
Well, again, I know the Department of Justice has taken a number of steps, including on chokeholds and other actions that needed to be reformed in police departments across the country. I don't have anything to preview or predict in terms of additional steps. The president supports their efforts to do more. Many of them have talked about their desire to do more, and obviously we are continuing to consider an executive order on police reform here, given there has been an inability of Congress to move forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. There are some pretty desperate images coming out of Shanghai right now, which is under lockdown for COVID. People begging for food and medicine. Is the White House monitoring that? Is there anything the U.S. can do to help the humanitarian situation there? And also on the supply chain front, is the administration aware of any further supply chain snags coming as a result of this, and how are you prepared to address them?
Sure. Well, first, on the first part of your question, the State Department is closely monitoring the situation. They are providing consistent updates of the situation on the ground, and will certainly assess with USAID and others if there's additional assistance that could be provided. On the supply chain component, what we know is that the port is continuing to operate normally, and where we're seeing the impacts, which still could have an impact over the course of time, of course, is factories, warehouses, and trucking, where we are seeing shutdowns within the region, which we know could cause delays, especially for air cargo as well. Because this is just happening, we don't have a prediction at this point on how that could impact bigger global supply chain issues. It depends on a lot of factors, how long, et cetera. But it is something we are closely monitoring, and it is something we will continue to work to address if it extends farther.
And just one more housekeeping item. Do you have a timing update on when the president might sign the trade preference bill on Russia that passed?
I don't, and I know you and others have been looking for this, and let me see if I can get an answer before we all wrap up today. Go ahead.
Jen, could you speak to the efficacy of sanctions? I know there was a new sanctions package rolled out this week, and initially we heard a lot from administration officials about this being a deterrent. I know that has changed, and so can you speak to sort of the end goal and what is the efficacy of sanctions?
Well, I would say that We have a couple of objectives at this point as it relates to the war in Ukraine. One is to impose severe consequences, send a marker for the world and for history about the horrific nature of these atrocities. These consequences, and the second part of our objective is to ensure that these consequences are having a significant impact on the economy in Russia. We're seeing an inflationary rate of about 15%, a projection of a contraction of 15% in the Russian economy. 600 private sector companies have left Russia. We know it is having the impact that the world intended. This is the most significant coordinated set of sanctions ever done in history on this large of an economy. The third objective here is to make it much more difficult for President Putin to fund his war. And if you look back, say, earlier this week at the example of the bond payments and how Russia has basically been put in a decision of in a place where they either have to use their limited resources they have that are also being used to fund the war to prevent a default or default. That is the position they're in at this point in time, but also because we've cut them off through export controls and a number of other means from having access to materials and technology, but also access to funds, it makes it more difficult for them to fund the war. That is part of it. And the last objective is to continue to make it clear that this is a
protected effectively. Can you speak at all to that, or?
As I said yesterday, the president remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
And then I guess just on the invitations you issued to Republicans who voted to confirm Justice Jackson. I know one of them has COVID, but did you hear from the other two, Senator Murkowski and Romney? I know the president went a little further to talk about Senator Romney's father today at his speech. Did the White House hear from the Republicans who were invited today? Why didn't they come?
I would point you to their offices to speak to that. I mean, it doesn't change the president's gratitude to them for bucking the trend in their party of not supporting an eminently qualified nominee, and they did that, and it was something he wanted to call out today and express his gratitude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. I'm wondering what the White House's reaction is to yesterday's UN vote to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council, the fact that there were 58 nations that abstained from taking a vote, and then on top of the other 24 nations that voted against it. Although there was, more, obviously the majority of countries did vote to suspend Russia. Do you think that this, that many abstentions, that many people sitting on the sidelines of this shows that the entire world really isn't unified around condemning these actions by Russia?
Well, a win required 2/3 present and voting, and that is exactly what happened, and far beyond that. And we know that there were abstentions, and only 24 countries, including North Korea, voted with Russia. But the outcome, which is what is most important to us, is what we wanted, which is Russia has been suspended from the UN Human Rights Council. Suspension, just so everybody knows, somebody asked me this question the other day, but is the only method provided for in the UN resolution that established the Human Rights Council back in 2005. It's the most serious action available. It's only been applied once in history. This is only the second time in history that a country has been kicked out of the UN Human Rights Council. The last example was Libya. So that obviously speaks to the significance. And it also speaks to the fact that the 2/3, more than 2/3 of countries who are members believe that they should not have a leadership role on global human rights as they work to subvert and violate global human rights. This also means that once suspended, Russia will not be able to vote against future actions during subsequent Human Rights Council sessions. And so to us it is significant, only the second time in history, and it speaks to the global outrage in response to these atrocities.
But are there any concerns that nearly 60 nations decided not to weigh in on this matter?
Again, our focus is on the fact that it was a win. For only the second time in history was a country suspended from the UN Human Rights Council.
Another question. Does President Biden still intend to attend the White House Correspondents Association dinner here later this month in a couple weeks?
We haven't announced his plans to attend or anything about his schedule, so I don't have any update on that today.
All right.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Just some follow-ups to things that came up.
Sure.
To follow up on Peter's question about the testing cadence, you guys have told us about negative tests on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Should we expect that the president would get tested on Sunday, 2 days later?
I would say I don't have a prediction of that. His doctor makes an assessment of when he should be tested and how often and what the cadence should be. It's not always exactly the same, and but we will provide information to you when he tests negative.
Okay.
Or either way, of course, yes.
And to follow up on Katie's question, did the president talk to any of the senators, Romney, Murkowski, and Collins, after their vote yesterday on Katanji Brown?
I don't have any update on that from here.
Okay, and when he said he hoped he didn't get them in trouble today, when he referenced them, what did he mean by that?
I think he meant he recognizes that the vast majority of the other members of their party voted a different way. Go ahead.
Thank you. On India, next week, Secretary of State Blinken and Defense Secretary are hosting their Indian counterparts, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, for the first India-US 2+2 dialogue under this administration. What is President's message to the meeting? What is expectations? Is he sending any concrete ideas to this meeting as well?
President Biden believes our partnership with India is one of the most important relationships we have in the world. As you know, he met with Prime Minister Modi and other Quad leaders in March. He expects that at this 2+2, Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin will continue driving forward our work with India and our shared goals in the Indo-Pacific region and around the world. We also believe both sides will continue our close consultations on the consequences of President Putin's brutal war against Ukraine and mitigating the impact by addressing energy and food prices. Obviously, it could cover a range of topics, so we expect that to be a central one.
And secondly, given the U.S. frustrating experience it is having in the UN Security Council, where one country is coming out and vetoing all the issues related to Ukraine, what is President's thoughts on the reforms in the UN Security Council itself?
Well, I know a question has been asked about whether Russia could be kicked out of being a permanent member. We don't anticipate that happening. But obviously the step taken yesterday to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council is an indication of the global response and horror at the atrocities we've seen happen on the ground in Ukraine. But beyond that, I don't have any other predictions of reforms.
Should there be individual veto or group veto inside the Security Council?
Again, I understand your questions, but I don't have any predictions or calls for that at this point in time. Go ahead, Francesca. Okay, we'll just do a few more. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Since his State of the Union address, the president has only made a handful of domestic trips,
We've talked in here before about how he'd like to get back into the community and have a chance to interact with the American people. Is the current COVID wave getting in the way of his travel plans?
No, I expect he's going to travel a bunch in the next few weeks.
Okay, and you had mentioned that you will be going to North Carolina, and you didn't have too much more to add on that. But might the president, while he's in Greensboro, be visiting one of the area's 2 historically black colleges and universities?
I don't have more details at this point in time. As they get finalized, I'm sure we'll share them with all of you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a 2-part question on student loans.
Yep.
Last year, President Biden directed the Department of Education to create a report on whether he has presidential authority to unilaterally do a broad cancellation of debt. I don't believe that's ever been made public, and as you're looking at loan extensions or loan pause extensions, can we anticipate seeing a release of that report? And secondly, as you've talked about how the president wants to lower costs for Americans. Borrowers have expressed stress, anxiety about these short-term extensions. What's your message to them?
I think our message to them is that not a single person has paid a dime on their student loans since the president took office. And he's continued to evaluate and assess with the Department of Education and other policymakers in the administration what the needs are to lower costs for people, including people who have student loans and do feel stressed, even as the economy is continuing to recover, but as we see costs too high in some areas. On the first question, I don't have any update on that. I would tell you that if Congress were to send him a bill to cancel his $10,000 in student loans, in student debt, he'd be happy to sign it. Go ahead. Last one. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Rachel Wallace, who was the general counsel of the science office, who the White House found had been bullied by Dr. Lander, has been told that she will not be getting her job back as general counsel. Why?
I'm not aware of this personnel update. I'd have to check on it. I'm happy to do that, and we will get you back a comment.
Right. Then a follow-up. Yesterday you said, when asked about Vice President Harris's and the mask at the Senate, you said that she would follow CDC protocols at the event today. CDC protocols clearly say you should be wearing a mask. It doesn't distinguish between outside and inside. So why didn't she wear a mask?
And she was socially distanced for the vast majority of the event today.
She was standing next to the president.
About 6 feet away. Thanks, everyone.
Secret Service again?
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so there you have it. The latest from the press secretary, Jen Psaki, there, going all the way from the war that's continuing to rage on to President Biden's exposure to COVID-19 to so much more. And we'll be touching on all of those topics, but could be one of the most talked about stories of the day. We want to bring to you new news coming in about Will Smith finally getting his punishment for slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars. The Academy of Motion Pictures has made him the big story for the decade here. The Academy's Board of Governors meeting today, and after the vote, the Academy president and CEO said that the Board of Governors has decided for a period of 10 years from April 8th, 2022, Mr. Smith shall not be permitted to attend any Academy events or programs in person or virtually, including but not limited to the Academy Awards. So once again, he has been banned from the Oscars. He's been banned from all Academy events for 10 years. This is the next biggest part of this slap heard around the world saga that continues to go on. Will Smith has since apologized for this. Chris Rock has since gotten some pretty great sales when it comes to his stand-up comedy shows that he's continued to do. His career really taking off right now. We're also hearing from the Academy. They say during our telecast, we did not adequately address the situation in the room. For this, we are sorry. This was an opportunity for us to set an example for our guest viewers and our Academy family around the world, and we fell short, unprepared for the unprecedented. They went on to thank Chris Rock, saying we want to express our deep gratitude to Mr. Rock for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances. This all coming to from TMZ, and we're hoping to speak with them soon, as they've been on this from the very beginning here, but that's what you need to know. Will Smith banned from Academy events for the next 10 years. Well, I'm Daytona Everett. When we come back, we are going out to some of the latest news when it comes to the Governor Whitmer kidnap plot. We're now hearing that two of those suspects are not going to have charges against them, and then 2 other suspects mistrial for their specific cases. So details on that after the break. Live now from Fox, I'm Daytona Everett. The big story of the day, want to bring this to you. Coming from TMZ, Will Smith finally getting his punishment for that slap of Chris Rock at the Oscars. The Academy's Board of Governors meeting today, and after the vote, the Academy president and CEO said that the Board of Governors has decided for a period of 10 years from April 8th, 2022, Mr. Smith will not be permitted to attend any Academy events or programs in person or virtually, including but not limited to the Academy Awards. Continuing to say, during our telecast, we did not adequately address the situation in the room. For this, we are sorry. This was an opportunity for us to set an example for our guests, viewers, and our Academy family around the world, and we fell short, unprepared for the unprecedented. They went on to thank Chris Rock, saying, "We want to express our deep gratitude to Mr. Rock for maintaining his composure under extraordinary circumstances." So that's the latest when it comes to the Will Smith news, and we'll continue to bring you details as we have them. Will Smith also reacting to the 10-year ban, saying, "I accept and respect the Academy's decision." So short-winded right there as there continues to be developments in this story, the slap heard around the world. Well, we're also getting some new breaking news coming in from Michigan here, and I want to pop up this full screen for you. You can see the photos of all of the men. You might recognize them. The historic Gretchen Whitmer kidnap plot case ending with no convictions. Defendant Daniel Harris, the only one who testified at trial, was acquitted on all 4 counts, with the judge telling the 24-year-old Lake Orion man that he would go free this afternoon. Brandon Caserta, you can see him, 33 years old, of Canton. He was acquitted on the only count that he faced, kidnapping conspiracy. He's also going to be released today after serving more than 18 months in jail. The jury deadlocked on charges against Adam Fox and Barry Croft, so a mistrial was declared for both of those defendants. We got some reaction outside of the courtroom a little bit earlier today. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, for sure. Right from the beginning, I kept looking for it. I mean, we had volumes and hundreds and thousands of hours of recordings, and it wasn't there. We kept looking for it. When did he agree? He never did.
So why did they go after him? What's your take on that?
My take is they needed somebody to accompany Fox, because Fox is a joke by himself. So they needed the Wolverine Watchman to give it credibility. That's why they were pulling them together to
Does this show?
Can you say something? Would he have an instant reaction with you? What do you say?
We just, we kind of skirted you guys and went down the street.
So
and
Brandon's gone now? He's gone?
Oh, yeah.
He's going home.
He's already out?
He's out. He's
Does he
gone.
want to talk to us?
Yeah. Not right now. He's just enjoying a walk down a sidewalk right now. I mean, that's a big deal when you've got.
I heard them say
8 by
happy
10.
birthday.
It is his birthday. Best birthday present, imaginable. So I'm very happy for Brandon. I don't know what the government's going to do with Fox and Croft, but to me, this was a signal. A rogue FBI agent, trying to line his own pockets with his own cybersecurity company, and then pushing the conspiracy that just never was going to be. Our governor was never in any danger, and I think the jury, even though they didn't get all of it, they smelled enough of it. So,
were you at any point shocked by what you heard, though, in that courtroom? You had heard it all before, but
about what?
Any of the wire recordings at all?
I'm sorry, about what?
Were you shocked when you initially heard some of those recordings?
No. I mean, they do it all the time. There are lots of recordings. They wire themselves up and go in, so no, I wasn't shocked.
Do you know if they were hung on whether Fox and Croft were not guilty? I mean, were they leaning toward not guilty to them? Have you heard anything about that from the jury?
No. Sometimes you can talk to the jury afterwards. The judge gives them that option. He gives them our phone numbers, and we're not really allowed to reach out to them. So I have no idea what their deliberations were. So
What would you ask the jury? Franks and Garvin pled guilty, and they're going away.
Yeah. Garvin, I think, pled too soon. He didn't get to see the discovery and how. What a predator Dan Chappell was, and what a predator Jason Chambers was to these folks. So he didn't get it. Now I believe Frank's got scared, and rightfully so. I mean, he's facing life in prison, right? And if he gets a Garvin deal, he's out in 6. Then he comes up here, he gets a little more time out. Maybe it's 3. It's a hell of an incentive. I mean, a hell of an incentive when you're standing there facing life and you don't know the government's going to bring the full force of the federal government down on your head. That's a hell of a thing.
So what's the bottom line message to the FBI you think that the jury sent?
Let it go. Go away. And, I don't think, I don't know. It's up to them.
Do you have anything to say to the prosecutors?
No, the prosecutors did a heck of a job. I mean, with what they had, I think they did a good job. They marched forward, and, there was controversy after controversy came up in this case, and, Mr. Kessler just kept marching forward. He did his job. He did a good job. He did an excellent job.
Do you think they have a weak case and they should proceed with these two guys?
I think what the FBI did is unconscionable, is what I think. And I think the jury just sent them a message loud and clear that these tactics are not going to be, we're not going to condone what they've done here. And the jury didn't get all of it either. The judge kept quite a bit out in pretrial rulings. But they did get enough of it, I think.
We heard some very rough talk about the governor during the trial. And should people not be concerned about that at all? What should people take away from what your client and others were talking about?
We have the freedom to say that. If I don't like the governor and it's rough talk, I can do that in our country. That's what's beautiful about this country. That's what's great about it. I think that's fine. One of our witnesses, because we had a parade of 5A witnesses, right? Fifth Amendment, I'm not going to testify. One of them was going to come in and say, I've heard worse from pregnant mothers up on the Capitol, So no, it didn't shock him, didn't shock me, hoorah, good, freedom in America. It's still here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So back out to the courthouse, the jury returning in 3 hours with its partial verdicts today. They spent 3 weeks listening to testimony about how these 4 men bonded over social media, venting about government controlling their lives, and then came together through a group called the Wolverine Watchmen. It's a self-proclaimed Michigan militia that wanted to spark a second civil war and use the Whitmer kidnap as a starting point. Speaking of Governor Whitmer, we are getting reaction from the governor's office here. I want to read it out for you. It says, today, Michiganders and Americans, especially our children, are living through the normalization of political violence. The plot to kidnap and kill a governor may seem like an anomaly, but we must be honest about what it really is, the result of violent, divisive rhetoric that is also all too common across our country. There must be accountability and consequences for those who commit heinous crimes. Without accountability, extremists will be emboldened. The governor remains focused on her work on behalf of Michigan and all the Michiganders. This includes addressing violence and threats to our democracy. We appreciate the prosecutors and law enforcement officers for their work on this. So that's the latest that we have. Again, 2 mistrials for 2 of the suspects, 2 suspects found not guilty today in court. And we are also awaiting possibly a press conference. This is outside of the courthouse as our team is still out there. So we'll bring you any details as we have them. If anyone comes up and speaks, if we hear any more from the governor's office out in Michigan, we've got you covered. We'll be back here in 2 minutes. Back here to Live Now from Fox, I'm Daytona Everett. We want to go out to the Pentagon press briefing as we've covered a plethora of breaking news throughout the day today. Also a live look outside of the White House as the confirmation of Judge Jackson was celebrated today out on the front lawn in the White House. And so if we see anyone come up, anyone stepping up to the podiums that are set up not only here at the White House, but also out in front of a Michigan courthouse, considering the latest information that we got in about that kidnapping plot of Governor Whitmer, 2 mistrials and 2 found not guilty with those 4 suspects that were under investigation. We'll break in for any type of news like that. But we'll go out to the press secretary, John Kirby, today at the Pentagon.
They announced yesterday, we still assess that at this time, 4 U.S. service members are continuing to be evaluated for traumatic brain injury symptoms. The number's still 4. It could change, as we have seen in the past, but that's where we are right now. The indirect fire struck 2 support buildings. We're still investigating this. I don't have attribution for you. I don't have more detail on damage. Okay? Court.
Just one more. You don't have any attribution, but do you have any sense whether this was something that was carried out by some sort of a
militia group? It's just.
I mean, it is certainly a tactic that has been used by these militia groups that are supported by Iran. It's right out of their playbook. I think our working assumption would be that that's the case here, but we want to do the forensics and do it properly. Do I have a sheet for the calls or nobody? I didn't get one, so we're not. Nobody?
You should stay with me then.
So that was my poor attempt to move off of you, but failed.
But I appreciate the effort.
Mike totally screwed me on that one. All right.
I have one more on Ukraine. Is there, just given that there's even more and more momentum, it seems, for Finland and Sweden to potentially join NATO, is the Pentagon already planning for sending some sort of U.S. military presence into those countries, whether it's like systems or anything like that? Is there any kind of very early planning for reinforcing them as part of this ongoing shoring up of NATO?
Well, we've been doing that. I mean,
but specifically for some of a longer-term presence to Finland and to Sweden, specifically if they.
I know of no such plans for countries outside of NATO. No.
But once they join NATO, like, is there early planning going on for if and when they actually do become members of NATO?
I'm not aware of such planning. I mean, that's many horses beyond where the cart is right now. Again, I don't want to get ahead of a decision-making process between a sovereign nation state and the alliance. There's no active planning for any kind of U.S. force presence in those countries. Again, we would need to, be in a process of them being NATO members and to have that conversation. We're just not there.
Once told me the Pentagon was a planning organization, but maybe that was.
We do. We plan for a lot of things,
right,
but we don't plan for everything.
Okay.
There you go. I'm going to trademark that. Okay. Janie.
Thank you, John. The U.S. strategic assets will be deployed during the U.S. and South Korea joint military exercises to be resumed next week. Do you see this as a sufficient deterrence to North Korea and send a message to North Korea?
I mean, look, all our training events are meant to improve our readiness. It's not about message sending; it's about readiness, and that's our commitment on the peninsula. That's our commitment to our South Korean allies.
Because, Kim Jong-un's sister mentioned this time, they're not shooting the South Korea, but they will be shooting the United States. She gave it to some kind of a signal to United States. How do you respond?
I haven't seen those comments. We're well aware of the North Koreans, their efforts to advance their nuclear ambitions as well as to advance their ballistic missile capabilities. We have reacted to that as just recently as a couple of weeks ago. You saw that we're boosting our ISR commitment in the Yellow Sea region. So, I mean, look, we don't need to hear threats and threatening comments from North Korean leaders to understand the actual threat that Pyongyang represents to the peninsula and to the region. And that's why we're continuing to adjust our posture as needed, to adjust our intelligence gathering posture as needed, and certainly to adjust our training and readiness with our South Korean allies. Rio.
Oh, thank you. I want to ask you about China. The Chinese President Xi said to his Philippines counterpart earlier today that regional security cannot be achieved by strengthening military alliance. Do you think this is an attempt to divide the United States from a U.S. ally while the Biden administration is focusing on Russia?
Well, look, without speaking to that particular comment, we have seen the Chinese repeatedly try to divide the United States from our allies. We've seen their coercive and aggressive tactics to bully neighbors, including some of our allies, to come around to their way of thinking about their national security, what they believe their national security interests are in the region. 5 of our 7 treaty alliances are in the Pacific, the Indo-Pacific region. We take each one of them seriously, and we have dozens more partners in the region that we continue to talk with. And I think it's fairly obvious when you see the Chinese behave this way, they're concerned about our network of alliances and partnerships. As you've heard Secretary Austin say, that's a real strategic advantage that the United States has in the region, are these alliances and these partnerships. And the Chinese have nothing like that. They don't have a lot of friends. They don't have a lot of people they can draw upon for that kind of support. And when you hear the Secretary talk about things like integrated deterrence, he's talking a lot about U.S. capabilities, but he's also talking about how we combine our capabilities in an integrated fashion with those of our allies and partners. Again, China has nothing to compare to that and cannot rely on that same kind of a network.
Just quick follow-up. Japan will hold the first 2+2 meeting with the Philippines tomorrow. So what role do you expect Japan to play to maintain the rule-based order in the South China Sea?
I won't get ahead of a 2+2 between those two sovereign nation states. We certainly respect both of them as allies, and they both are of ours. But I'll let them speak for their agenda and what they're trying to get out of this discussion. I'm sure it'll be fruitful. I'm sure it'll be productive. I'm sure it'll be constructive to improving mutual security needs in the Indo-Pacific. Lucas?
John, NATO says that up to 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed fighting in Ukraine. Is there any evidence or indications that the Russians are reinforcing those losses?
I can't confirm the number, and you know we've stayed away from providing estimates on the numbers. We do know that they have taken casualties, both wounded and killed. What I can tell you, Lucas, sort of a two-part answer here. One, as we have seen Russian forces leave the north and move into Belarus and into Russia, we are beginning to see indications that they are, in fact, working on ways of refitting and resupplying these units, including discussions about how to replace lost troops. Now, some of these units are almost completely devastated, and it's unclear whether they will ever be reformed or whether they'll be combined with other units that are less depleted in manpower, equipment, vehicles. So they're working their way through all that right now. Remains to be seen how fast they'll be able to do it and with what, but we have seen indications that they are looking at their manning shortages in some of these units and how they're going to try to fix it.
Do you know how many Russian soldiers they're looking to call up or send in?
We have seen some reports that they are looking at mobilizing reservists, tens of thousands perhaps, but again, I think that remains to be seen.
Just to follow up to Ruo's question, is the Secretary disappointed that the U.S. Navy is not planning to build a lot more ships to keep up with China? China's shipbuilding program is on a linear trajectory, and the U.S. Navy shipbuilding trajectory is very flat. Does that concern him?
I mean, I don't know that I can approve upon the Secretary's own words on this yesterday, but he clearly got an opportunity to speak to shipbuilding yesterday at the hearing in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and then again on Tuesday with the House Armed Services Committee. I would just tell you that the truncated version is the Secretary is very comfortable with the shipbuilding requests that we are making for 2023, which includes 9 new Battle Force ships, and he's much more concerned about capability and the proper mix of modern capabilities in the naval force than he is just about numbers. Numbers have a quality all their own. Clearly he understands that, but his concern is making sure that as we build more ships and bring ships into the fleet, that they're the right mix of capabilities, the most advanced that we can put to sea.
Does he think that the Freedom class of littoral combat ships was a complete waste? You're about to scrap all these warships that were built just a few years ago, and now the Navy's getting rid of them.
I mean, you've heard him talk about the littoral combat ship, and in fact, you heard him talk about this in the hearing. I mean, they served a purpose, and some of them still do serve a purpose, and will serve a purpose going forward over the course of the fiscal year defense plan. But when you look at the National Defense Strategy, and you look at the budget which supports that strategy, and that strategy is focused on the pacing challenge of China and the acute threat of Russia, what we are working with the Navy on and support the Navy's efforts to develop new classes of ships, ships with more capability than the LCS has for the kinds of fights that we think we might be in the future.
The Navy have been building those kind of warships years ago and not these littoral
I don't think we're going to relitigate Navy shipbuilding plans from 10, 20 years ago, Lucas. Okay, got to call it a day.
One quick follow-up, sorry.
Okay, I guess I'm not calling it a day.
Sorry. When you responded to Kelly's questions, you accidentally overlooked part of her question where she asked if you thought what your feeling is about Russia's threat to Finland. And given, how it threatened Ukraine and then took action, it has threatened Finland that if it makes moves to NATO, it could attack it. So I know you overlooked that by accident, but I wonder if you could respond to that part of her question.
I didn't mean to overlook anything, Kelly. I wasn't trying to do that. Look, I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals here, Tom. Our focus.
The threat, though. I mean, our Russian threats should be taken seriously. You said that many times from the podium, and I'm wondering if that applies to Finland or threat to Finland.
Well, but that's where you get into the hypothetical, Tom. I'm not saying that we don't take Russian threats seriously. Of course we do. But I'm not going to speculate or hypothesize about another threat to another nation, certainly a non-NATO nation. I'm just not going to go there right now. Barb.
Oddly, my question is on the same general topic.
That is odd.
What?
No, go ahead.
If I recall with some precision your answer, it was that the U.S. Plans, but the Pentagon plans, but doesn't plan for everything, and you seem to quite clearly rule out that you had any plans to assist Finland or Sweden against threats. So let me not make it hypothetical. Do you mean to actually rule out that the Defense Department has, you said you have no active plans. I do believe those were your words. Are you ruling out that you have, are you saying the Defense Department has no active plans to assist Finland and Sweden? If either of those countries called you up this afternoon and said they need help, you have no plans? You have nothing on the shelf?
Barbara, come on now. That would require, Barb, please, that would require that you are, there's been no such request from Finland or Sweden. And obviously, and this gets, even in natural disasters, if a country calls and asks for the United States support, certainly we'll take that under consideration. And if there's something that the commander-in-chief believes that the United States military can do to assist, then that's a conversation we'll have. But we are spending a lot of time today talking about a hypothetical that hasn't presented itself. These are two sovereign nations, and they have to make decisions for themselves about what alliances they want to join or not. They are not part of NATO. And so do we have an active defense plan for either nation right now? No, we don't. But that doesn't mean that should there be some kinetic threat that those nations go to the international community and want support, that we wouldn't take it under advisement. Of course we would. But I mean, my goodness, I mean, we're getting into way ahead here in terms of where the situation is. The fight now is in Ukraine. Ukraine is under threat. They have been invaded. And our focus, rightly so, is on Ukraine and making sure that they can continue to defend themselves. Yes.
I have a question about yesterday again. Several senators, including Democratic senators, expressed frustration at what they called the fear of escalation. And they wanted the US to do more to help Ukraine. Does the change on the ground with the retreat of the Russians, does it make the position of US more difficult to keep, especially on a moral moral point of view?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
This balance that US is trying to maintain, helping but not intervening directly, is it more difficult now?
There's nothing easy about anything with respect to Ukraine. Not for the Ukrainians, certainly. Not for NATO. Not for individual nations like the United States that are trying to support Ukraine. Nothing's easy about this. And we are we are working incredibly hard at an unprecedented scale to help another nation defend itself. I know we get up here and we spout these numbers, and maybe sometimes they just kind of go into the ether because we do it all the time. 100 million, 300 million, 200 million, 350 million, 800 million. Over the course of this administration now, $2.5 billion, which is almost as much as Ukraine's defense budget. And we've done it in near record, actually in record time. We think about the speed with which this stuff is getting over there. So we're doing as much as we can, as fast as we can, and at the same time, doing as much as we can to bolster NATO's eastern flank. We went from about 80,000 troops in Europe in mid-February to now over 100,000. And now you see us just another repositioning inside Europe of a Patriot battery into Slovakia. No other nation could do that from a logistics perspective. No other nation could do that from a supply perspective. So we just fundamentally bristle at the notion that we're not doing enough and we're not doing enough faster. I mean, it's unprecedented. There's no historic comparison to what we're doing now to anything we've done in the past. At the same time, Sylvie, we are mindful that Russia is a nuclear power and that we don't have perfect visibility into Mr. Putin's thinking. And so it would be irresponsible. I mean, Secretary Austin took this office with one charge, and that is to defend this nation. Part of defending that nation, this nation, is escalation management. And if he wasn't doing that, if he wasn't thinking about the potential for escalation and where that might go, then he shouldn't be in the job. He takes that responsibility extremely seriously because the stakes are very high. So no apologies for thinking about that as we continue to support Ukraine. And certainly no apologies for the speed with which and the scale at which we have continued to do that. And I think you're going to see it continue going on in the future based on our constant conversations with Ukraine. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a great weekend. See you Monday.
Okay, so there we have it. John Kirby getting pretty heated at the end there as people are wondering, reporters wondering if the U.S. is doing enough when it comes to increased strikes. And we've been reporting on that missile that killed at least 50 at a crowded Ukrainian train station. Alex Hogan bringing us latest from down on the ground.
A scene of chaos and confusion after an attack on a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine Friday morning. The governor of the region saying that dozens are dead and hundreds are injured. 2 missiles struck the station in the city of Kramatorsk, where thousands of civilians were waiting to evacuate. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke about the attack during an address to the Finnish parliament.
This is an ordinary railway terminal. People crowded, waiting for the trains to be evacuated to the safe territory. They hit these people. There are witnesses, there are videos, there are remnants of the missiles and dead people.
The train station massacre marking the latest attack on civilians in Ukraine. It follows the horrific discovery earlier this week of hundreds of people killed outside of the capital in Bucha. The mayor of Bucha says that 3 new sites of mass graves have been discovered. One survivor describing the horror.
We were in the basement for 35 days. There was shelling all the time. Sometimes there was no water, sometimes there was no food. I explained to them how to fall, how to run, how to defend. Show me. Close your ears with your hands. That's right, Xenia. They fired very hard.
Ukrainian officials report that after days of stalled efforts to get evacuees out, on Thursday, nearly 5,000 people have been successfully evacuated from various cities. The Kremlin is denying any involvement in this latest attack. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And stay with us after the break. We're bringing you new news coming in about Will Smith as he's being banned for 10 years. We'll give you details in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you out to the Bronx in New York, where we're expecting a news conference here at any moment from the NYPD. Not a lot of information. We just know that a teen has reportedly been fatally shot. We'll hear from the